cross my heart and hope to die. Welcome to my dark side.
Join me on Patreon to watch up to 5 episodes of this series and others in advance that are live right now. With that said, enjoy. Sup guys, welcome back to the channel. Before we dive into today's story, I just want to let you know, this DBZ Goku and this story takes place right after the defeat of Majin Buu. So, with that said, let's begin. The world was finally at peace. Majin Buu had been defeated, obliterated by the massive spirit bomb, thanks to Goku and the combined hopes of everyone on Earth. Months passed, and that once devastated planet healed. The cities were rebuilt, laughter filled the air again, and for the first time in a long time, life felt normal. Bulma, never one to let a good moment slip away, decided the heroes deserved a proper celebration. So she did what she did best, planned a party. Not just any party, one big enough to honor the saviors of the world. Capsule Corporation was alive with energy that morning. Balloons floated in the air, tables were stacked high with food, and music played from speakers that echoed through the courtyard. From every corner of the planet, the Z fighters began to arrive. Krillin showed up first, laughing with Android 18, and little Marone bouncing happily on his shoulders. Tien and Chiaotzu landed quietly nearby, while Piccolo watched from the shade of a tree, arms crossed, pretending he wasn't enjoying the atmosphere. Trunks dashed around the yard, already joined by Goten, their laughter echoing through the crowd. Even Vegeta stood outside, silent and stern, pretending he wasn't enjoying himself. Then came the Sun family. Goku arrived with his usual grin, Chi-Chi beside him, Gohan and Videl close behind. The air buzzed with warmth and joy as old friends reunited, laughter mixing with the smell of grilled food and fresh desserts. Children ran around playing tag, while the adults chatted about life, politics, and how peaceful things finally were. For once, there were no battles to fight, just good food, family, and friends. It was, in every sense, the perfect day. As the sun dipped slightly in the sky, Bulma stepped forward, holding a glass of wine. She tapped it gently. Clink, clink, clink. The sound carried across the yard, and the crowd's chatter faded as all eyes turned to her. Everyone, she began with a proud smile. Thank you for being here today. It's been a long road since Majin Buu, but thanks to all of you, our friends, our fighters, our family, Earth is safe once again. She raised her glass high. So this celebration is for you. Cheers erupted all around. Cups clinked, voices shouted in joy. Even Vegeta gave a small nod of approval. But Bulma's grin grew wider. Now, while this party's amazing, there's one more surprise, and trust me, you're going to love it. She turned and headed inside, leaving the crowd murmuring with curiosity. Android 18 smirked. Oh, this I've got to see. Videl clasped her hands together. Maybe it's jewelry, or a new capsule jet. Goku laughed, rubbing the back of his neck. Huh, I hope it's more food. We kinda ran out. Suddenly, wham! The ground shook. Goku's face hit the dirt. Vegeta stood above him, fists clenched, scowling. That's because you ate all the food, idiot, Vegeta barked, his voice echoing across the yard. Goku sat up, rubbing his cheek. Ow, that's not fair, Vegeta. You attacked me from behind. Next time, don't eat everything before anyone else gets a chance, Vegeta snapped. Laughter broke out from the crowd. Even Piccolo shook his head with a faint smile. Moments later, Bulma returned, holding a large tray. On it, 7 glowing Dragon Balls shimmered under the light. Gasps filled the air. I figured, she said proudly, since Goku and Vegeta were the ones who finished off Buu, they should get to make a wish. The sky darkened instantly. Thunder rumbled. Lightning arced across the clouds. With a deafening roar, the mighty Shenron emerged, his glowing eyes scanning the earth below. State your wish. After Bulma made the first wish, Goku turned toward Vegeta, his eyes gleaming like a kid's. Hey Vegeta, let's play a game of tag. It's super fun. Goku grinned. Vegeta raised an eyebrow. Tag? You're still acting like a child, Kakarot. I am not playing your silly Earthling games. Come on, you'll like it, Goku said, bouncing on his heels. I said no, Vegeta snapped, arms crossed. Well, I'm not taking no for an answer, Goku countered, grinning. And I'm not saying yes, Vegeta shouted back, his patience thinning fast. The two stared each other down, their energy crackling like lightning between them. Finally, Vegeta threw his hands up. Will you be quiet already? Sometimes I wish you were gone, Kakarot, just so I could have some peace and quiet. And then, the air froze. Shenron's eyes flashed red. Your wish has been granted. The Saiyan known as Kakarot will now be gone. Everyone froze. Wait, what? Bulma shouted. Goku blinked in confusion. What did he say? Vegeta's eyes widened in horror. No! That wasn't a real wish, he yelled. I didn't mean it, Shenron. But it was too late. Goku looked down at his hand. His fingers were turning transparent. What's going on? My body, it's disappearing, Chi-Chi screamed. Goku! I feel cold, Goku whispered, his voice trembling. I can't feel my body. His eyes grew heavy as his body shimmered, then collapsed, fading like dust in the wind. Wait! We still have one wish left, Bulma cried, rushing forward. Shenron, please bring back the man called Goku. The dragon's eyes dimmed. I cannot do that, Shenron rumbled. Son Goku is no longer in this universe. My power does not extend beyond its limits. You mean we can't get him back? Bulma whispered, her voice cracking. That is correct. And with that, Shenron vanished into the clouds, the sky clearing once more. The Dragon Balls scattered, lifeless, across the earth. No one spoke. Tien bowed his head, fists shaking. Goku, he said quietly. Krillin stared into the distance, trying to fight back tears. He's gone? Gohan sank into a chair, his eyes full of grief. Father. Chi-Chi dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Goku, come back to us, she cried, her voice breaking, but deep down, she knew. He was gone. The wind blew softly through the courtyard, carrying her voice into the distance. But Goku wasn't dead. Far from it. His spirit was drifting, slipping through time and space, pulled into a realm beyond the gods' reach. A strange new world awaited him. A world filled with pirates, danger, and a government built on lies. The world known as One Piece. It was a beautiful sunny morning. The sky stretched wide and blue. The ocean glimmered like liquid glass, and birds soared above an island surrounded by vast, endless waters. The air was warm, alive, peaceful, almost too peaceful. Near the center of that island, in a dense forest blanketed by tall trees and lush vines, a man lay unconscious on the dirt. His orange martial arts GI was torn slightly, his black hair wild and spiky, his face calm but smudged with dust. It was the Saiyan warrior, Son Goku. Sunlight crept through the canopy, spilling in golden patches across the forest floor until a ray landed directly on Goku's face. He scrunched up his nose, groaning softly and turning to his side. 5 more minutes, he mumbled, half asleep. The light didn't stop. It warmed his face until he finally cracked one eye open and froze. Dirt. Leaves. A forest he didn't recognize. What the? He sat up quickly, rubbing the back of his head. Ow, man, my head hurts. He blinked, scanning his surroundings. Where am I? Goku slowly rose to his feet, brushing himself off. Giant trees towered over him. The air smelled like salt and moss. None of it felt familiar. With a quiet hum, he bent his knees and leapt high into the air, landing lightly on the top of a tree branch. From there, he scanned the horizon, mountains, waterfalls, ocean, but no sign of West City or even Mount Paozu. Nothing looked like home. He hopped down again and sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to think. Okay, let's see, he muttered. I was talking with everyone at Bulma's party. I ate a ton of food at the buffet. Then I talked with Vegeta and… His eyes snapped open. Wait a minute. Memories crashed into him. The Dragon Balls, Shenron, Vegeta yelling that he wished Goku would just disappear. Then darkness. "Oh, no way," Goku whispered. "Don't tell me that actually worked." He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, focusing his energy. Maybe I can still instant transmission back to them, he thought hopefully. But nothing happened. Not even a flicker of familiar ki. Goku's heart sank. It was as if every life energy he knew, Vegeta, Gohan, Chi-Chi, all of them, had vanished completely. "They're gone." His voice was barely a whisper. "They're all gone." He fell to his knees, hands trembling against the ground. For the first time in years, he felt truly alone. After a long silence, he let out a sigh, then stood back up, forcing a small grin. "Well, guess I better find a village or something. I'm starving." That one silly thought lightened his mood just a little. Typical Goku. Food always came first. He started walking through the forest, pushing branches aside, until he reached the edge of a cliff. Below, a massive palace stood carved into the rock face, its walls ancient but sturdy, surrounded by dense trees and fog. "Whoa," Goku said, squinting. "Looks like someone lives down there." He focused his senses. The air buzzed with energy, strong ones, but strangely scattered. "Huh, I can feel a lot of Kai around here, but I don't see anybody." Just then, "Watch out!" A shout echoed behind him. Goku spun around instantly, dropping into a defensive stance. His eyes darted to the source, a girl standing a few meters away, pointing beside him in panic. "Huh?" Goku blinked. "Look out!" she screamed again. He turned just in time to see a massive, beast-like creature crawling from the shadows, its skin rough like stone, tail swinging side to side, and fangs jagged like knives. Its eyes locked on him, yellow and feral. The beast let out a low, rumbling growl before pouncing. Snap! Crash! Both turned as the noise echoed. The girl had tripped over a tree stump and fallen into a tangle of vines and twigs. She struggled, kicking desperately as the vines tightened around her leg. The monster turned its head toward her and snarled, claws digging into the dirt as it charged. "No!" Goku's instincts flared. He moved before he even thought, rushing toward her. The creature lunged, its claws aimed straight at the girl. "Ah!" she screamed, eyes shut in terror. "No!" Goku roared, launching himself forward in a blur. He grabbed the beast by its tail mid-air, planting his feet firmly into the ground. The creature's momentum snapped to a stop, its body whipping around. It hissed, fangs bared. "Not today," Goku grunted. He spun the creature around once, twice, 3 times before releasing it like a hammer throw. The beast flew through the air and crashed violently into a tree, the trunk splintering under the impact. It slumped to the ground, motionless. Goku exhaled, shaking his hand. "Man, you're a tough one." He turned toward the girl, who was still struggling with the vines. "Hang on, I'll get you out of there." With a quick flick of his wrist, Goku tore through the vines like paper. Who are you?" the girl asked weakly, staring up at him with wide eyes. Goku smiled warmly. "Just a friend here to help." He broke the last vine and helped her to her feet. "Thanks, she began, but her words died in her throat. Behind them, a shadow moved. The beast's eyes snapped open. It pushed itself up, blood dripping from its snout, and let out a deep, guttural roar. Goku's expression hardened. "You okay?" he asked quickly. The girl nodded, though she was trembling. "Good," he said, and then his senses screamed danger. "Because maybe you can get out of the way." He shoved her aside just as the beast leapt again, claws outstretched. Goku met it head on, their collision blasting them both off the cliff. They plummeted fast, the wind roaring past their ears. The palace below rushed closer with every heartbeat. Normally, Goku would have simply flown them both to safety, but the creature's jaws were snapping inches from his face, forcing him to hold it back with both hands. "Man, you don't quit!" Goku shouted over the rushing wind. The beast roared, saliva flying. Goku's muscles tightened. "All right, buddy, get off me!" He pulled one arm back, his fist glowing faintly with energy. Then, bam! He punched the creature square between the eyes. The force sent the monster hurtling downward, crashing through the trees and disappearing into the lower jungle below. Goku landed moments later, crouched among the dust and broken branches, exhaling slowly. "Well," he said with a grin, "guess that's one way to start the day." The wind howled past him as Goku fell through the open sky. Eyes closed, arms spread, a smile tugging at his lips. That feels nice," he sighed, letting the cool breeze wash over him as he descended through the clouds. For a brief moment, he almost forgot about everything. The wish, the dragon, the strange new world. All that mattered was the rush of the air and the feeling of freedom. Then he opened his eyes. Below him, the massive palace loomed, and he was falling straight toward it. "Ah!" he yelled as his body crashed through the roof like a meteor, tearing through stone and tile before slamming headfirst into a room filled with steam and water. "Splash!" he groaned, pushing himself up, water dripping down his face. "Ugh! Why do I keep landing on my head?" Goku blinked through the thick steam, trying to get his bearings. The air was warm, misty, and smelled faintly of perfume and soap. He tilted his head, squinting through the haze. "Where am I now?" he muttered, wiping his face. He spotted a faint rectangular outline against one wall. That looks like a door." Just as he started walking toward it, a soft sound echoed from the far side of the room, the faint splash of movement. Goku froze and turned his head, eyes narrowing as he tried to make out the shadowy figure through the steam. Slowly, the haze cleared just enough for him to see her. A tall woman with long, raven black hair cascading down her back, sitting in the bath, her eyes wide with shock. Her skin glistened under the steam, and her expression shifted from surprise to pure fury. Her name, Boa Hancock, the Empress of Amazon Lily, ruler of the Kuja. Goku blinked, completely thrown off. Hi there?" he said awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. For a second, time froze. Then her piercing gaze locked on him, sharp, cold, and deadly. That look made Goku's stomach tighten. It wasn't just her beauty, though she was stunning beyond words. It was her presence. The fiery will behind her eyes reminded him of Chi-Chi, and that alone told him not to push his luck. This woman's not to be messed with, Goku thought, stepping back slightly. Hancock's voice broke the silence, furious, commanding, and echoing through the marble walls. "A male? In the palace? Sisters, come quickly!" Goku winced and clapped his hands over his ears. "Ow, man, you've got a strong voice." Within seconds, the doors burst open and two towering women rushed in. Their lower halves coiled like massive serpents, their eyes fierce and protective. "Whoa!" Goku exclaimed, blinking as he took in the sight. One had orange hair and a large muscular frame with a bloated stomach, Marigold. The other was slender, with teal hair and a wide head, Sandersonia. The two sisters slid into the room, eyes darting between Goku and their naked older sister in the bath. "Sister, are you all right? Did he hurt you?" Sandersonia cried, rushing to Hancock's side. Marigold's face darkened with rage. "If he so much as touched you?" Her eyes snapped toward Goku, blazing. Hey, wait a minute," Goku said quickly, raising his hands in surrender. "It's not what it looks like." The tension was suffocating. The air around them practically vibrated. None of the women moved, their eyes locked on Goku like predators circling prey. That's when Goku's eyes caught something. A strange symbol burned into Hancock's back, visible just beneath her long hair. It looked like a brand etched deep into her skin. Curious, he tilted his head. "Hey, there's something on your back. Is that a tattoo or something?" The room went dead silent. Hancock froze. Her eyes widened, then narrowed in fury. Her sisters' faces twisted in panic. "You looked!" Hancock's voice was low, almost a whisper, but dripping with venom. Goku flinched at the intensity of it. The three women's auras spiked. The pressure in the air grew heavy. Goku could feel it, hostility, pain, and something darker behind it. Wait, I didn't mean anything by it," he said quickly, stepping back, palms out. "I was just curious, that's all." "Why is it bad to look at a mark?" Hancock glared, her expression filled with hate and sorrow. "This mark fuels my hatred for creatures like you," she hissed. "It is our burden, a secret we must protect, even if it means we must die." Her hands rose, palms glowing with pink light. "Now take this, and be gone!" Marrow, mellow. A burst of shimmering pink energy exploded from her hands, spiraling through the steam like a beam of light. Goku's eyes widened. Oh, crap! He had no idea what kind of attack this was, but he wasn't taking chances. He crossed his arms in front of his face, bracing for impact. The beam hit him, then vanished. Nothing happened. Seconds passed. Goku peeked out from behind his arms, blinking. Huh? He looked down at his GI, patting himself. No burn marks, no explosions. Did she miss? He glanced up, confused, only to see Hancock and her sisters wearing the same bewildered expression. What? Why didn't he turn to stone? Hancock gasped. It must have been a fluke. Try again, big sister, Sandersonia urged. Hancock's fury returned. Very well. Once more. Marrow, mellow. Another burst of pink light shot from her hands. This time, Goku didn't even move. He stood still, studying the energy as it swirled around him in a storm of glowing hearts. What the? He murmured, eyes wide with curiosity. The stream of pink hearts spun around him like a cyclone before fading into thin air, leaving him completely unharmed. He blinked, dumbfounded. That's it? Huh, weird attack. The three sisters stared in disbelief. Every person who ever laid eyes on Boa Hancock was supposed to turn to stone. Her beauty was a weapon that no one could resist. But this man, this strange, clueless fighter, was standing there, completely unaffected. To Goku, though, the attack didn't feel like a typical energy blast. It had power, yes, but not the destructive kind he knew. It was different, subtle, emotional, almost like it was fueled by intent, not force. He frowned, tilting his head. There's definitely energy in that, but no explosion, no impact. So what's it even supposed to do? Impossible! Hancock breathed, disbelief cutting through the steam like a blade. Her eyes narrowed until they were slits. Why didn't he turn to stone? Does his heart not melt at the sight of me? Marigold's expression was flat, stubborn. Of course not, sister, she snapped. Sandersonia nodded in agreement. He must fear death more than the wicked pleasure of seeing you in the bath, she offered, voice cold. Goku cocked his head, utterly puzzled. Stone? Wicked desires? The words didn't make sense to him until a powerful tail blurred past his face. Get him, Sandersonia! Marigold roared. Goku reacted without thinking. He backflipped into the air as the tail whistled by and landed neatly on its length as it swung. Hey, watch it, he called, grinning. You almost damaged the palace if I hadn't jumped over your tail. That only served to rile the sisters further. Marigold and Sandersonia lunged together, fast, coordinated, and full of lethal intent. What followed was a furious dance of strikes. The two moved like a single predator with twin limbs. Marigold thudding forward with crushing blows, Sandersonia darting in with sharp, whip-like jabs. Goku flowed through their assault, sidestepping, redirecting, and using the sisters' momentum against them. For a long stretch, he evaded every synchronized blow, as if the flurry were a simple training drill. Sandersonia readied a powerful uppercut and launched it at him. Goku crouched, letting the blow pass over him, then thrust his arms down and shot upward, driving both feet into Sandersonia's chest and sending her skidding back. He laughed, confident, breathless, a warrior convinced the challenge could last all morning. But the fight shifted in an instant. While Goku's attention was on Sandersonia, Marigold closed the gap. She swung a heavy, blunt object with frightening speed. It struck the back of Goku's head with a sickening thud. He didn't even have time to register the pain before darkness took him. Goku collapsed to the floor, limp and unconscious. Silence fell like a curtain. The Kuja sisters panted, chests heaving. Their coordinated assault had cost them effort. The room echoed with the sound of their breathing and the faint drip of steam. Huff, huff. "What shall we do with him, sister?" Marigold asked, eyes flicking between the fallen man and Hancock. Sandersonia's voice trembled with a mixture of triumph and indecision. "Should we kill him here?" Hancock stood there, expression unreadable as she stared down at the motionless form. Then, slowly, a smile curled across her lips, cold and cruel. Her gaze sharpened like a blade. "Take him to the arena," she said, voice soft but deadly. "We will publicly execute him before the entire village." Her smile widened into something almost venomous as the sisters exchanged a look of grim satisfaction. The decision was made. A faint sound echoed in the distance, soft but enough to stir Goku from his deep slumber. He mumbled groggily, blinking as his vision came into focus. His face was pressed against the dirt, the ground cool beneath his skin. When he tried to push himself up, his body refused to move. His wrists and chest felt heavy, bound tight. Goku glanced down and realized thick, snake-like coils wrapped around him, holding him fast. With a deep sigh, he rolled onto his back and lifted his head, scanning his surroundings. The sight that greeted him was unlike anything he'd ever seen. Hundreds of women filled a vast, circular arena, cheering, shouting, and jeering all at once. Their voices thundered across the open space like a raging storm. Still dazed, Goku sat cross-legged, confusion written all over his face. "Hey, can someone tell me where I am?" he called out, but his words were lost in the deafening roar of the crowd. Then, a calm yet commanding voice rang out above him. "Good, you're awake." Goku lifted his head toward the towering stone steps ahead. At the top stood a palace with 3 women watching from above. In the center was Boa Hancock, her elegant form impossible to mistake. Beside her were her sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold. Hancock raised a graceful hand, signaling her people to quiet down, before turning her piercing gaze toward the bound Saiyan. "Now tell me," she began, her voice both regal and cold. "Why did you come to our island?" Goku hesitated. He wasn't about to explain how a wish from the Dragon Balls had flung him here, so he kept it simple. "I don't really know. I just woke up here," he said, shrugging with an awkward smile. "Liar!" Hancock's voice cracked through the air like a whip as she pointed accusingly at him. "Do you expect us to believe that you arrived here by mere accident? No one comes to Amazon Lily without reason." Half the women in the crowd cheered their empress's words, while the others hissed and jeered at Goku for daring to deceive her. Goku tilted his head, utterly lost. Every small motion Hancock made, the flick of her hair, a simple glance, caused the audience to erupt in adoration. "These people, why do they cheer for you like that? Are you someone important or something? Maybe you can help me figure out what's going on," he said hopefully. Hancock laughed, a soft, mocking sound. "Help you? Foolish man. You stand on the stage of your own public execution." Goku's eyes widened in alarm. "Execution? For what?" "It is because you are a man," Hancock replied coldly as she took her seat upon her serpent throne. "Our people despise men. You take what is not yours, harm the innocent, and bring ruin wherever you tread." "Look, I just want to know where I am," Goku said, frowning. "I'm not from around here." "Then where are you from?" Hancock began, but she was cut off by a sudden shout. "Sister!" All eyes turned toward the massive gate leading to the palace. Marigold stepped through, holding a boy in the air for all to see. "I found him," she declared. The boy struggled fiercely in her grip, his straw hat dangling around his neck, a scar marking his face beneath one eye. "Let me go! I'm gonna beat every single one of you," the boy, Luffy, yelled, thrashing against the coils holding him. "Beat us!" Sandersonia sneered, her tone venomous. Hancock smirked. "You are speaking to the Empress of this island. Everything I do is for my sisters and our people, to protect them from filthy creatures such as yourself." She turned to her audience, her voice booming across the arena. "Neither of these men will leave this island alive." A chilling silence swept through the crowd, followed by murmurs of approval and dread. The women knew their Empress's word was final. But then a voice cut through the tension. "Please wait, Hancock." Gasps echoed as a young woman leapt down from the stands and landed before Goku, arms spread protectively. Goku blinked in surprise. "It's you!" he said, recognizing the girl. It was the same woman he had saved from a massive beast on the cliffs earlier. "Marguerite!" Luffy shouted, straining to look at her. "Marguerite, huh?" "Nice to see you again." Goku grinned. The young Kuja didn't respond to him. Her hands trembled slightly, but her eyes were firm as she faced her Empress. "I don't believe these men are lying. I don't believe they mean harm to our country," she declared. Whispers swept through the crowd. Their sister was defending outsiders, men no less. Hancock's eyes narrowed. "Tell me your name, child." My name is Marguerite," she stammered, bowing her head low. "The law of this land is clear," Hancock said coolly, crossing one leg over the other. "For a man to enter Amazon, Lily means certain death. You, a Kuja warrior, should know this well. So tell me, why do you defend them?" Marguerite stood tall, forcing herself to meet Hancock's gaze. "Because I owe them my life," she said firmly. "When I was attacked by a vicious beast in the mountains, she pointed toward Goku, saved me, and if it weren't for him," she gestured toward Luffy, "I'd have never made it back alive." The arena fell deathly silent. All eyes watched as Hancock slowly rose from her throne, her long hair swaying as she descended the steep steps one by one. Every movement carried a silent, intimidating grace. Marguerite bowed low, trembling as the Empress approached. "Raise your head, honest Marguerite," Hancock said softly. Marguerite obeyed, her chin lifted gently by the Empress's fingers until her eyes locked onto Hancock's mesmerizing gaze. A faint smile curved Hancock's lips as she raised her hands elegantly before her. The air shimmered with power as she spoke the words, "Marrow, marrow, marrow." Before Marguerite could even blink, her entire body froze mid-motion, her skin turning smooth and gray like polished marble. "What?" Goku shouted, his eyes widening in disbelief. "What happened? That's the same move she used on me before. But why did she turn to stone?" Hancock didn't answer immediately. She turned her back with chilling calmness and walked gracefully back toward her throne, the sound of her heels echoing through the now silent arena. "Why did you turn her into stone? She was just trying to help us," Luffy yelled, thrashing about in fury. But Marigold quickly shoved him down, her massive hand pinning him to the ground with ease. "Exactly," Hancock replied coldly as she sat, crossing one leg over the other. "She helped you. That is forbidden here. Any who aid men are punished without mercy." "No!" Goku barked, slamming his legs up into the air before launching himself forward with a fluid roll. He twisted his shoulders, slipping out from the tightening snake coils in one smooth motion. The crowd gasped in awe as he landed lightly on his feet, his movement faster and cleaner than any human they had ever seen. Without hesitation, Goku sprinted toward Marguerite's petrified form. He stopped before her, staring at the lifeless expression frozen on her face. His fists clenched tightly, his breath heavy. He couldn't believe it. Why would a ruler, someone so loved by her people, do something so cruel? It reminded him of Namek, of that moment when Frieza killed Krillin right before his eyes. That same fire burned now in his chest, the fury of helplessness, the rage of injustice. He didn't even know Marguerite well, but she had tried to protect him and the boy. knowing full well the risk. She was kind, brave, and undeserving of this fate. And now she stood as cold stone before him. Lowering his head, Goku's body trembled, not from fear, but from rage. His voice came out low and sharp, vibrating with power. "How dare you!" The air grew tense. Every woman in the stadium stopped breathing for a second. Then Goku raised his head, his eyes blazing like molten gold. "How dare you!" His roar split the air like thunder. The shockwave of his fury shattered every pane of glass in the palace above. The Kujo women screamed and ducked for cover, the entire island trembling under his voice alone. Hancock leaned forward, her teeth gritted. "Who is this man?" she thought, her composure cracking. Still seething, Goku turned his head slowly toward Hancock and her sisters. His gaze was sharp as steel. "You'll turn this girl back to normal," he said darkly, "or else." "Or else?" Hancock scoffed, trying to mask her unease. "Who do you think you are talking to?" In an instant, Goku vanished. "What?" Hancock's eyes widened in shock. Gasps erupted throughout the arena. He was just gone. Before anyone could react, a sudden gust of wind burst before Hancock's throne, and there he was. Goku stood mere feet away from the Empress, his fiery aura faintly flickering around him. "I won't let you hurt innocent people just because of me," Goku said, his voice commanding, calm but dangerous. "I don't care who you are. I won't let your hate hurt anyone else." The three sisters froze. The raw conviction in his words carried a weight that even the Empress couldn't ignore. "You little," Sandersonia snarled, thrusting her massive fist forward. But she struck only air. Her eyes darted left, then right. He was gone again. Suddenly, a voice echoed from across the arena. "Up here!" Everyone turned to see Goku standing casually on the stadium floor, arms folded. His stance was calm, but his presence was overwhelming. "You'll turn her back to normal. Now," he said firmly. The audience erupted into nervous whispers, their disbelief echoing through the stands. No man had ever defied their Empress like this. Hancock studied him in silence for a long moment. Then her lips curled into a smirk. "Very well," she said, rising slowly from her throne. "I'll turn her back to normal, if you can defeat my sister Marigold in battle." Her voice carried a venomous sweetness. Inside, she was already certain of the outcome. When Marigold is finished with him, she thought, he'll wish he'd never dared to challenge me. Goku's expression brightened instantly, his anger giving way to his usual carefree grin. "Really? If I beat her, you'll turn Marguerite back? Awesome, let's do it." Hancock blinked, momentarily caught off guard by how quickly the fiery warrior turned cheerful again. Luffy burst out laughing despite his restraints. "You're pretty funny, spiky-haired man. What's your name? I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm gonna be the kite. Ugh." His introduction was cut short by Marigold's massive fist slamming into his face, knocking him unconscious with a dull thud. "Silence, you brat!" she hissed, tossing him aside like a rag doll. Goku's eyes flicked toward Luffy. He could sense the boy's Kai, faint and scattered. He's hurt. She must have beaten him badly before dragging him here, he thought grimly. "Wait," Goku called out, raising his hand. "Let's compromise. I'll fight both Marigold and Sandersonia at once, if you turn Marguerite back and let Luffy go." "How dare you demand new terms after my sister has already spoken?" Sandersonia snarled. "You should be grateful she even allows you to live long enough to fight." But to everyone's surprise, Hancock raised her hand. "I accept your terms," she said smoothly. Both sisters turned to her in shock. "Big sister," Marigold muttered. "However," Hancock added, her eyes narrowing with a sly gleam, "before you face them, you'll deal with one more opponent." Goku grinned, stretching his neck with a pop. "Heh, the more the merrier, I guess." Hancock turned and pointed toward the gates of the arena. "Release Bakura." The crowd erupted into murmurs of excitement and dread. With a heavy clang, the massive gates creaked open. From the shadows emerged a gigantic black panther. its muscles rippling beneath its glossy fur, eyes glowing with primal hunger. It growled low, the sound echoing through the Colosseum. "That beast," Hancock said, smiling wickedly, "is Bakura, our former executioner. He hasn't eaten in 7 days. He devours anything we throw before him, so I suggest you fight with everything you have." Her sisters smirked beside her, certain that the beast would end this defiant man's life. But Goku didn't even flinch. He stood calmly, arms at his sides, eyes locked on Bakura. The massive panther crouched low and lunged, claws extended, jaws wide open. The crowd screamed. Then, boom! Goku's leg snapped upward in a blur, connecting cleanly with Bakura's jaw. The force was cataclysmic. The beast was launched skyward like a fired cannonball, vanishing into the clouds above. Everyone gasped and looked up. For a long, breathless moment, the sky was silent. Then, CRAAAASH, Bakura's limp body came hurtling back down, smashing into an empty section of the stands. The impact cracked the stone flooring beneath it, sending dust and debris flying. The crowd was stunned into silence. A mere man, someone they thought weak and doomed, had just defeated their executioner with a single kick. Goku turned slowly toward the Empress and her sisters, rolling his shoulders with a confident smile. "All right," he said, cracking his knuckles. "Who's next?" Annoyed and flustered, Hancock arched her back, her voice sharp as she pointed at him. She nodded to her sisters. "Take him out for me, will you?" Hancock asked, voice smooth as silk. "Of course, Empress Hancock," the two echoed in perfect unison. Sonia and Marigold slid into the ring with smiles that didn't reach their eyes. In a blink, they changed into their true forms. Both grew larger, their bodies adopting strange, serpent-like traits. Marigold's belly swelled big and heavy, her lips puffed and thickened, and her long orange hair fell wild and unruly down her back. Sonia's head widened unnaturally, a forked tongue flicking loose as her body thinned into a long, sinuous shape like a forked snake. Their movements hissed with menace. Hancock crossed one leg over the other and rested her hand on her knee. "Once you beat them," she asked casually, "you'll forgive me for turning her to stone, won't you?" Her voice was velvet wrapped around steel. She already expected the answer. "If you think I'll forgive you for what you did, then you're out of your mind," Goku snapped, disbelief cutting through him. Hancock clutched her chest with a mock hurt. How? How can there be a man immune to my charms?" She gasped, stunned. Around them, the crowd roared even louder, calling for revenge and throwing insults at the man who dared disrespect their empress. Goku grinned, calm and cocky. "You've got something wrong," he said. Hancock peered down at him, waiting for the punchline. "You still think I'm gonna lose." Annoyance flashed across Hancock's face like lightning. "Sisters, get rid of him now," she ordered. The fight between Goku and the two sisters began in a heartbeat. Goku scanned the ring. He could feel power thrumming under his skin. If he attacked at full strength, he might hurt them too badly, or tear the island apart. He forced himself to hold back. He lowered his power to the level he could control and still win. Marigold swung an enormous axe with a sound like thunder. Goku jumped back, the blade missing him by inches as it slashed from shoulder to hip. She didn't stop. She pressed the attack, forcing him to dodge and circle. Goku studied her strikes, learning the rhythm of her power. He ducked a blow meant to split his head and, in the same heartbeat, saw Sonia coil up to strike from the side. He rolled away from the tail lash, barely escaping. The sisters worked together in a storm of hits, but none touched him. He moved faster than their eyes could follow. Marigold spat a purple ooze that hissed as it hit the ring, melting the stone a little. Goku frowned. Better not get hit with that, he thought as he continued to dance away. Sonia kept the pressure on, but Goku felt something shift. Marigold had slipped behind him, axe raised for another strike. Clever, but not clever enough, he thought. Marigold's blade came down, aimed to crush his skull, Goku braced. He had one chance. He slammed his fists into Sonia's jaw. She fell hard, body smashing the ground and making the arena shake. Rocks and dust flew into the air. Then, Goku twisted and grabbed the axe as it fell, bare hands catching a moving blade. Marigold's face hardened. Not many could stop a flying axe with their palms. They locked in a brutal tug of strength. Marigold shoved hard. Goku pushed back. He found the opening, wrapped his hands around the handle, and used the leverage. With a grunt, he heaved. Together, they flew across the ring. Marigold slammed into the far wall with a thunderous crash that sent stones and dust into the crowd. Spectators ducked and coughed to avoid the spray of debris. Goku alone stood steady in the center. He turned to Hancock and cracked his knuckles. "I guess I win, right?" he said, smiling. "Not yet," a voice hissed behind him. Marigold and Sonia's laughter curled from the dust. Two dark shapes moved within the cloud of rubble. As it cleared, Goku's stomach dropped. Sonia was tossing the stone statue like a game ball. Marguerite's frozen form tumbled end over end. "Stop! What are you doing?" Goku shouted. Sonia looked at the statue, then back at him, smiling like a creature that enjoyed breaking toys. "I'm going to crush her," she whispered. Fear hit Goku. If that statue shattered, Marguerite might be lost forever. He pleaded at Sonia. Then he shouted at Hancock. "This is between us. Leave her out of it." He began to move forward, ready to grab the statue, but worried his rush might shatter it. Then an idea crossed his face, bold and risky. "Go ahead, crush her. See if I mind," he said, voice casual. The crowd hushed, stunned by the sudden change from pleading to challenge. Sonia grinned and lifted the statue high above her head, ready to hurl it down. Her arms strained as she climbed to the highest reach she could manage. "Come on, a little higher," Goku thought. When the statue reached its highest arc, Goku dashed at lightning speed straight at Sonia's face. He shouted the move with all his focus. "Solar flare!" A blinding flash erupted, so bright it painted the whole arena white. Every eye snapped shut against the light, except Goku's. He moved in the blindness like a ghost, hands finding cold stone. He grabbed the statue and, with a single powerful kick, sent Marigold and Sonia tumbling to the ground. The crowd screamed and stumbled, blinded and confused. Dust and blinding light filled the arena as Goku held the statue tight, heart pounding, ready for what came next. Hancock gritted her teeth as the afterimage of the blinding light faded from her vision. She blinked hard, and when her sight cleared, she saw both sisters sprawled on the ground and only one man standing in the center of the ring. "What did you do?" Hancock snapped. Goku brushed dust from his clothes and shrugged, the statue cradled carefully on his shoulder. I just used an attack that blinds the opponent for a moment," he said plainly. Then, before anyone could react, he vanished and reappeared beside the throne, this time in front of Hancock and the unconscious Monkey D. Luffy. "Ah, big sister!" Sonia and Marigold cried out, panicked at the sight of the Saiyan so close to their leader. But instead of attacking, Goku set Marguerite's stone body gently down near the throne to keep her out of the crossfire. The simple, protective gesture seemed to confuse and anger them in equal measure. Goku crouched and laid a hand on the cold shoulder of Marguerite. He lowered his voice as if the statue might hear him. "I'll beat them and turn you back to normal. I promise. I don't know if you can hear me, but..." He paused, then rose and walked up the arena steps toward the sisters. Hancock huffed, annoyed. "Bah! You men are troublesome." Goku stopped, turned, and fixed the Empress with a steady look. "You just pissed me off," he said simply. The words hit Hancock with a strange weight. For a moment, she looked faint, as if the Saiyan's blunt honesty had stunned her. "Big sister!" Marigold and Sonia shouted as they leapt up, fury in their eyes. They rushed Goku, who vanished again, leaving only air where he'd stood. Blows met empty space. He reappeared behind them, arms folded, and spoke without moving. Whatever issue you have with me, leave my friends out of this. This is between you and me only." Hancock bristled. She hated being ordered, especially by a man she considered beneath her. Her face flamed with fury, but for reasons she could not explain, her cheeks also warmed in another way. She shook the feeling off and barked the command. "Sisters, finish him!" "Yes, big sister," the two hissed. They spread out and readied themselves. Marigold's body burst into roaring flames. Sandersonia's hair twined into living serpents, hair that hissed and snapped like steel. "This time, we go full power," Marigold warned. Goku looked at them, lips twitching into a grin. "I guess I'll go full power too," he said, then clenched his fists and tightened his jaw. Inside, he was holding back. He didn't want to kill, only to win. He let out a raw cry that rolled like thunder. "Ha!" Heat and pressure radiated from him, the island seeming to tremble as his body flickered with a red, blazing aura. He shouted the name of the technique as his chest burned. "Kaioken!" The sisters recoiled. "What devil power is this?" Marigold hissed, eyeing the red glow as if it were a new kind of fruit ability. Hancock snapped. "Enough! Take him down!" They lunged. Goku blurred, gone from sight, then reappeared behind Marigold, hands cupped at his side. She spun to face him. "Kob-mi-ha-mi," he began, the old rhythm finding his mouth even as the red aura danced about him. "No!" Marigold screamed. Goku roared, "Ha!" and thrust his cupped hands forward. A blue sphere of concentrated energy blasted from his palms, bright, pure, powerful, and struck Marigold square in the chest. The impact shoved her off balance and slammed her into Sandersonia. The collision set Sandersonia's hair serpents alight. "No! Sister Sonia!" Marigold cried as the two tumbled and skidded toward a yawning pit lined with spikes. The arena erupted in screams. Goku sprinted after them and blinked from point to point, moving faster than the eye could track. He vanished from sight and reappeared beneath their falling forms. Grabbing them both, he rode them like a catcher catching a falling player, floating them safely back to the arena floor. The crowd went silent, then roared as the sisters lay stunned but alive. As Sandersonia attempted to rise, a corner of her cloak slipped, exposing the pale, glassy Gorgon mark on her skin. A shriek ran through the stands. "The Gorgon Eye! If we see it, we will turn to stone." Terror spread like wildfire. Hancock sprang to her feet. "Everyone, get away! Hide your faces!" she cried, pointing to the gate and signaling an evacuation. The Kuja women fled in a panic. Before Sandersonia's exposed mark could cause disaster, Goku leapt and threw himself onto her back, pressing his hands and body against the spot to shield it from sight. "Don't move," he told her quietly. Marigold, frantic, rushed to help and straightened the cape back over the mark. Sandersonia sighed with relief and peered up at the Saiyan, who had risked everything to hide her shame. Why did you help us?" she asked, voice raw and wary. "We were your enemies." Goku paused. For a moment, he looked at Hancock, who stood with a trembling hand at her cheek, hurriedly wiping away tears she didn't want anyone to see. Goku's voice grew soft. "Whatever this is you hide from your people, it doesn't change what's right. Besides, I don't think either of us really wants this fight to keep going." He hovered there a beat longer, then flew toward Hancock. She saw him coming, tried to steel herself, then blinked as he landed near her. He folded his arms and asked, quietly, "Will you keep your side of the deal?" Hancock opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, a groggy voice broke through the quiet. "Huh? Oi, spiky-haired man, can you get me out of these?" Both turned. Luffy was finally awake, twisting against the ropes that bound him. Goku smiled faintly and glanced toward Hancock. She didn't even bother objecting this time. Her silence was permission enough. "By the way," Goku said as he walked over, his grin returning, "it's not spiky-haired man, it's Goku." With a gentle tug, the rope snapped like threads, falling uselessly to the ground. "Thanks, Goku," Luffy said cheerfully, jumping to his feet and extending a hand. Goku laughed and shook it firmly. Ahem. The deliberate sound from the throne drew both men's attention. Hancock sat upright, her expression unreadable. Luffy turned toward her first. So, will you turn her back to normal? She didn't do anything wrong. She just helped us. Hancock's eyes drifted closed. Never before had she truly considered obeying the request of a man. Even entertaining the thought made her chest tighten with unease. But then, an idea flickered in her mind. A test, a way to reveal their true nature. Slowly, a small, knowing smirk crept onto her lips. I do possess the ability to reverse the petrification, she said at last, voice smooth and deliberate. However, I will grant only one request between the two of you. Both Goku and Luffy blinked in confusion. You mentioned before that you needed transportation off this island, Hancock continued. Here is my proposition. I will either reverse what I have done to this woman, she gestured gracefully toward Marguerite's still stone form, or I will grant you safe passage off this island to wherever you wish to go. But, her voice sharpened, only one of you will leave this place. The words hung heavy in the air. Goku and Luffy stared, stunned. Wait! You can't do that! Luffy burst out, fists tightening at his sides. We both need a ship. You can't make us choose. But it wasn't just about the ship. What burned inside Luffy was the thought of having to leave someone behind. The Kuja Empress was forcing them to choose between each other, and that wasn't something Luffy could ever do. He never abandoned friends, no matter how short a time they'd known each other. Goku had already proven himself, and in Luffy's heart, that was enough. He was about to step forward and demand Hancock help both of them, when Goku quietly moved in front of him, one hand raised to stop him. Luffy, Goku said calmly, his tone serious for once. It's okay. I know how important it is for you to get back to your friends. But then you'll be stuck here, Luffy protested. It's fine, Goku replied, smiling gently. There's no point in arguing. You need to go more than I do, and we both know it. The two locked eyes, each trying to read the other, neither willing to back down. Seconds stretched into minutes. Then suddenly, both broke into laughter, loud and full of warmth. When the laughter faded, they turned toward Hancock, who watched silently, her arms folded. She was waiting for their answer. Then Luffy did something that stunned the entire stadium. He dropped to his knees and bowed low, pressing his forehead to the ground. I never abandoned my friends, he said firmly, his voice echoing through the silent arena. So please, turn her back. Goku followed, kneeling beside him with that same bright, unshakable grin. Yeah, the same goes for me. I'd rather be stranded here than choose myself over my friends. From the far stands, an elderly Kuja woman, Gloriosa, watched in silent awe. The sight before her was something she hadn't expected to see in her lifetime. To make such a decision without hesitation, she whispered, eyes narrowing thoughtfully, especially with strength like theirs. That boy, his haki alone could shake the heavens, and yet he bows his head so easily. She turned her gaze toward Hancock, noting the rare uncertainty flickering across the Empress's flawless face. What will you do now, Hancock? Gloriosa murmured. Hancock couldn't believe what she was hearing. Both men, complete strangers, were willing to remain stranded on her island just to save one woman. Her heart trembled for a moment, though she quickly masked it beneath her usual regal composure. With a wave of her hand, she reversed the petrification on the woman, restoring her to normal. The woman blinked rapidly, tears filling her eyes as she realized she was free. Hancock dismissed her gently from the arena, and as the woman stumbled away, both Goku and Luffy bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Empress Hancock, for bringing her back, Goku said warmly, his voice full of genuine sincerity. Luffy grinned, his straw hat tilting forward. Yeah, thanks a lot. You're really nice underneath all that serious stuff. Hancock's face flushed, though she turned away quickly, pretending not to hear him. Without another word, she walked toward the palace with her elegant stride, her long hair flowing behind her like a dark waterfall. Sandersonia, Marigold, she said firmly, not looking back. Escort them into the palace. Now. Of course, big sister, the two replied in unison. Goku and Luffy followed behind the sisters as the grand gates opened before them. Inside, the palace shimmered with gold and marble, its walls decorated with symbols of serpents and flowers. They were told to wait as Hancock disappeared into another chamber. While waiting, Marigold and Sandersonia whispered quietly to each other, glancing occasionally at the two outsiders. But Luffy, as usual, couldn't stay quiet for long. So you really beat both of them, huh? Luffy said, eyes wide with excitement. That's awesome. I wish I could have helped out. Goku laughed lightly, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, but don't worry about it. You were already banged up pretty bad. Even if you tried, I might have had to knock you out, just to keep you from getting hurt worse. Luffy blinked, then burst into laughter. You're crazy? Yeah, maybe, Goku said with his trademark goofy grin, and the two broke out laughing together, their cheerful energy filling the quiet hall. A few minutes later, Hancock's calm voice called from the next room. You may come in now. They stepped inside and froze. Hancock was standing with her back turned to them, her cloak lowered slightly, revealing a strange mark burned into her skin. The room grew tense. Goku's expression softened. He could feel the pain radiating from that symbol. Hey, he said gently. I've seen something like that before. Not exactly the same, but close. A fishman friend of mine had one kind of like it. Before Hancock could respond, a frail voice spoke from the doorway. If neither of you understand the weight that mark carries, then it's time you learned. Everyone turned. Standing there was a tiny, wrinkled woman, her small frame barely reaching Goku's waist. She leaned on what appeared to be a snake-shaped cane, and in her other hand, she held a rolled-up newspaper. She's even smaller than Krillin, Goku thought with mild surprise. Elder Neon, Marigold and Sandersonia exclaimed. Hancock frowned deeply. You again! How did you get in here? Neon ignored her question and turned her attention toward Luffy. You're Monkey D. Luffy, correct? Luffy scratched his head. Yeah, that's me. How'd you know? The old woman smirked. It would be impossible not to recognize the boy who struck down a world noble. Gasps filled the room. Hancock and her sisters froze in disbelief. A world noble? Hancock shouted. Goku blinked in confusion. Who's a world noble? All eyes turned toward him. You don't know who they are? Nyan asked sharply, raising an eyebrow. Goku chuckled nervously, scratching his head again. Guess not. The elder sighed. Looks like you've got a lot of explaining to do, boy. Yeah, but first, Goku said curiously. Can someone explain who these world nobles are? And are they strong? Nyan's eyes narrowed. They are not strong in the way you think. The world nobles are descendants of those who created this world's order. They believe themselves gods among men, holding more power than any kingdom or army. They enslave whoever they please, humans, pirates, fishmen, even mermaids. Goku's fists clenched tightly, his aura flaring slightly with anger. People like that, they should pay for what they've done to those slaves. His tone shifted suddenly to excitement. But maybe I could fight them too, just to see how strong they really are. Hancock's eyes widened. You? Fight them all? You could barely handle Marigold and Sandersonia when you were at full power. Goku grinned sheepishly. Well, you see? 15%? Everyone shouted at once. Marigold's eyes bulged. You mean you were fighting us at only 15% of your strength? Yeah, Goku admitted. I thought if I used too much power, I might accidentally destroy the island. The three sisters and the old Kuja elder exchanged stunned looks. How could someone possess such power and yet carry such a kind, gentle heart? Goku, the old woman said finally. You promised to explain yourself. Goku nodded, stretching his arms behind his head. Right. Better take a seat, it's a long story. For the next few hours, Goku spoke. He told them about his world, a planet called Earth. He explained how he belonged to a warrior race known as the Saiyans, how he was raised by humans, and how his life became an endless adventure to protect others. He told them of his battles against Frieza, Cell, Bojack, and Majin Buu, each fight pushing him beyond his limits. He spoke of friends, rivals, and the power of the Dragon Balls, 7 mystical orbs that could grant any wish. Finally, he explained how he'd been celebrating after defeating Buu when something went wrong, and he was accidentally wished into this world, the world of pirates. And that's how I ended up here, Goku finished, rubbing his neck awkwardly. I know it sounds kinda crazy. To his surprise, none of them laughed. The 3 sisters and Elder Neon hung on to every word, asking questions about his battles and the worlds beyond their own. Only Luffy had dozed off halfway through the story, snoring softly after Goku mentioned something called the Ginyu Force. When Goku finished, Elder Neon nodded. Surprisingly, that's not the strangest tale I've ever heard. Hancock stood, regaining her regal composure. Then we shall conclude story time for today. Luffy, she said, turning toward the rubber boy, your ship will be ready by tomorrow morning. Until then, you're free to rest in the palace. A feast is being prepared as we speak, and you're welcome to join. Before she could even finish, both Goku and Luffy had vanished in a blur, sprinting toward the banquet hall. Goku reappeared at the doorway, turning back with his trademark smile. Thank you, from both me and Luffy. He saluted her with 2 fingers to his forehead, grinning before dashing off again. Hancock couldn't help it. She stifled a giggle, a faint blush crossing her face as she whispered to herself, what strange, infuriating, and wonderful men. The feast lasted for hours, laughter and music echoing through the grand halls of Amazon Lily. The Kuja villagers filled the banquet room, their curious eyes locked on the 2 outsiders who had stirred so much commotion that day. The air smelled of roasted meat, sweet fruits, and freshly baked bread, while tables overflowed with food fit for an army. Hey Goku, want to have an eating contest? Luffy grinned, already stuffing his face with a giant piece of meat. I've never lost once. Goku smirked and cracked his knuckles playfully. Oh yeah? Same here. All right then, let's go. And just like that, the battle began. Plates clattered, food vanished, and the crowd gasped in awe. The 2 warriors ate like monsters unleashed, devouring dish after dish with impossible speed. Goku's focus was unwavering, his chopsticks moving faster than the human eye could follow, while Luffy's rubbery arms stretched across the table to grab everything within reach. Minutes passed. When the dust settled, the outcome was clear. Son Goku stood victorious, surrounded by a mountain of empty plates, 85 in total. Luffy sat slumped beside him, his own stack of 62 dishes barely matching up. How can you eat so much? Luffy groaned, stars spinning in his eyes. Goku chuckled, wiping his mouth with a napkin. I could ask the same thing about you, but I guess it's 'cause my metabolism's crazy fast. It helps me refuel my energy. Luffy blinked, then laughed. I just always feel hungry. Both burst into laughter, their carefree voices echoing across the hall. The Kuja villagers watched in astonishment, whispering among themselves. It was the first time they'd seen outsiders so relaxed, so genuine. As the night wound down, the feast came to an end. One by one, the villagers began returning to their homes. Luffy eventually collapsed on his back, fast asleep, his stomach bulging like a balloon. Goku, still wide awake, floated out through a nearby window to get some fresh air. The cool night breeze brushed against his face as he rose high above the island. He stopped by the cliffs overlooking the palace, the same place where all of this had started. From that height, the world looked calm, almost peaceful. Yet, Goku's heart was heavy. The memory of Hancock and her sister's suffering burned deep in his chest. He couldn't believe that such cruelty, the enslavement of innocent people by those called celestial dragons, still existed. No one should ever have to live like that, Goku thought bitterly, his aura flickering faintly around him. The Saiyan spirit stirred within him, fierce and unyielding. He had found his purpose in this world now, not just to explore, but to make a difference. He already had plans forming in his mind. He would visit these so-called world nobles one day. He wanted to look into the eyes of those who called themselves gods and show them the power of someone who fights for others. For now, though, Goku would stay with Luffy. His friend's journey to reunite with his crew and to rescue his brother, Portgas D. Ace, felt like the right path to follow. And fate, it seemed, was guiding them toward the same place where the world nobles ruled. Exhausted, Goku glided down into the jungle, finding a sturdy tree to rest on. As he lay across the wide branch, gazing at the moon above, memories of his childhood flashed through his mind, nights spent in trees just like this one. Within moments, the gentle rhythm of the forest lulled him to sleep. Meanwhile, Boa Hancock paced the palace halls, her thoughts restless. The day's events and Elder Neon's words echoed in her mind. Luffy's plea to help him rescue his brother had struck something deep within her heart. She remembered the way he'd begged, not out of pride, but desperation. His eyes carried a fierce, selfless determination that reminded her of something long buried within herself. And then there was Goku, the other man, his kindness, his power, the way he looked at her without fear or judgment. Hancock stopped walking, her hand pressed to her chest as an unfamiliar warmth rose inside her. Was my hesitation because he wasn't there when Luffy made his plea? She whispered. The thought startled her so much she nearly dropped her crown. No, that's absurd! She shook her head, flustered. Why would his opinion matter to me? I barely even know him. But despite her denial, the thought refused to fade. Preposterous, she muttered, turning toward her chambers. Her silk robe swayed with each step, and she sighed deeply. Perhaps sleep will bring the answers I seek. The next morning, sunlight spilled across the island, warm and golden. Goku flew back to the palace, landing just outside Hancock's chambers. Inside, he found Luffy and Elder Nyan in quiet discussion. Hey, what's going on? Goku asked, rubbing his eyes. Elder Nyan looked up from her seat. We're awaiting the Empress's decision, she explained. Whether she will help Luffy rescue his brother, Portgas D. Ace, and join the other Shichibukai in the coming war against Whitebeard. The Marines intend to execute Ace soon. Time is running out. Goku turned to Luffy, who sat silently, his hat shading his downcast face. The usually cheerful pirate looked broken, his shoulders tense with worry. Those foolish Marines, Elder Nyan muttered bitterly. To provoke Whitebeard, of all people. Neither side will escape without bloodshed. What were they thinking? I'd wager there wasn't much thought involved at all, came Hancock's voice, calm and clear, from behind Goku. Everyone turned. She stood in the doorway, elegant as ever, though her gaze faltered when it met Goku's. For a moment, her confidence wavered, her heart skipping without reason. Hancock! Luffy exclaimed, jumping to his feet. So, are you going to help me get my brother back from Impel Down? The Empress hesitated. She had spent the entire night reflecting, but still couldn't find her answer. Her lips parted, but before she could speak, Goku stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Luffy's shoulder. Listen, Goku said softly, his eyes locking onto Hancock's. His voice carried warmth, strength, and a strange sincerity that seemed to reach past her defenses. I know it's a big favor, but please, help Luffy. For a heartbeat, the room was silent. Hancock found herself frozen under his gaze, her heart fluttering. His eyes, dark, deep, unyielding, seemed to pierce right through her armor of pride. Her legs felt weak. Elder Nyan sighed quietly. If only it were that easy, she thought. Convincing Hancock to do anything she didn't want to do was a challenge few could ever win. I've been trying to make her respond to the government's call for months, Nyan added aloud, her tone weary. They've already summoned her to Marineford, even sent a vice captain to escort her. But she keeps refusing. She knows the risk she's putting her country in, yet she still turns them down. A faint blush swept across Boa Hancock's flawless face, her usual regal composure softening into something almost tender. The glow of the morning sun caught the curve of her cheeks, making her beauty even more breathtaking, if such a thing were possible. Her heart raced, but she steadied her breath before speaking, her voice smooth, yet trembling slightly. "If that is what you truly wish," she said, looking at Goku and then at Luffy, "then I shall go wherever you desire." The room went silent. Marigold and Sandersonia stared wide-eyed, their jaws nearly touching the floor. Even Elder Neon's mouth hung open, her wrinkled hands tightening around her snake staff in disbelief. Their mighty empress, the proud, untouchable Boa Hancock, was acting like a love-struck girl. Luffy jumped in excitement, his joy echoing through the chamber. "All right, we're gonna save my brother," he shouted, punching the air with both fists. His laughter filled the palace like music. Goku grinned brightly and stepped forward, his aura of warmth and sincerity drawing Hancock's gaze once more. He extended his hand toward her, and she hesitated only for a second before allowing him to clasp it. "Thank you so much," Goku said earnestly, shaking her hand with genuine gratitude. "It really means a lot, to Luffy and to me." The moment his hand touched hers, Hancock's composure shattered. Her heart thundered in her chest, her face turning crimson as her body froze under his grip. She felt heat rush through her entire being, the same warmth she hadn't felt in years, perhaps ever. When he released her hand, she quickly turned away, trying to hide her deepening blush, but her sisters caught every bit of it. Goku joined Luffy in his celebration, both shouting and laughing together like brothers reunited after victory. The sight of their unfiltered joy lit up the room. Elder Neon, however, was still watching the Empress closely. Her old, wise eyes narrowed as she studied Hancock's every movement, the way her fingers toyed nervously with the hem of her robe, the way she stole shy glances at Goku when she thought no one was looking, the soft, almost dreamy expression on her face. This isn't like her at all, Neon thought, raising a brow. What could have possibly caused such a change? Then it struck her. The realization hit the elder like a bolt of lightning. Her grip tightened on her staff, and she gasped softly. "Of course," she muttered to herself. "Hancock is suffering from lovesickness." It was the only explanation. The signs were all there, the flushed cheeks, the nervous gestures, the emotional vulnerability. If her diagnosis was right, Boa Hancock had fallen in love with that orange-clad stranger from another world. Neon's eyes darkened with worry. If left unchecked, this condition could consume Hancock entirely. The disease of the heart was one no medicine could cure. Unless Goku returned her feelings, the Empress's power, and possibly her life, could fade just as her predecessors had. The elder sighed heavily, her old bones creaking as she leaned on her staff. "I'll have to speak with her before she leaves," she thought grimly. At least this time, her lovesick decision benefits Amazon Lily. Indeed, by helping Luffy, Hancock would have to answer the Marine's call to the Shichibukai, maintaining her position and protecting her island from government retaliation. It was a convenient turn of fate, but a dangerous one for her heart. Neon's gaze drifted to Goku, who was now laughing beside Luffy, his energy filling the room with light. "I don't know how you did it," she murmured quietly, "but somehow, you found a way into her heart." Her eyes softened for a moment, a rare spark of hope flickering within them. That part of her, I thought it was gone forever, buried under pain and pride. She exhaled slowly, her tone turning solemn. "For our Empress's sake, and for our nation's future, I pray you're not the kind of man who would ever take advantage of that." And with that silent wish, the old Kuja elder turned away, leaving behind a scene she never thought she'd witness. Boa Hancock, the proud snake empress, smiling shyly because of a man named Son Goku. Hours slipped away as the plan slowly came together. a plan daring enough to break into Impel Down, the most feared prison across the seas. Every step had to be precise. They couldn't afford even the slightest suspicion falling upon Hancock or the Kuja warriors. The risk was enormous. If anyone found out that the Pirate Empress was helping Monkey D. Luffy, it could spell disaster for Amazon Lily. After long hours of discussion, Hancock finally found a way. She convinced the Vice Admiral assigned to escort her to Marineford to make a short detour to Impel Down. Of course, he didn't realize that her real intention was to smuggle Luffy aboard the marine ship. Luffy's small size compared to Hancock's was their only advantage. Hidden carefully beneath the folds of her long, royal cloak, the Straw Hat Captain would remain unseen. Hancock had protested the idea at first, her pride warring with her concern. But in the end, she accepted. It was the only way to ensure Luffy's safety. But the biggest challenge wasn't hiding Luffy, it was Goku. There was simply no way to smuggle the powerful Saiyan aboard the ship without drawing attention. Hancock had suggested that Goku remain on Amazon Lily until the mission to rescue Ace was over. Yet, Goku shook his head, his expression firm. "I can't, Hancock," he said, his tone resolute. "I can't just sit here and let you all go into danger without me. From what you told me, that prison is crawling with some of the worst and most dangerous people alive. And then, you've got the Marines to worry about too." He clenched his fist, looking down for a moment before meeting their eyes again. "No way. I'm coming with you. You'll need me." There was no arguing with him. The look in Goku's eyes burned with the same fiery determination that had carried him through countless battles. "Then it's settled," said Elder Nyan, nodding. "In a few days, the Marines will arrive to escort Hancock to Marineford. That's our window. We'll have everything prepared by then to help Luffy reach Impel Down and save his brother. Until that time..." She turned toward Hancock, Luffy, and Goku with a small grin. "You three shouldn't worry. Just relax and enjoy yourselves. Marigold, Sandersonia, and I will handle the preparations." "Eh? Why us?" protested Marigold and Sandersonia in unison, only to freeze when Neon shot them a glare that could have pierced steel. Luffy laughed, stretching his arms behind his head. "Thanks, old lady. You're the best." Then, with his usual grin, he turned toward Goku. "Come on, let's go do something fun." "Yeah, sure," Goku said cheerfully, about to take off when he suddenly turned back to Hancock. "You want to come with us, Hancock?" The question hit her like a thunderbolt. Me? You want me to come?" Her imagination instantly spiraled away into one of her romantic fantasies. In her mind's eye, Goku led her through a field of roses, the sunset glowing behind him. He knelt, holding out a bouquet. "These roses," he said with a charming grin, "are beautiful, but not nearly as beautiful as you." Her heart fluttered as he took her hands. "I want to stay here with you forever," he whispered. "Oh, Goku." She sighed dreamily, tears welling up. And then, "Right, the more the merrier." Goku's cheerful voice snapped her back to reality. Her eyes widened in horror as she realized it wasn't just the two of them. Luffy, of course, was coming too. Still, she forced a smile, her cheeks glowing red. Yes, of course. The more the merrier," she murmured, trying to keep her composure. "At least I get to spend time with him," she thought dreamily, her face now a deep crimson. Hancock?" Goku asked, tilting his head. "Your face looks kinda red, like a tomato. You sure you're okay?" No, I'm fine, perfectly fine," she said quickly, laughing nervously. Goku shrugged. "All right then. Let's go explore." The three of them spent the entire day wandering through the vibrant villages of Amazon Lily. Goku marveled at the colorful marketplaces and architecture. Luffy devoured anything edible within arm's reach, and Hancock tried her best not to swoon every time Goku smiled. As evening fell, they attended a local play, a grand reenactment of Hancock and her sister's daring escape from the celestial dragons. But before the performance even began, Luffy had already passed out, snoring loudly beside them. That left Goku and Hancock sitting side by side, watching the stage lights flicker across the performers. Though the room was filled with people, Hancock felt as if it were only the two of them there. The thought made her heart race. When the play ended, Goku stretched and yawned. "Man, that was pretty good," he said with a tired grin. "But I'm beat. I think I'll head back to the palace and take Luffy with me. You want to come too?" "But Goku," Hancock said gently, "you're tired. Flying back in that state could be dangerous." He smiled at her reassuringly, his eyes half-lidded with exhaustion. "Don't worry, I wasn't planning to fly." She blinked in confusion. "Then how?" "Do you trust me?" he asked, his voice soft but confident. Hancock nodded without hesitation. "Good. Then hold on to my shoulder and don't let go." He lifted the sleeping Luffy effortlessly onto his back, then placed 2 fingers to his forehead. His expression turned focused, calm, like still water before a storm. "Wait, what are you—" Hancock began, but her words cut off in a flash of blinding light. In an instant, the 3 of them vanished. The next moment, they reappeared inside the palace. Sandersonia, Marigold, and Neon screamed in shock, nearly leaping out of their skins as Goku, Hancock, and a snoring Luffy materialized from thin air. Hancock stood frozen, her eyes wide, mouth slightly open. What she had just witnessed defied every law of nature she knew. One moment they had been in the village, and in the blink of an eye, they were here. When she finally found her voice, she stammered, How? How did you do that, Goku?" Goku rubbed the back of his head with that familiar sheepish grin. "Oh, that. It's a little technique I use. Lets me move instantly to any place I can sense ki energy from. If there's no energy to lock onto, though, it's useless." He gave a casual wave of his hand, then added cheerfully, "But you can just call it instant transmission." He smiled wide and gave her a thumbs up like it was no big deal. Hancock, Neon, and her sisters could only stare at him, completely speechless. "Well," Goku said, yawning, "I think that's enough excitement for one night. Come on, Luffy, let's get some rest. Big day tomorrow." He gently lifted the still sleeping Luffy and walked off toward their quarters, leaving 3 stunned sisters and 1 love-struck empress in his wake. When dawn painted the sky with gold, Goku was already awake. The early light shimmered off his orange gi as he stepped into the arena to train. Moments later, the peaceful silence of Amazon Lily was shattered. Boom! Shockwaves rolled across the island. Massive tremors echoed from the palace grounds, rattling every window and shaking the trees. "What's going on?" the villagers cried as they ran toward the noise. Hancock, Neon, Marigold, Sandersonia, and even a sleepy Luffy raced toward the source, only to stop dead in their tracks. It was Goku, and he was the cause of it all. The Saiyan warrior stood in the center of the arena, his muscles tightening, energy radiating in shimmering waves around him. He cupped his hands to his side, blue light flickering between his palms. Everyone gasped. Is he going to use that attack again?" whispered Sandersonia. The air trembled. Goku's voice boomed through the arena. "Kamehame! Ha!" A massive wave of bright blue energy roared forward, splitting the air like a thunderclap. But instead of dodging, Goku vanished, disappearing from sight, only to reappear right in front of his own attack. "Watch out!" Hancock screamed. "Goku, move!" cried Luffy and Neon together. But Goku didn't move. He stood his ground, bracing himself as the enormous beam hurtled toward him. The ground cracked beneath his feet. When the attack collided with his hands, the entire island shook violently. Energy rippled out in every direction. He gritted his teeth, muscles straining, boots digging into the stone floor as he fought to hold the attack back. Everyone watched in disbelief. The raw power was unlike anything they had ever seen. "Is he smiling?" Marigold said, astonished. Indeed, Goku was grinning. Even as his body trembled and his arms burned from the strain, a wide, fearless smile spread across his face. Ow! With a final roar, Goku pushed the energy together between his palms. The light condensed into a single, blinding sphere, before detonating in a tremendous explosion that engulfed him completely. The world turned white. When the smoke cleared, flames licked across the shattered arena floor. "Goku!" Hancock screamed, her voice trembling. She tried to rush forward, but Marigold and Sandersonia grabbed her arms, holding her back. "No, it's too dangerous!" Sandersonia shouted. Tears welled up in Hancock's eyes as she struggled against them. "Let me go! He's in there!" The fire hissed and faded into a cloud of thick black smoke. The Empress fell to her knees, her strength fading with her hope. "Goku," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Hancock!" her sisters cried as they caught her before she collapsed completely. Then, a flash of golden light pierced through the smoke. Everyone froze, shielding their eyes as the brightness intensified. The wind shifted and the smoke finally cleared. Standing in the middle of the ruined arena was not the same man they had seen moments ago. His hair had turned bright gold, spiking upward like a flame. His eyes glowed an intense teal, and a fiery golden aura swirled around him, crackling with energy. His GI was torn in places, but his body was unscathed. The air itself seemed to bend around his power. Hancock and Luffy stepped closer, hearts pounding. "Goku?" Hancock said softly. The golden-haired warrior slowly lifted his head, his expression calm but fierce. Then, seeing their faces, he broke into a familiar grin. "Goku!" They both shouted with relief and joy. The crowd erupted in cheers. Hancock sprinted toward him, her long hair flowing behind her, her eyes shining with tears and happiness. She leapt into his arms, hugging him tightly. "Oh, Goku! I thought we lost you," she cried, squeezing him so hard that even he was surprised by her strength. Goku laughed lightly, smiling down at her. "Heh, don't worry. It'll take more than my own attack to finish me off," he said proudly. Hancock clung to him even tighter, unwilling to let go. Hancock," Goku said awkwardly, his voice slightly strained. "You're kinda crushing my arms." Her eyes widened in realization, and she immediately let go, her face burning bright red. She quickly covered her cheeks with her hands, trying to hide her embarrassment, but her trembling smile gave her away. Goku just grinned at her, completely clueless to what had been going through her head moments before. And in that moment, as the golden light shimmered around him, everyone there knew they were witnessing something truly extraordinary. The golden aura faded from Goku's body as his hair returned to its usual jet black color, the calm after the storm. His breathing slowed, and he looked around at what was once a proud arena, now reduced to rubble and dust. "Wow," he chuckled, rubbing the back of his head with a grin. "I was only using about 30% of my power, and I did this?" Everyone froze. Luffy, Hancock, Neon, and the Kuja sisters stared at him with wide eyes and slack jaws. You mean to tell me," Sandersonia stammered, "that when you shot that Kamehameha wave at yourself, you were only using 30%? "Yup," Goku replied casually, flashing his trademark grin and a thumbs up. The group could barely believe what they were hearing. Even Hancock, who'd seen his strength up close, was stunned by how effortlessly he spoke of such incredible power. Neon stepped forward, her eyes narrowing with curiosity. "Goku, exactly how much power do you possess?" Goku tilted his head, gazing up toward the bright sky as if searching for the right answer among the clouds. That's kinda hard to say," he admitted, scratching his head. "See, my power changes depending on how I transform. But," his smile returned, "I guess I can give you all a little demonstration." The sisters exchanged nervous glances. "A demonstration?" Marigold asked, already sensing this might shake the island again. "Yup, just make sure you all move back," Goku said, his tone light but serious. "I don't want anyone getting hurt by flying debris." Without hesitation, the crowd of Kuja warriors, along with Hancock, Luffy, and the others, hurried to the stands for safety. The air grew heavy with anticipation. Goku took a deep breath, his hands tightening into fists by his sides, All right, let's do this. A sudden flash of golden light burst around him, and the wind howled across the arena. The ground cracked beneath his feet as his hair spiked upward and shimmered to gold. His eyes turned a fierce teal green, and his aura flared into a roaring golden flame. The women gasped. Even Luffy was wide-eyed, his straw hat trembling from the pressure. This, Goku said, his voice echoing through the field, is a legendary transformation that only a few of my people, the Saiyans, have achieved. It multiplies our battle power many times over. He looked down at his glowing fists with a confident smirk. I call it Super Saiyan. The crowd was mesmerized, the golden glow reflecting in their awestruck eyes. But Goku wasn't done. He looked up again and grinned. But I'm not finished yet. As his energy flared, the air vibrated. Pebbles floated, and faint bolts of lightning began dancing across his aura. His golden flame grew hotter, wilder. The ground trembled again. The audience gasped as the electric surges wrapped around his body. His hair crackled with light, and his muscles tensed like coiled steel. This form, Goku explained over the thunderous energy, is one that has ascended past a Super Saiyan. His grin widened. You can just call this Super Saiyan 2. Lightning snapped through the air as he stood tall, electricity crawling over his body like living veins of energy. Luffy tilted his head, blinking. It looks the same to me, he muttered, scratching the back of his neck. No one answered. Everyone was too stunned, except Goku, who chuckled at Luffy's confusion. Don't worry, he said. It gets even better. Then his expression changed. His smile faded into a look of deep concentration. His teeth clenched. The veins in his arms bulged as his aura flared higher and brighter. And this, Goku said, his voice trembling under the strain, is to go even further, beyond. The ground exploded beneath him as his energy skyrocketed. Oh! His roar echoed across the island, shaking the very skies. Rocks levitated and disintegrated. Lightning tore across the heavens. The seas surrounding Amazon. Lily churned violently, sending massive waves crashing against the cliffs. Ah! Ah! Goku floated off the ground, his muscles straining, his aura spiraling out of control like a golden hurricane. His hair began to grow, longer and longer, whipping in the gale of his own power. The very air seemed to burn around him. The shockwaves were so strong that everyone in the stands could barely stay on their feet. Trees snapped in half. The palace walls cracked. The entire island quaked as if the gods themselves had descended. The Kuja warriors screamed and covered their faces as debris flew past them, but Hancock and Luffy refused to look away. They stood firm, eyes wide with awe and disbelief, watching the Saiyan warrior before them defy all limits. The sky turned gold, the seas raged, and in the heart of it all, Goku continued to roar, his power still rising, as if he was about to shatter the world itself. The earth trembled like a living beast under Goku's power. Buildings cracked and split apart, sliding off their foundations, as the island itself began to quake. Massive slabs of stone crumbled and tumbled toward the sea below. At this rate, Goku's gonna destroy the island, Marigold screamed, ducking as a boulder crashed beside her. Everyone, to higher ground, Hancock ordered, her voice cutting through the chaos. She pointed toward the palace towering above them. Head for the palace, now. The Kuja warriors obeyed instantly. The stands and walls of the stadium were collapsing, the stones splintering like dry wood. Within moments, everyone had retreated to the palace cliffs, where they could safely watch the storm of energy that raged around the Saiyan warrior. Below them, the once proud arena was now a wasteland of shattered rock and smoke. The only thing left standing was the patch of stone where Goku hovered, surrounded by a blinding golden aura. Does he have no end to his power? Sandersonia shouted, shielding her face from the fierce wind. Ow! Goku roared again, his voice echoing like thunder. The golden light around him condensed into a brilliant sphere, trembling with raw energy. His muscles bulged, veins pulsing across his face as he strained to control it. His hair was now visibly lengthening, growing wilder, reaching down his back as sparks of lightning ripped through the air. The world itself seemed to quake in answer to his fury. "It feels like the whole island's coming apart," Elder Neon shouted, clutching her cane as the palace trembled beneath her feet. "If he doesn't stop soon, he'll turn Amazon Lily into dust," Marigold cried, torn between awe and terror. Hancock stood beside Luffy, both of them staring in stunned silence. Neither could tear their eyes away. Then, with one final earth-shattering scream, the golden sphere around Goku exploded. A blinding shockwave ripped through the island, sending everyone flying back. The wind howled, the sky lit up like the sun itself had burst open, and for a moment, everything vanished in pure light. When the dust finally began to settle, Hancock groaned and blinked her eyes open. Her vision cleared, and what she saw left her completely breathless. High above the ruins floated Goku, transformed once again. But this time, something was different. His body glowed with a divine brilliance. His hair had grown long, wild, and golden, flowing down past his waist. His eyebrows had vanished, giving his face a fierce, primal intensity. The air around him shimmered with power, his aura crackling like living lightning. His physique had filled out, his muscles sculpted and refined, standing tall at 6'3", the same height as Hancock herself. Every Kuja warrior stood in silent awe, mouths open, hearts pounding. Then Goku finally spoke, his voice calm but commanding. "Huh, and this," he said, lowering his hands as his golden aura flared, "is my full power. A Saiyan who has ascended beyond the limits of a Super Saiyan. You can call this Super Saiyan 3. The energy faded slightly as he descended, his boots landing hard on what little remained of the arena. But as soon as he touched down, he dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. "Goku!" Hancock shouted, panic flooding her voice. She sprinted down the palace steps and leapt gracefully into the ruined arena, rushing toward him. But before she could reach him, he held up his hand, stopping her. "Huff, Huff, I'm okay," he said between breaths. "Just takes a lot out of me, that's all." After a few moments, his golden hair flickered, shrinking back as he reverted to his Super Saiyan form. He stood up on his own, brushing the dust from his GI. "Don't worry, Hancock." "I'm fine," he smiled reassuringly. Hancock exhaled, clutching her chest with relief. It took longer than usual for that transformation," Goku muttered to himself, flexing his hand as he studied his palm. Then, "That was awesome!" Luffy came running down the hill, his eyes shining like stars. "You look so cool, Goku. Your hair was all long and glowing and stuff." Goku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "Heh, thanks, Luffy." Before he could say another word, Hancock threw her arms around him again. "I'm just glad you're safe," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion as she pressed herself close. For a moment, she wished time would stop right there. Goku smiled softly, wrapping his arms around her in return. "And I'm glad you're okay too, Hancock." Their eyes met, and Hancock felt her heart flutter wildly. A warm, dizzying feeling rushed through her entire body. Her cheeks flushed crimson as her legs nearly gave way beneath her. "Goku, you grew taller," Luffy said suddenly, tilting his head. "Does your transformation do that too?" Hancock's eye twitched. "Not now, Luffy." Goku blinked in surprise, glancing down at himself. "Huh, guess so. That never happened back on my world. Must be something about the lower gravity here." While Goku pondered the science, Hancock was shooting Luffy a glare sharp enough to pierce steel. When Goku finally turned around, he saw the damage: craters, shattered stone, and trees torn apart for miles. He sighed, lowering his head. Then, in a gesture that caught everyone off guard, he turned toward Hancock and bowed deeply. "I'm so sorry for the destruction I caused to your island," he said sincerely. "Please, forgive me." Hancock blinked, then smiled warmly. "It's fine, Goku. My people can rebuild this easily. Isn't that right, everyone?" At her words, the Kuja warriors immediately fell to their knees, hearts in their eyes. "Of course, Empress Hancock," they cried, swooning as they rushed to work. Within hours, the entire arena had been rebuilt, standing tall and polished as if nothing had happened. As the sun began to dip low on the horizon, Goku stood once again in the newly restored arena, his aura shimmering faintly in his golden form. "Hancock, Luffy," he called out, "I'm going to train for a bit. I'll be back in a few hours." "Wait!" Luffy came sprinting down the steps, arms flailing. He tried to stop, but couldn't slow down in time, crashing straight into Goku. The two of them went flying and landed face first on the arena floor with a loud thud. "Ugh!" Goku groaned, sitting up. "You okay, Luffy?" "Yeah," Luffy wheezed, rubbing his head. "I'm fine." Goku chuckled. "So, what's up?" "I want to train with you," Luffy said with a grin. "I've got to get stronger before we head to Impel Down." Before Goku could answer, a soft but firm voice came from behind them. "And I would like to join you as well." Both men turned to see Hancock standing there, her long hair flowing in the wind, determination gleaming in her eyes. "Hancock?" Goku asked. "You sure?" "I'm going all out this time in my Super Saiyan form. I wouldn't want to hurt either of you." "You have to let us train with you," Luffy shouted, fists clenched. "You'd be the perfect opponent to test ourselves against." Goku scratched his chin thoughtfully. Well. Then he smiled, his golden aura flickering brighter. "All right then. I'll train both of you, but we do it my way. Understood?" Both Luffy and Hancock nodded in unison, fire burning in their eyes. Word of the spectacle spread like wildfire across Amazon Lily. Within minutes, the Kuja villagers abandoned their chores, rushing back toward the newly rebuilt stadium. Their hearts raced with excitement. Their beloved Empress was training against Goku. By the time they arrived, the rumor had proven true. Down in the arena, Hancock stood face to face with the golden-haired Saiyan, and Luffy was stretching beside them, grinning from ear to ear. From the stands, the villagers watched in awe. This wasn't just a fight, it was a clash between living legends. "All right," Goku said, tightening the knot of his orange gi as the air around him shimmered with faint golden energy. "We'll keep this as a sparring lesson, not an all-out fight." "Oh," Luffy groaned, his shoulders slumping. "I thought we were gonna really fight." Goku chuckled. "We are, Luffy. Well, mostly you two. You'll both fight me at the same time." He smiled, that same easy confidence radiating from him. "I'll stay in my Super Saiyan form. Might be overkill, but we'll see how it goes." He turned serious for a moment. "Your goal is simple. Knock me to the ground. Mine's the same. But don't expect this to be easy. To make it fair, I'll limit my power to just 1%. 1%? Hancock repeated softly, her eyes widening. Even holding back that much, the sheer pressure of his aura was breathtaking. Goku smirked, dropping into a perfect fighting stance. "All right then, begin." In an instant, Hancock and Luffy burst forward like lightning. The air cracked as their fists and kicks blurred through the arena. Luffy's rubbery arms stretched out with wild speed, while Hancock spun gracefully, launching a flurry of high-speed kicks aimed at Goku's head. But Goku didn't move. His calm eyes tracked every strike, his hands shifting with impossible precision. He ducked, sidestepped, and parried, each movement effortless. Every time a fist came close, it missed by a hair's breadth. Luffy growled in frustration. "Hold still, Goku." "You'll have to make me," Goku grinned. Hancock darted in from the side, her movements sharp and elegant, striking with enough force to shatter stone. Together, she and Luffy drove Goku back toward a wall, pressing him with constant attacks. "Almost got him," Luffy yelled. But Goku suddenly leapt high over both of them, spinning through the air like a golden comet. He landed behind them, the ground cracking beneath his boots. Before they could react, Goku lightly tapped Luffy with a short roundhouse kick, To Luffy, it felt like being hit by a cannonball. What? Luffy was launched clear across the arena, slamming into the rubble in a burst of dust. Goku smirked. That's one down. He turned just in time to meet Hancock's next kick. This time, instead of dodging, he raised his hands and began blocking each strike, sparks of golden light flashing between them. Impressive, Goku said, smiling as he deflected another kick. Your strength's already improving, Hancock. You're faster than before, stronger too. The compliment made her heart flutter, but she didn't lose focus. She swung again, her foot aiming straight for his head. But Goku caught both her wrists mid-motion, holding them firmly but gently. To have the best defense, he said with a teasing grin, stepping closer. You need to master your defense. His voice and proximity made Hancock's face turn scarlet. She froze for just a second, just long enough for Goku to hook his leg behind hers and sweep her off her feet. Ah! She gasped as she fell backward, only for Goku to catch her smoothly before she hit the ground. He smiled down at her. Looks like I win again, huh? Hancock sighed in mock defeat, though a small, flustered smile tugged at her lips. Yeah, I guess you did. Just like always. Before Goku could respond, a loud explosion of rubble caught their attention. Time for my real power! Goku turned to see Luffy standing in the dust cloud, his body steaming, his skin glowing faintly pink. His eyes were sharp with determination. Second gear! He vanished in a blur, charging at Goku faster than the eye could follow. Goku blinked, still holding Hancock in his arms. This might take a minute, he said lightly, then flexed his arm muscles and tossed Hancock high into the sky with a single, effortless motion. Wah! Hancock screamed, flailing as she shot upward. Down below, Goku's eyes lit with excitement as he faced Luffy head on. All right then, show me your true power. Their fists collided, once, twice, a dozen times in the blink of an eye. The impact from each blow cracked the arena floor, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Ha! Looks like I'm finally landing hits! Luffy shouted, panting between strikes. Goku chuckled, blocking every punch with one hand. Huh, are you sure about that? Suddenly, his form blurred. What? Luffy's eyes widened. Goku's image flickered and vanished completely. After image technique, came Goku's voice from behind him. Before Luffy could react, Goku chopped the back of his neck, not enough to knock him out, but enough to make him freeze and fall limp. Nice try, Luffy, Goku said, catching him by the shirt before he hit the ground. Your power jumped up a lot. Keep pushing like that, and you'll get even stronger. Luffy groaned weakly, looking up. Even stronger than you? Goku smirked. Hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Then he looked up, sensing Hancock's descending energy. With 2 fingers pressed to his forehead, Goku disappeared, instant transmission, and reappeared midair just beneath her. He caught her gracefully in his arms, bridal style. Going down, milady? Goku teased with a grin. Hancock giggled, the tension melting away. Oh, stop it, Goku, you're too much. They descended together as the crowd erupted into cheers. Goku set her down gently and turned to bow, the sunlight glinting off his golden hair. Luffy laughed from the ground, while Hancock couldn't help but join in, covering her smile with her hand. I'm really proud of you two, Goku said, his voice warm. You've both improved a lot. Keep training hard, and you'll reach new heights. Especially you, Luffy. Luffy grinned wide. You bet I will! Just then, Elder Nyan approached, leaning on her cane with a knowing smile. Congratulations, the 3 of you, she said. That was an incredible display. And for your hard work, her grin widened. I've decided we should celebrate. Not just any celebration, mind you, but a grand ball. Food! Luffy yelled instantly, fists raised in excitement. Goku chuckled. I guess that's a yes from both of us. Nyan laughed softly. Very well then. We'll make preparations and let you know when to arrive. Until then, rest up, relax, and enjoy yourselves. As the Kuja villagers erupted in applause and excitement, Goku smiled at his two friends, the golden glow of his aura fading away. An hour later, a Kuja servant hurried into the training grounds, bowing deeply before speaking. "Lord Goku, Lord Luffy, the ball will begin in just a few hours. You're expected to attend, so please prepare yourselves." "All right, thanks for the heads up," Goku said cheerfully, still doing one-handed push-ups with Luffy, sitting cross-legged on his back eating meat. The servant's eyes widened in horror. "You're not going like that, are you?" Both Goku and Luffy blinked in confusion and looked down at their sweat-covered training clothes. Yeah?" Luffy said, chewing loudly. "Oh, heavens no!" the servant gasped, clasping her hands together. "I have strict orders to make sure you're both properly dressed for the ball. Follow me at once." Goku chuckled and stood up, brushing the dirt from his GI. "Guess we don't have a choice, huh, Luffy?" Luffy pouted, but nodded as they followed the servant to the Kuja tailor's shop, where seamstresses were already waiting with measuring tapes, fabrics, and a sparkle of excitement in their eyes. Hours later, the Grand Kuja Palace Ballroom was alive with color and light. Lanterns swayed gently from the ceiling, their golden glow dancing off the marble floor. Music filled the air as elegant Kuja women arrived one by one, dressed in stunning gowns of every color. But when Empress Hancock stepped into the room, the music nearly stopped. She was breathtaking, wearing a deep crimson gown that shimmered like liquid fire. Gold strands wove through the fabric, tracing her curves with regal elegance. A single strap rested across her shoulder, while a daring slit down one side revealed her smooth leg with every step. Her long black hair glided behind her like silk, and though her dress was open in the back, fine linen veiled the mark of her past. "You look amazing, Empress Hancock," her people cried, hearts gleaming in their eyes. Hancock smiled graciously, raising a hand to calm the crowd before walking toward her throne. Crossing one leg over the other, she sat gracefully, eyes sweeping the ballroom as she waited for him. It wasn't long before Luffy stumbled in, wearing a slightly wrinkled brown tuxedo and looking as confused as ever. He took one look at the buffet table, and his jaw dropped. "Food!" Before anyone could stop him, Luffy was already devouring half the feast. Hancock sighed, but couldn't help a small smile. She walked toward him. "Luffy, where is Goku?" she asked, her voice calm but hopeful. "Oh yeah, Goku said he'd be here soon. He just wanted to do something real quick," Luffy replied between bites of meat. Hancock nodded, trying to hide her disappointment. She'd been waiting all evening for this moment. The ball was the perfect chance to dance with him, to share a quiet moment away from battles and chaos. Then, "There he is!" one of the Kuja women shouted, pointing toward the door. Hancock turned, and her breath caught in her throat. Goku stood at the entrance, the soft glow of the lanterns glinting off his golden hair. He was in his Super Saiyan form, his aura faintly illuminating the black tuxedo that fit him perfectly. A red tie and crisp white shirt gave him an almost princely charm. His jacket sleeves bore gold cuffs that shimmered with every movement, and in his hand, he held a bouquet of roses. Every Kuja woman gasped, hearts sparkling in their eyes. Hancock felt her cheeks heat up, her pulse quickening. "He looks incredible," she thought, unable to look away. Goku smiled warmly as he approached them. "Hey, glad I found you two. For a second, I thought you might have skipped out on the party." "Where did you go, Goku?" Hancock asked, trying to sound composed, but failing to hide the excitement in her voice. "Oh, didn't Luffy tell you?" Goku said with a grin. "I went to get a rose for my jacket, and a few extras for everyone else." He lifted the paper bundle in his hand, revealing a mass of beautiful red roses. One by one, he handed them out to the Kuja women. "To thank you all for your kindness," he said sincerely. The effect was immediate. Dozens of Kuja women blushed furiously, swooning as they accepted their flowers. Goku turned back toward Luffy. "You too, buddy. Your tux looks a little plain without one." Luffy blinked, taking the rose. Thanks, Goku. Finally, Goku turned to Hancock. He stepped closer and presented the largest, most radiant rose of them all. Its petals glowed in the lantern light like a ruby in bloom. "This one's for you," he said softly, "for all the kindness you've shown me and Luffy. Think of it as a token of my appreciation." Hancock froze, her heart fluttering wildly. She reached out, her hands trembling slightly as she accepted the rose. "Thank you, Goku," she whispered. He smiled and gave a small, respectful bow like a true gentleman. Music began to play, a soft, romantic melody, and Hancock turned to ask him to dance. But before she could speak, a swarm of excited Kuja women surrounded Goku, all pleading for a turn on the dance floor. "Oh no," Goku muttered, sweating nervously as they pulled him toward the center of the room. Sure, one at a time, okay?" Laughter filled the hall as he danced with one after another, his charming awkwardness only making him more beloved. From her throne, Hancock watched with a bittersweet smile. Her heart ached, though she couldn't say why. Maybe it was jealousy, maybe it was longing. Either way, she sat there quietly, hands folded, pretending to admire the music. Then, suddenly, a hand appeared in front of her. She looked up. It was Goku. He was smiling gently, his golden aura faint but radiant. "I couldn't help but notice you sitting all alone," he said. "An empress shouldn't be at a ball without at least one dance." "So," he extended his hand, "would you care to dance with me?" Hancock's breath caught in her throat. Her lips curved into a soft smile as she placed her hand in his. Yes, I would like that very much." The crowd parted as they stepped onto the floor. The music slowed, and Goku wrapped one arm around Hancock's slender waist, his other hand holding hers. She rested her hand gently on his shoulder and let her head fall against his chest. Together, they moved in perfect rhythm, the world around them fading away. "I never knew you could dance like this, Goku," Hancock said softly. Goku chuckled. When you end up dancing with 100 people in one night, you pick it up pretty fast." Hancock laughed quietly, the sound soft and sweet. "You're impossible," she said, smiling. Goku looked down at her, warmth in his eyes. "I'm glad I got to dance with you, Hancock." Her heart fluttered again. "And I'm glad I got to dance with you too, Son Goku." As the final notes of the song faded, the two slowly pulled apart, bowing to each other as the crowd erupted into applause. As the final song faded into silence, Elder Nyon took the stage, smiling warmly at the gathered crowd. "Thank you all for coming," she said, her voice carrying across the hall. "Tonight's celebration was truly wonderful. The ball is now officially over. Rest well, my children." The Kuja women bowed in respect before dispersing, their laughter echoing down the palace corridors. One by one, the lights dimmed as everyone returned to their homes for the night. Goku and Luffy walked back to their quarters, loosening their collars as they went. "Man," Luffy said between yawns, "that food was the best." Goku laughed softly. "Yeah, it was pretty great. Glad you didn't eat all of it this time." Meanwhile, Hancock and her sisters retired to their rooms as well, their gowns replaced by soft nightwear. But while Sandersonia and Marigold were soon fast asleep, Hancock found herself restless, her thoughts still tangled around a certain golden-haired warrior. Back in his quarters, Goku stretched, glancing toward the bathhouse just outside his room. "A quick bath before bed sounds nice," he murmured. He wrapped a towel around his waist and stepped into the cool night air. The steam bath sat just next door, the same one where this strange adventure had all begun. He smiled to himself, remembering everything that had happened since that day. The battles, the laughter, the new friendships. Sliding the door open, he stepped inside. Steam rose around him, the air thick and warm. Goku lowered himself into the water, closing his eyes as the tension melted from his muscles. For a moment, everything was peaceful. After a while, he stood, letting the water drip down his chest before rewrapping the towel around his waist. As he reached for the door to leave, he froze. Standing in the doorway, also wrapped in a towel, was Hancock. Her long black hair was slightly damp, her cheeks flush pink from the heat. The moment their eyes met, both of them froze. "Oh, I'm sorry," Hancock stammered, turning red as she quickly looked away. "I didn't mean to interrupt you." Goku smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. "That's okay. I was just done anyway." He stepped past her calmly, completely unaware of how fast her heart was pounding. As he disappeared around the corner, Hancock stood in the doorway for a moment longer, clutching her towel and trying to steady her breathing. When Goku returned to his room, Luffy was already sprawled out on the bed, snoring loudly. "Figures," Goku whispered with a grin, quietly dressing in a pair of light pants. He left his upper body bare, his damp hair still clinging to his neck. Just as he lay down, the door creaked open. He looked up to see Hancock slip quietly into the room, dressed in a loose red shirt that fell just above her knees. "Goku? Goku, are you awake?" she whispered softly, her voice uncertain in the dark. "Yeah, I'm here," Goku replied gently, sitting up. He flicked on the small lamp beside him, filling the room with a soft glow. Hancock blinked as her eyes adjusted, then walked toward him, her movements graceful yet hesitant. She sat beside him on the edge of the bed, her gaze lingering briefly on his bare chest before she quickly looked away, her face turning crimson. "So," Goku asked, a bit puzzled, "what brings you here this late?" Hancock hesitated, closing her eyes for a moment before speaking. "Goku, I wanted to ask you something." He tilted his head curiously. "Sure, what's up?" "What is it that makes you strong?" she asked, her voice soft but serious. "Oh, that's easy," Goku said, smiling. "I train my body every day to—" "No," Hancock interrupted gently, shaking her head. "Not like that. I don't mean how you train. I mean, why? What drives you to become the strongest? Everyone has a reason for what they do. So what's yours?" Goku fell silent. His smile faded slightly as he looked down at his hands, thinking. Finally, he spoke. "Because I care," he said quietly. "I push myself past my limits to protect the people I love, my friends, my family, even people I just met. If I'm not strong enough, if I can't protect them, then I might lose them, and I can't live with that." He looked up, his eyes sincere. "That's why I never stop training, even when it hurts, even when I can barely move. I'd rather risk my life to save others than sit back and do nothing. That's what keeps me going." A small smile crept onto his face. "It's what makes me who I am." Hancock listened quietly, her heart softening with every word. In that moment, she saw the truth, the purity behind his strength. Goku wasn't just powerful, he was selfless, kind, and completely genuine. "You really are one of a kind, Goku," she thought, warmth blooming in her chest. Without thinking, she placed her hand gently over his. Goku didn't seem to notice. He was still lost in his thoughts, but Hancock did. She smiled softly before standing. When she reached the door, she turned back, looking at him one last time. The dim light cast a gentle glow across his face as he sat there, peaceful and unaware. "I'm glad you're on our side, Goku," she thought to herself. "And maybe, one day, you'll stand by my side too." Her cheeks turned pink at the thought, and she chuckled quietly to herself. As she stepped into the hallway, her imagination drifted. She pictured her and Goku together, standing side by side at a grand wedding. He was dressed in his black tuxedo, smiling his bright, carefree smile. She wore a white silk gown that shimmered in the sunlight. The Kuja people cheered, petals falling like rain, king and queen of Amazon Lily. The image made her heart race and her lips curve into a dreamy smile. "Good night, my beloved," she whispered softly before closing the door behind her. The next morning, the sound of marching boots and shouting Marines echoed across the island. The Marine ship had arrived. Hancock stood tall and composed as the Vice Admiral and his men prepared for departure. Beneath her royal robes, however, Luffy was tightly strapped to her back, hidden from view. The faint tickling at her waist made it hard not to react, but she kept her composure perfectly. "Vice Admiral," she called out, her commanding voice echoing across the docks. "Before we depart, I have one final request." The man groaned, rubbing his temple. "Another one? Fine, but make it quick. We've already delayed enough as it is." Hancock raised her hand, and her sisters Marigold and Sandersonia appeared, dragging a large figure in chains. The Marines immediately tensed, their hands going to their weapons as the chained individual was brought aboard the ship. The chained figure dragged forward by Marigold, and Sandersonia stepped into view. His orange GI replaced with plain, weathered clothes. His wrists were bound tightly with seastone cuffs, and though his posture was relaxed, there was no mistaking the quiet strength that radiated from him. The Marines all tensed at the sight of him, Goku. The Vice Admiral's brow furrowed, confusion clear on his face. A man, of all things, standing among the women of Amazon Lily? That was unheard of. "What is the meaning of this?" the Vice Admiral demanded, his eyes narrowing as he studied Goku. "Why is there a man here, and why is he in chains?" Hancock's face remained unreadable. Her tone was smooth and regal. "My people found this man wandering our countryside not long ago," she explained, her words flowing effortlessly. "Normally, we would have executed him on sight. Our laws against men are absolute, but considering your timely arrival, I thought it only proper to hand him over to you." The Vice Admiral's frown deepened. "How generous," he said, his voice dripping with skepticism. "Though I must say, Empress Hancock, this is unlike you. The last time we spoke, you refused to answer my summons for the Shichibukai meeting, and now you're offering us a pirate?" He crossed his arms. "What changed?" Hancock met his gaze unflinchingly, her expression cool and composed. "Our time apart has given me perspective," she said with elegant poise. "I now see the value of maintaining our relationship with the Marines. This is simply a gesture of goodwill, a token of my continued cooperation. Unless, of course, the Marines no longer concern themselves with apprehending pirates." Her tone carried a faint edge, and the Vice Admiral grimaced, realizing he had no grounds to challenge her without overstepping his authority. "Very well," he said after a pause, rubbing his chin. "Your gesture is noted. My men will take him. We're heading to Impel Down anyway, so we'll drop him off there." He gestured sharply with his hand, and several Marines moved forward, surrounding Goku. Hancock's heart twisted, but she hid it perfectly behind her usual mask of grace and detachment. As Goku was led past her, his eyes briefly met hers, and for a fleeting moment, her composed facade nearly cracked. She gave him a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. "Stay strong." Goku, still bound, gave a faint smile before being escorted below deck. The Marines guided him through the dim, creaking corridors of the ship until they reached the brig. It was a small, cold chamber lined with steel bars and the faint scent of salt and rust. They shoved him gently, but firmly, inside and slammed the gate shut, locking it with a heavy clang. The cell was cramped, barely large enough to stretch out in. A thin, worn mat lay on the floor, and in one corner sat a lonely metal bucket. Goku took a slow look around, scratching the back of his head. "Wow, cozy," he said with a sheepish grin. The guards ignored him, standing stiffly by the door. After a few moments, Goku tilted his head and asked in his usual innocent tone, Quick question. What happens when I gotta use the bathroom? 'Cause, I really need to go." One of the guards sighed heavily and pointed toward the metal bucket in the corner without saying a word. Goku followed his finger, then blinked. "Oh, seriously? That's it?" The guard didn't answer. "Man," Goku muttered under his breath, walking over to inspect it. "You'd think a prison ship like this would at least have some plumbing. Guess this is what I get for playing the part of the prisoner." He sighed, sitting cross-legged on the cold floor. The seastone cuffs were heavy, sapping a bit of his energy, but not enough to weaken his spirit. He smiled faintly to himself. "Looks like it's gonna be a long ride to this Impel Down place," he murmured. "Better make the best of it." As the ship creaked and swayed beneath him, the great warrior leaned back against the wall, eyes half closed, already planning his next move. Completely unaware of how wild the coming days were about to become, the marine ship sliced through the dark blue waves, gliding steadily toward Impel Down, the most feared prison in the seas. The salty wind howled across the deck as three unlikely travelers, Luffy, Hancock, and Goku, made their way closer to their dangerous destination. Luffy had managed to sneak aboard without being detected, hiding away with his usual carefree grin. Goku, however, had taken a more direct approach, pretending to be a captured prisoner to ensure he'd get inside undisturbed. Now, the three only had to wait a few days before the fortress prison came into view. "Let that be a lesson, dimwit," Hancock snapped, towering over a trembling Marine who was face down on the wooden deck. "My meals should weigh at least 100 kilograms. Anything less, and I'll petrify you all. Do you want that to happen?" She arched her back gracefully, her chin tilted high with that queenly arrogance only the pirate empress could wield. No! Our deepest apologies, Lady Hancock. It won't happen again," the Marines cried, bowing repeatedly in terror. "Good," Hancock replied, flicking her hair over her shoulder with pride. She turned back toward Luffy and smiled softly. "Eat up, Luffy. You're going to need all your strength if you want to rescue your brother." The sight in front of him was heaven, piles upon piles of food, steaming and fresh. Luffy's eyes sparkled like stars. "Man, this stuff's amazing. And this Sea King ham? It's so good it makes everything else taste better," he said, shoving handfuls of food into his mouth at lightning speed. In the corner, Hancock sat quietly, her expression distant. Luffy looked up mid-bite. "Hey, what are you doing over there? You're not gonna eat? This Sea King ham is insane," he mumbled, cheeks puffed with food. I'm fine," she said softly, avoiding his gaze. "Somehow, I feel full already." Her thoughts were elsewhere, on Goku. She couldn't stop wondering how he was doing. Was he all right? Was he being treated well? The thought of him locked away made her heart ache. Meanwhile, Goku was doing surprisingly well. Inside his cold iron cage below deck, he sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, his breathing calm and deep. He was meditating, a technique he'd learned long ago from Kami. It helped him keep his spirit in harmony even in the harshest places. Each day, the Marines tossed him scraps of food, barely enough for a normal man, but Goku didn't mind. Hunger was nothing new to him. Still, the cramped cell made it impossible for him to sit still for long. When the Marines weren't looking, he'd quietly stretch and train, practicing slow, silent movements. And whenever footsteps echoed down the hallway, he'd curl up in the corner, pretending he hadn't moved at all. One Marine sneered through the bars. "Stupid pirate filth! You think this is bad? Just wait till we get to Impel Down. You'll rot there for the rest of your miserable life." Goku stayed quiet, his eyes calm. He didn't react, not yet. Once the Marine left, Goku smiled faintly and whispered, "Guess I'll just have to get stronger before then." He went right back to training, his muscles moving with quiet precision. "Woo! I'm stuffed!" Luffy shouted from across the room, rubbing his swollen belly. "That was so good!" Hancock froze, her face going pale. "Luffy, keep your voice down! You're supposed to be a stowaway!" she hissed, waving her arms in panic. Knock, knock, knock. "Lady Hancock? Is someone in there with you?" A Marine called from outside. "Are you sure you heard that right, Junior Lieutenant?" another Marine asked. "Yes, sir. I definitely heard, 'Woo, I'm stuffed,' from inside. Doesn't sound like something an empress would say." The door suddenly swung open. Hancock stood tall in the doorway, holding a tray piled high with empty plates. "Woo, I'm stuffed," she said proudly, her eyes closed in mock satisfaction. The Marine's jaws dropped to the floor. "Take these away," she said casually, handing over the tray. and bring me this same amount of food 5 times a day."
5 times? They stammered. "At that rate, we'll run out of food before reaching Impel Down." Hancock turned and smirked. "Do I look like I care?" As she walked away, the Marines whispered among themselves, starstruck. "She's terrifying, but she's so beautiful." 6 days remained until Ace's execution. The world was on edge. Whitebeard's forces were already causing chaos, sinking Marine ships left and right. The Marine headquarters was preparing for war, the kind that would shake the seas themselves. Every powerful fighter who stood for justice was being summoned. Even the Shichibukai were gathering for their own battle conference. 4 days later, the Marine ship finally reached the massive iron gates of Impel Down. "Hancock, we've arrived," a Marine shouted from outside her door. "There are way more ships here than before," Luffy whispered. "Quickly, Luffy." "You need to hide," Hancock urged. Luffy nodded and quickly slipped into her robes, vanishing from sight. She stepped out gracefully, her regal aura returning as she joined the other soldiers waiting to escort her. Behind her, Marines dragged a battered Goku down the ramp. His clothes were torn, his face bruised, but his eyes were calm, defiant even. They tossed him onto the hard stone ground like garbage, laughing as they did. Hancock's heart dropped at the sight. She almost ran to him, but Goku caught her eye and gave a small shake of his head. "Don't. Take this trash to the prison," the general sneered. Then, with a cruel grin, he slapped Goku across the face, sending him sliding across the deck. "Ha! Look at this weakling," another Marine jeered. "This is the guy who thought he could take on a general?" They kicked him again, pinning him down and beating him until blood ran down his cheek. Still, Goku didn't fight back. He just grit his teeth and endured it, his calm never fading. Hancock turned away, trembling. She couldn't bear to see it. The man she admired being humiliated like that. "Enough," barked the general finally. "He's learned his lesson. Take him away." 2 Marines grabbed Goku by the arms, dragging him off toward the prison gates. His body was bloodied, but his spirit was unbroken. In 33 hours, Ace's public execution would begin. The heavy iron door slammed shut behind him with a deafening clang. Goku had been thrown into a damp, shadowy cell, the air thick with despair and salt. The floor was cold, the scent of rust and sea mixed together. Unknown to him, the man locked in the next cell was none other than Portgas D. Ace. For a long while, Goku sat quietly, cross-legged in meditation. The silence of the prison was broken only by the distant echo of waves and muffled screams from deeper below. Then, a voice came from the cell beside him. "So, what are you in for?" The voice was calm but carried a weight, like someone who'd already accepted his fate. Goku opened his eyes, unsure how to respond. He couldn't risk giving away their plan. If the Marines found out, everything would fall apart. I was just fighting some people called the Shichibukai," he said, hoping it sounded casual enough. There was a pause, followed by a low chuckle. "You fought a Shichibukai, huh?" "Not bad, man. Not bad at all." Goku smiled faintly. He was about to ask who the voice belonged to when the sound of boots echoed through the corridor. The cell doors rattled open and Boa Hancock, flanked by several guards, entered the room with her usual regal grace. "Portgas D. Ace, you have a visitor?" a Marine commander barked. Goku blinked, shocked. Ace? He hadn't realized the man he'd been talking to was Luffy's brother. Hancock's eyes flickered briefly toward Goku, but she said nothing. Her composure remained perfect as she turned to face Ace's cell. "What do you want with me?" Ace asked, his tone steady but laced with bitterness. "I have no business with you," Hancock said quietly, her expression unreadable. "I only wish to see you for myself, the man who will be the spark that ignites the battle I'm destined to join." Her words were calm, almost sorrowful. When she finished, she turned to leave. "I have concluded my business here," she said, walking past Goku without another word. When the guards left, Goku leaned closer to the bars separating them. "Hey, what did she say to you?" Ace exhaled, his eyes fixed on the stone wall. "She said my brother's here." Goku's face softened into a grin. "He made it, huh? That's good news."
He leaned back against the cold metal bars and thought to himself, all right, now all I've got to do is wait for Luffy to show up. Once Ace is safe, I'll go find the strongest fighters here.
Meanwhile, Luffy was racing through the twisting halls of Impel Down, crashing through door after door, fighting guards and monsters alike. "Where are you, Ace?" he shouted as alarms blared. Each level he searched brought new horrors. Fiery torture chambers, icy wastelands, beasts from nightmares. But Ace was nowhere in sight. Finally, a whisper reached his ears from one of the prisoners. "He's in the lowest level, the deepest chamber." "Hang on, Ace, I'm coming," Luffy roared, launching himself forward. 33 hours later, the time of Ace's execution had arrived. Goku sat against the cold bars of his cell, his mind uneasy. "Where's Luffy?" he muttered. "He should have been here hours ago."
Chains rattled as Marines came to drag Ace away. Goku clenched his fists helplessly. He wanted to stop them, but he was weak from starvation and the constant drain of his strength. His spirit was still fierce, but his body had reached its limit.
Then, an hour later, the prison doors exploded open in a thunderous crash. "Gomu Gomu, no pistol!" The wall shattered into rubble as Luffy stormed in, an army of prisoners behind him. "Ace!" he screamed. Goku smiled faintly. "He made it!" Luffy punched the wall in frustration. "No! I was too late!" he yelled, slamming his fist so hard the wall caved in, forming a crater. "Here, take this, stranger!" a freed prisoner called, sliding food through Goku's cell bars. "You look like you need it more than us." "Thanks," Goku said with a nod. He devoured the food in seconds, feeling his power flicker back to life. His aura pulsed faintly. The metal cuffs around his wrists began to tremble. With a grunt, Goku flexed, and the sea stone shackles shattered into fragments. "What the?" a pirate gasped. "He just broke sea stone. That's impossible."
They all stared in disbelief, thinking he must be a devil fruit user. But Luffy didn't care. He knew better.
"Where's the nearest exit?" Luffy demanded. "They blocked everyone. We're trapped," someone yelled back. "Damn it!" Luffy slammed his fist again.
Goku stepped up beside him, resting a hand on his shoulder. His expression was calm and confident. "Luffy, do you trust me?"
Luffy blinked, then nodded without hesitation. "Of course I do." "Good," Goku said with a smile. "Everyone, grab on." The prisoners linked arms, clinging to each other as Goku pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. He focused, feeling through the vast ocean of energy until, there, a massive surge of power, dozens of strong presences in one place. "Hold tight!" In an instant, the prison vanished. They reappeared in the middle of Marineford, the place where Ace's execution was about to begin. The tension in the air was suffocating. Marines lined the fortress walls. Pirates filled the bay. Whitebeard and his crew stood tall, their presence alone shaking the world. The final battle was about to erupt.
Goku took to the skies, hiding among the clouds for the right moment to strike.
Then, boom! A single gunshot echoed. The war had begun. All around, chaos exploded, Marines and pirates clashing in a storm of fury. Cannon fire lit up the air, and the ground trembled under the weight of their attacks. Goku's eyes darted around, watching the incredible power on both sides. Below, Boa Hancock spun through the chaos, her kicks like lightning, as she knocked out both pirates and Marines alike with unmatched grace.
"Still amazing as ever," Goku said with a grin. He turned his gaze and spotted Luffy charging through the battlefield, knocking away soldiers with rubber fists. "Get out of my way!" Luffy shouted, smashing Marines aside as he sprinted toward the execution platform where Ace was chained. Goku took a deep breath. "Guess now's the time." He dove from the sky, crashing into the ground with such force that the earth quaked beneath him. Dust exploded outward as hundreds of Marines surrounded him. In an instant, Goku vanished, his speed blurring into streaks of motion. Marines fell left and right, collapsing as Goku struck their pressure points, paralyzing them without killing a single one.
Then, through the chaos, a white-haired man with 2 cigars clenched between his teeth stepped forward. Smoker. "You must be new here," Smoker growled, pulling out his Vegeta. "You won't last long." He lunged. Goku leapt into the air, flipping over the blade. As he came down, he swung his fist, but it passed right through Smoker's body, scattering him into vapor. "What the? Why didn't that hurt you?" Goku said, eyes wide. Smoker smirked, his body reforming into swirling clouds. "Fool, I'm made of smoke. Your punches are useless against me. Nothing can hurt what you can't touch." He charged again, his weapon slicing through the air in rapid strikes. Goku dodged gracefully, reading every move, searching for a weakness. "If I don't figure him out soon, I'll lose my shot at the strongest fighters here," Goku thought, darting backward through the haze. Then he sensed it. A flicker in Smoker's energy, a moment where his body solidified just enough. As Smoker lifted his weapon for a finishing blow, Goku's eyes sharpened. He shot forward, his fist glowing with a brilliant white aura. Smoker's eyes widened. Crack! The punch connected, solid and real, slamming into his gut with devastating force. The smoke shattered apart like glass as Smoker gasped in pain, coughing and stumbling back, his eyes filled with shock.
Smoker dropped to his knees, coughing as wisps of smoke rose from his body. His eyes widened, confusion flashing across his face.
"What did you do?" he gasped, his voice trembling as he looked up at Goku. Goku clenched his glowing fist and smiled lightly. "You said my attacks were weak, right? So, I had the clever idea of condensing part of my power into my fist. Looks like it worked better than I thought." Smoker's eyes widened further, his mind racing. Does this man have Busoshoku Haki? Before he could even form the words, Goku's 2 fingers tapped a precise point on his neck. Pressure point strike. Smoker's body went limp, collapsing onto the ground. "Sorry," Goku said sincerely as he straightened up. "I'd love to fight you again sometime, but right now, I've got to find the strongest fighters here." In a flash, Goku vanished, his golden aura sparking faintly around him as he soared through the air toward the heart of the battlefield. He rose high above Marineford's massive plaza, floating effortlessly amid the smoke and cannon fire. Below him, thousands of Marines and pirates clashed, their roars echoing like thunder. From up here, he could see everything: the destruction, the chaos, and, in the distance, the execution platform. 2 old men stood on the stand above Ace, who sat chained and bruised. The older one with the seagull hat looked up first, his sharp eyes locking on the figure descending from the clouds. The sight of the spiky-haired warrior hovering above them made both men freeze. Goku lowered himself calmly, stopping mid-air between them and the sky. He raised a hand and waved with a warm grin. "Hi there!" The seagull-hatted man frowned. "Who are you?" "You're not one of Whitebeard's men." The gray-haired man beside Ace stood abruptly, eyes narrowing. "My name's Goku," he said simply, "and I'd like to ask you, please don't kill Ace." For a moment, silence hung heavy in the air. Even the fighting below seemed to slow.
"I know he's done some bad things," Goku continued, voice steady and sincere, "but everyone deserves a second chance. If you look around."
Suddenly, his senses screamed. Goku backflipped midair just as a blinding flash of golden light exploded where he had been floating. The light condensed into the form of a tall man in a yellow coat. His leg extended from a devastating kick that barely missed. That wasn't a normal kick, Goku thought, eyes widening. I could barely see it? "Kizaru," the fleet admiral said coldly from the platform. "Ooh!" the man in yellow drawled lazily. "You dodged my kick." "How scary."
Goku hovered, studying him with curiosity. Then he turned back toward the admiral on the stand. "Please, We can end all this fighting if you just let Ace live. Look at all the people risking everything for him." He pointed back toward the chaotic battlefield, where pirates and marines were locked in deadly combat.
When he turned back, Kizaru was gone. There! Goku spun to the right, raising his arm just in time to block a blindingly fast kick. The impact cracked the air, sending shockwaves through the plaza. The blow hurled Goku across the ground, skidding through debris. He sat up, brushed the dust off his shoulders, and grinned. Lucky punch. Everyone nearby stared in disbelief.
"He's fast," Goku thought, "but I'm faster." Kizaru appeared before him again, his legs swinging down in a beam of golden light. But before it connected, Goku vanished.
Whoosh! He reappeared behind the Admiral, thrusting his fist forward. But it passed straight through him, scattering light particles everywhere. For a brief second, Goku thought he had hurt him, but then realized his hand was glowing with pure energy, not blood. He propelled himself backward, smirking. "That's an amazing ability you've got there." Kizaru tilted his head, intrigued. "You're quite something yourself. Who are you?" "I'm Goku," he said, planting his feet and charging his ki. Blue energy flared around his hands like wildfire. "And if a normal punch doesn't work, then let's see how you handle one coated in my own energy." With a loud crack, Goku shot forward like a cannonball. His fist collided with Kizaru's chest before the Admiral could react. Kizaru's eyes widened in pain and disbelief as the energy-coated punch blasted him through the air, smashing him into a building. The explosion left a giant hole in the wall, smoke billowing out. Coughing, Kizaru floated back out, eyes narrowed. How did he do that? That didn't feel like hockey. It was something else entirely. Whatever it is, it's dangerous. Before he could recover, Goku flickered again, appearing right in front of him. With a blinding uppercut, he sent the Admiral crashing back through the same hole, the force shaking the entire fortress. This time, Kizaru didn't rise. He slumped, unconscious among the rubble. Goku landed lightly on the shattered street below, energy still humming around him. His blood was pumping. This battlefield was filled with strong opponents, and he couldn't wait to test himself against them all. "I can't believe how strong everyone is here," he said with a grin. "If the Shichibukai are even half as powerful, this is going to be fun." He was so focused on the excitement that he didn't notice the sharp gleam of steel slicing toward him. Clang! A blade flashed, barely missing his neck. Goku twisted away, but not fast enough. The strike sliced across his arm, drawing a shallow cut. He landed, gripping his arm and looking up. The swordsman before him stood tall, his gaze calm yet piercing, a black coat flowing behind him, his enormous sword gleaming like death itself. It was Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. "That was too close," Goku muttered, inspecting the cut. It wasn't deep. The wound barely scratched him. Guess I'm tougher than I thought. Mihawk's eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued that his blade hadn't cleaved straight through. Then, Goku noticed movement behind him. One by one, 5 more figures stepped into view, each radiating a unique, menacing aura. "So these must be the Shichibukai Hancock told me about," Goku said under his breath. A tall man in a flamboyant pink feathered coat stepped forward, grinning with sharp teeth behind stylish sunglasses. Don Quixote do Flamingo.
"Just who are you?" Doflamingo asked, his tone playful but dangerous.
Goku stayed silent for a moment, studying each of them. He could feel their energy, strong, refined, deadly. These were no ordinary fighters. "Oi!" Doflamingo barked again, his grin fading. "Did you not hear me?" I asked. "Who the hell are you?" Goku simply smiled and cracked his knuckles, the air trembling around him. "I'm Son Goku, and I heard that you 6 are called the Shichibukai, right?" Goku asked, his tone calm, but his aura already flaring faintly around him. Doflamingo tilted his sunglasses, smirking. "That's right. And if you know what's good for you, you'll start walking away now. We're the strongest beings this world has ever seen," he declared, his voice echoing arrogantly across the battlefield.
But Goku just grinned, eyes sharp with excitement. Strongest, huh? Then how about this? All 6 of you fight me at once. I just want to test your strength, but be warned. His expression hardened, his tone dropping to something far more serious. I won't be holding back.
The 6 Shichibukai froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. You want to fight all 6 of us at the same time? Doflamingo barked, clutching his stomach in laughter. Honestly, how stupid can one man be? Please, he said, waving to the others with a confident smirk. Let me handle this one myself.
The others, Mihawk, Kuma, Crocodile, Moria, Hancock, and Jinbei, simply nodded, watching curiously.
Doflamingo's grin widened. In an instant, he blurred forward, strings of razor-sharp threads sparking around his fingers. He swung, aiming to slice straight through Goku's face. But Goku vanished. What? Doflamingo stumbled, confused, scanning the battlefield. Then a calm voice spoke from behind him. Like I said before, Goku's tone was low, confident. I'm not going easy on you, so you better come at me with everything you've got.
He stood facing away from the group, arms crossed, the wind tugging at his orange gi, radiating power in that effortlessly cool, don't mess with me kind of way. The Shichibukai exchanged uneasy glances. All around them, the war had stopped. Pirates and Marines alike turned to stare at the lone fighter, challenging 6 of the most powerful warriors in the world. Even Whitebeard himself let out a small chuckle, impressed by the sheer courage, or madness, of the man standing there.
As Goku and the Shichibukai faced off, the air grew heavier, the ground trembling beneath their feet. But before Goku could move, a familiar voice rang out. Stop!
Boa Hancock ran forward, her heart pounding, tears welling in her eyes. She spread her arms wide in front of Goku, blocking his path.
The crowd gasped. No one dared to stand between a warrior and a Shichibukai showdown, let alone defy someone like Goku. Goku's expression didn't change at first, but deep inside, he was angry, not at Hancock, but at what the Marines and the world government had become. Once, he thought they stood for justice and balance. Now, all he could see was corruption, power used to oppress, not protect. Hancock, he said in a stern, low voice. Move!
She shook her head, standing firm.
I said move. His tone grew sharper.
No.
Goku's jaw tightened. Hancock. I said no, she cried, trembling but resolute. Get out of my way, Hancock, Goku roared. His voice exploded through the air like thunder, shaking the entire plaza. Even the Shichibukai felt a chill run down their spines. The shockwave from his shout cracked the ground beneath them. But Hancock didn't move. Her hands trembled, but she stayed standing, tears welling up in her eyes. I won't let you throw your life away just to fight them, she shouted, pointing toward the Shichibukai. You're not going to stop me, Goku said coldly, stepping forward. Then, slap! The sound echoed across Marineford.
Hancock had struck him.
The entire battlefield froze. Even Goku himself stood motionless, stunned by what just happened. She was shaking, her hand still in the air, her breath uneven, her eyes filled with pain. If you want to get to them, she said through gasps, you'll have to kill me first. Goku blinked, speechless. Tears streamed down her cheeks. If you want to fight them so badly, then you'll have to destroy me, she screamed, her voice cracking under the weight of her emotions. For a moment, Goku's eyes softened, returning to their gentle warmth. But then they flickered again, cold, determined. He slowly raised his hand, energy beginning to swirl in his palm, forming a small, glowing sphere. Everyone around watched in horror. Hancock's breath hitched. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the attack, but instead,
whoosh!
Goku darted forward faster than anyone could see and wrapped his arms around her. Hancock gasped, her whole body going still as his warmth enveloped her. I'm sorry, he whispered softly into her ear. I didn't mean to hurt you, Hancock. I know this must be hard, but please, let me do this. Hancock trembled in his embrace, her heart racing. She looked up at him, her eyes glistening. But Goku? What will Luffy and I do if you die? Her voice cracked. We need you. I need you. Her last words came out as a muffled sob as she buried her face against his chest. Goku smiled gently, lifting her chin with one finger so she'd look at him. You don't need to worry about me, he said softly. My passion, my reason for fighting, is to protect everyone I care about. That's what drives me. That's what keeps me alive. I won't fall to them. He tilted his head toward the 6 Shichibukai. Not now. Not ever. Hancock wiped her tears and managed a small, trembling smile. Then promise me something, Goku. What is it? Promise me you'll come back to us. Goku grinned, that same warm, fearless smile that made even gods respect him. That's a promise I can keep. Hancock nodded, blushing through her tears. Then, here's my token of appreciation. She leaned forward and kissed him gently on the cheek. Her face turned scarlet immediately, and she looked away shyly, smiling. Goku chuckled softly, scratching his head. Then he turned to face the Shichibukai once more, his energy flaring like a rising sun. Sorry about that, he said, cracking his neck as the ground beneath him trembled. Now! His expression hardened, eyes blazing with excitement. Where were we? Last time on the story of the Dragon Pirate, Hancock ran forward, her heels clattering against the stone as she threw out her arms, standing between Goku and the 6 Shichibukai. Her body trembled, but her eyes were fierce. Get out of the way, Hancock, Goku said firmly, his tone cold and commanding. He stepped toward her, but she shoved him back, surprising the Saiyans so much that even the Marines and pirates nearby froze. No one could believe what they were seeing. The Pirate Empress, defying Goku himself. I said get out of my way, Goku roared, his voice erupting like thunder across the plaza. The ground cracked beneath his feet, the shockwave forcing even seasoned warriors to flinch. I won't let you get yourself killed just to fight them, Hancock shouted back, pointing at the Shichibukai, her voice shaking with anger and fear. You're not going to stop me, Goku growled. His aura flickered dangerously as he started forward again. SLAP! The sound echoed through Marineford. Hancock had struck him across the face, hard enough to make him stumble back and drop to one knee. Everyone, even the Shichibukai, stood speechless. Tears streamed down Hancock's cheeks. If you want to get to them, she said between gasps, then you'll have to kill me first. Her voice broke, trembling with emotion. If you want to fight them that badly, then you'll have to destroy me, she screamed, her eyes locking with his. Goku slowly rose, his face unreadable. He raised his hand, palm glowing with energy, a small, swirling orb of light forming in it. Hancock gasped as the light brightened, her heart pounding. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the worst. But instead, whoosh! Goku vanished in an instant and wrapped his arms around her. Hancock's breath caught in her throat as he pulled her close. Her whole body went weak. I'm sorry, Hancock, Goku whispered softly. I didn't mean to cause you pain. I know how hard this must be for you, but please, let me do this. Hancock trembled in his arms, tears wetting his gi. But Goku? What will Luffy and I do if you die? We need you. I need you, she said, her voice muffled against his chest. Goku smiled gently, lifting her chin with a finger until their eyes met. You don't have to worry about me. My will to protect everyone I care about, that's what keeps me going. That's my strength. I won't fall, not now, not because of them. He tilted his head slightly toward the Shichibukai, his eyes sharp as steel. Hancock smiled faintly through her tears. Then, will you promise me something? What is it? He asked quietly. Promise me you'll come back to us. Goku grinned, that warm, fearless grin that made the world feel lighter. That's a promise I can definitely keep. Hancock nodded and smiled shyly. Then, here's my token of appreciation, she said softly, leaning in and kissing him gently on the cheek. Her face turned bright red, her heart pounding, but the moment calmed her trembling. Goku chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. "Sorry about that," he said, stepping away and turning toward the 6 waiting warriors. "Now, where were we?" The Shichibukai were growing impatient. The air around them buzzed with tension. Doflamingo's smirk twitched, barely hiding the fury burning behind his sunglasses. He still hadn't forgotten how Goku had embarrassed him earlier.
Ha 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 ha! You really think you can beat us? Doflamingo roared, his laughter ringing across the plaza. You're nothing compared to us.
With a burst of pink strings flashing from his fingers, he launched himself toward Goku, his body blurring in motion. String punch! The impact was explosive. His fist smashed into Goku's face, the sheer force cracking the ground beneath them. A cloud of dust and shattered rock erupted, hiding them both from view. Luffy, watching from the sidelines, froze. What the heck was he thinking? He didn't even try to dodge it. Even Hancock gasped, her hand clutching her chest, as the smoke swallowed Goku completely. When the dust began to clear, Doflamingo was the first to emerge, laughing wickedly. What a waste of time! Couldn't even take one punch, and that wasn't even close to my full power.
He grinned wide until a calm voice echoed from within the smoke.
You were saying? Doflamingo's smile faltered. As the dust cleared completely, every eye widened.
Goku stood there, his feet planted firmly, completely unmoved. Doflamingo's fist was still pressed against his cheek, but Goku hadn't even flinched. He just stared straight at him with a calm, piercing gaze.
What? What the hell is he? Doflamingo thought, cold sweat sliding down his temple.
Goku's expression didn't change. He stepped back slowly, twisting his torso, pulling his arm back. His stance was perfect, coiled, focused, ready. Then, without even touching him, he thrust his fist forward. The air itself exploded with the impact. Boom! An invisible shockwave blasted out from Goku's punch. Doflamingo was launched across the plaza like a rag doll, smashing into the ground with a thunderous crash that sent debris flying in every direction.
Gasps erupted all around. The Shichibukai stared in stunned silence, their faces pale with disbelief. Goku lowered his fist, his aura glowing faintly around him, and muttered under his breath, "Now that's more like it." It was like Goku hadn't even touched Doflamingo. Yet somehow, the flamboyant warlord had been blown away, as if struck by an invisible force. Hancock's eyes widened, her heart racing. What? What did he do? He didn't even hit him, she thought, watching the spiky-haired Saiyan with a mix of awe and confusion. Doflamingo groaned, dragging himself out of the rubble, his once smug grin twisting into fury. "Enough of this!" he shouted, his voice cracking through the chaos. "End him!" In an instant, the 6 Shichibukai moved, splitting in all directions, forming a deadly circle around Goku. Their auras flared like miniature suns, the ground cracking under the sheer force of their presence. But Goku just smirked, his stance loose and confident. "This little trick isn't gonna work on me," he said calmly, cracking his neck as his aura flickered brighter. The warlords attacked as one, flashes of color, steel, and energy colliding all at once. Mihawk's sword slashed through the air, Crocodile's sand tore at the ground, and Kuma's compressed shockwaves warped space around them. Goku moved like lightning, his arms and legs a blur, blocking and deflecting blows from every direction. Even attacks from behind were countered effortlessly. The faster they struck, the faster Goku adapted, his eyes tracking every movement, every breath, every shift in muscle. "Enough!" Goku's voice boomed, raw power exploding outward as he thrust his arms out to his sides. The force sent all 6 Shichibukai skidding backward through the dirt, kicking up walls of dust and shattered stone. When the dust settled, Goku stood tall, his expression calm again. He looked over the battered warlords and smiled, not mockingly, but with genuine respect.
"Impressive," he said. "There's no doubt in my mind that you're some of the strongest fighters in this world. But you've got one big problem, something that's holding you back." The Shichibukai froze, glaring at him, breathing heavily.
You lack teamwork, Goku continued, his voice even but firm. I can see it. Every one of you wants to fight me, but not to win together. You're fighting to prove who's the strongest among yourselves, aren't you? None of them replied, but their silence was enough. He could see it in their eyes. Pride, rivalry, ego. I thought so. Goku smiled faintly.
From behind the battle lines, a group of Marines whispered among themselves, unable to look away.
Who is this guy? He's not just beating them. He's teaching the warlords how to fight together. One Marine whispered. Wait, I know him, another said suddenly. He's the prisoner we took to impel down.
What? That's impossible. We locked him in the lowest chamber. No one's ever escaped that. Another shouted, his voice shaking. The conversation faded quickly as cannon fire drew them back into the chaos of war. But the rumor had already begun to spread. Tales of a mysterious fighter standing toe-to-toe with all 6 Shichibukai.
Back on the battlefield, Goku straightened his posture and raised his voice. If you work together, you'll fight more efficiently and become at least 80% stronger than you are now. I know it's true. You should know it too. One of the warlords stepped forward slowly, eyes narrowing. He's right. The others exchanged glances, reluctant but acknowledging the truth. Fine, another growled. Let's do it, just this once. The 6 warlords moved again, but this time their attacks were unified. Every strike was faster, sharper, more coordinated. Their combined pressure shook the ground beneath them. Goku grinned, deflecting and weaving through the storm. Good! Now this is more like it. Show me your full power. Then, crack! A fist connected squarely with Goku's jaw, snapping his head back. He blinked, more surprised than hurt, and grinned wider. Ha! You're getting stronger already?
Their powers rising fast, he thought, his Saiyan blood pumping with excitement.
Goku vanished in a blur and reappeared behind one of them, his leg sweeping outward in a heavy roundhouse kick that sent the warlord flying straight into another. Both crashed to the ground in a heap of dust and shattered stone. The war raged around them, and though no one could focus on their duel, flashes of light and thunderous impacts rippled across the battlefield, proof that their clash was tearing through the air itself. Put me down on the ground, Doflamingo screamed, thrashing as Goku held him by the collar, midair. Poor choice of words, Goku said calmly. In an instant, he rocketed downward. Boom! Slamming Doflamingo into the earth so hard that a crater exploded beneath them. The impact rattled the nearby ships, and Doflamingo gasped as all the air was crushed from his lungs. Goku glanced up just in time to see Mihawk charging, sword raised high. Goku backflipped again and again, narrowly avoiding each slash, sparks dancing from the blade's edge as it sliced through the air. Aye! Mihawk roared, finally hurling his blade like a spinning saw toward Goku. Crap, my legs! Goku froze mid-dodge, unable to move. His muscles locked tight. He turned and saw it, Doflamingo, still on the ground, grinning through the pain as glowing strings extended from his fingers, snaring Goku's legs. At this rate, that sword'll cut me clean in half, Goku thought, his mind racing. Then it clicked, and he smirked. 2 fingers to his forehead, instant transmission. In a flash, he vanished. The sword spun through the air where he had been standing and crashed harmlessly into the ground. Before Doflamingo could react, a knee smashed into his gut with bone-cracking force. Urgh! Doflamingo's breath exploded out of him. Goku followed up with a quick pressure point strike, his fingers flashing as they tapped Doflamingo's neck. His body went limp, collapsing instantly.
Without hesitation, Goku blurred through the battlefield, knocking down the others one by one. A strike here, a kick there, every blow precise, every motion clean. Within seconds, the 6 warlords of the sea lay on the ground, unconscious, but alive.
Goku hovered above them, his aura glowing faintly gold as the wind whipped around him. One of the defeated Shichibukai groaned, glaring up at him. Well? What are you waiting for? Kill us already. You've beaten us. You've proven your strength, just end it. Goku shook his head slowly. No. They looked up, confused.
You're all incredibly powerful, he said, smiling down at them. But power alone isn't what makes a fighter great. I studied each of your techniques, your timing, your rhythm. That's the only reason I won. If I hadn't, who knows how long this fight would have lasted.
He crossed his arms, his tone softening. Don't see this as defeat. See it as purpose. Use it to push yourselves beyond your limits, because when you do, then you'll understand what true strength really is. Goku gave them a confident thumbs up and grinned. Then, with a flash of light, he vanished, soaring off into the distance to find his friends and rejoin the war. What a strange man. Hey, Mihawk muttered faintly before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed beside the other fallen Shichibukai. The battlefield was littered with broken stone, smoke, and silence.
But Goku's heart sank. He was too late. On the execution platform, Port Guest D Ace lay lifeless, his body motionless beneath the fading sunlight. Luffy knelt beside his brother, trembling, his tears streaming silently down his cheeks. He didn't scream, he didn't shout, he just stared, until his strength finally gave out and he fell unconscious beside Ace.
Luffy! Goku's voice boomed as he dashed toward his fallen friend, his golden aura flaring slightly in panic. "Ha! Look at him!" One Marine laughed cruelly. "He passes out just from seeing his brother die." What a pathetic pirate. The words hit like a blade. Goku froze. Slowly, his head turned toward the Marine, his expression darkening into a glare that could burn through steel. Hancock arrived moments later, clutching her chest at the sight of Luffy's limp body. Her eyes widened when she saw Goku trembling, not with fear, but with rage. His gaze shifted to where Whitebeard stood, still towering even in death, his body frozen in place like an unshakable monument. Marines laughed at him too, mocking a man who had fought to his very last breath.
That was the breaking point.
"How dare you!" Goku's voice shook the air itself. His fists clenched, golden sparks snapping violently around him. "How dare you make fun of them?" He pointed toward Ace's body. "They tried to save him. They fought with everything they had, and you..." His voice rose to a roar. "You laugh at their sacrifice? I won't let their purpose die in vain." Goku's scream ripped through the heavens. Ah! A blinding explosion of golden light burst from his body. The ground cracked. The sky split open. Marines covered their eyes, blinded by the divine glare. When their vision returned, they froze.
Goku stood in the center of the crater, his aura raging like fire. His once black hair now blazed gold, spiking upward toward the sky. His eyes glowed teal, filled with fury and sorrow. The air shimmered with his power, warping the space around him.
Even Hancock, who had seen this transformation before, gasped, goosebumps running down her arms. No matter how many times she witnessed it, the sight of Super Saiyan Goku was awe-inspiring, almost terrifying. He turned to her, his voice calm but commanding. "Hancock, listen to me. Take Luffy and head for the docks. Now, get him to safety." She stood frozen, still staring in shock at the golden flame surrounding him. Goku's tone hardened, his energy crackling violently. "I won't say it again. Go!" That snapped her out of her daze. Right, she stammered, scooping Luffy into her arms and running toward the ships. Within seconds, Goku appeared beside her at the docks, his aura flaring as Whitebeard's surviving crew scrambled to evacuate. The sea trembled with the power of his rage. He gritted his teeth, thrusting his palms to his side. "Ka! Me! Ha! Me!" The Marines shouted in confusion, their weapons rising in panic. "Ha!" A Kamehameha wave, only half of his true power, yet unimaginably destructive, burst forward like a beam of the sun itself. It struck a massive Marine stronghold, vaporizing it completely. The explosion was deafening. Shockwaves tore through the island. The blinding flash left everyone momentarily sightless. And when the light faded, Goku, Luffy, and Hancock were gone. skipping the remaining Marineford dialogue. Yeah, I got a little lazy here, but you already know they were all speechless at Goku's power.
In the next instant, Goku reappeared on Amazon Lily, teleporting into the heart of the Kuja city with Luffy and Hancock beside him. The startled villagers rushed over, gasping when they saw their empress battered and their visitors barely conscious.
"Empress!" one woman cried.
"Lady Hancock!" shouted another. Goku, exhausted but steady, gently lowered Luffy onto a stretcher. He needs help. Now.
The Kuja warriors quickly carried Luffy to their finest healers. Goku followed close behind, ignoring his own bruises and burns. He refused to rest, not until Luffy opened his eyes again. Hours passed. The sun fell. Still, Goku sat by his friend's bedside, silent and unmoving. When Hancock entered the room, her body was wrapped in fresh bandages, her steps careful but graceful. Goku looked up briefly, then returned his focus to Luffy. "It's all right, Goku," Hancock said softly. "The Kuja healers say he'll recover. You can rest now." Goku didn't respond. His hands were clasped tightly, his eyes heavy with guilt. "It's my fault," he said finally, his voice quiet. "I was wasting time fighting the Shichibukai. If I hadn't, maybe Ace would still be alive." "Don't say that, Goku." Hancock stepped closer, her tone sharp but trembling. "You did everything you could. You didn't owe them anything, yet you still fought to help Luffy save his brother. That's more than anyone could ask for. You saved Luffy's life, and you gave them both hope when all seemed lost." Goku looked up at her and smiled faintly. "You've grown into a very wise woman, Hancock. Thank you." Her heart skipped a beat. He called me wise," she thought, blushing furiously. "Is that his way of saying he loves me?" Then Goku added casually, "You actually remind me of one of my oldest friends, Bulma." "Eh? Bulma?" Hancock snapped back to reality, whipping her head toward him. "Who's Bulma? How do you know her? Is she close to you? How close are you two?" She started firing questions like cannon shots, her face burning red. Goku chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his head. "She's just an old friend. We grew up together, went on adventures when we were kids. It was fun." He stretched his arms, yawning. "I think I'll get some sleep now. I'll see you and Luffy tomorrow." Before Hancock could bombard him with more questions, Goku placed 2 fingers on his forehead and vanished in a flash of light, reappearing back at the palace. Hancock stood frozen, cheeks glowing crimson. "Bulma?" she muttered to herself, pouting. "Who is this woman, and is she going to steal him away from me?" Her heart fluttered as she looked out the window at the night sky. "You better come back to me, Goku," she whispered softly, her words lost to the ocean breeze. Last time on the story of the Dragon Pirate, Goku's voice tore across the battlefield like thunder as he shouted at the entire Marine Force. His aura flickered violently, golden sparks breaking the air around him. "They tried saving this man," he yelled, pointing straight at Ace with trembling anger. "And you still laugh at them when they tried? I won't let their purpose die in vain." His fury exploded. A violent golden blast burst out of Goku, shaking the plaza. The air warped, the sky dimmed, and for a moment, every Marine who dared look at him went completely blind. The world trembled as the light faded, and when their sight finally returned, horrified gasps filled the battlefield, because standing before them was no longer the same man from moments ago. Goku had transformed. Even Hancock, who had witnessed him turn Super Saiyan before, felt cold shivers travel down her spine. There was something different this time, more intense, more furious, more alive. His golden hair whipped in the wind like blazing fire. His eyes burned with fierce resolve. He turned to Hancock and quickly placed Luffy into her arms. "Hancock, listen to me carefully," he said, voice sharp and urgent. "You have to run to the docks right now. Take Luffy with you. Got it?" But Hancock just stood there, frozen, caught in awe by the presence of the transformed warrior. Goku felt his patience snap as his aura flared dangerously. Air! This is the last time I'm going to tell you. Get out of here right now, Hancock! His roar shattered her daze like glass. She blinked rapidly and snapped back to reality. Her heart raced as she quickly turned and sprinted toward the ship, Luffy thrown over her shoulder as gently as she could manage.
Goku dashed after them, appearing at the docks almost instantly. Dozens of Whitebeard's pirates were already evacuating, following their captain's final orders. Rubble broke under Goku's boots as he stopped at the edge of the dock, breathing hard, fists trembling with emotion.
He gritted his teeth and pulled his hands to his side. Ka, me, ha, me. The air folded in on itself. Marines panicked as the very ground around them vibrated. His voice dropped into a powerful echo. Ha! Goku launched a 2% Kamehameha, a blinding beam so bright it turned the sky white. The wave blasted into a massive building behind the Marines and the elites, a structure large enough to hold war machinery, and obliterated it completely. The explosion swallowed the horizon and threw shockwaves so strong they knocked Marines off their feet. Once again, everyone lost their vision for a moment from the sheer light. And when their sight returned, every pirate, including Hancock, Luffy, and Goku, was gone. And yes, if anyone noticed, I changed the blast from 50% to 2%. Goku, being Super Saiyan, would have turned the whole planet into dust otherwise. Goku IT'd them back to Amazon Lily, appearing in the heart of the island's main city. The Kuja warriors gasped as they rushed toward the scene. They froze in shock when they saw their empress bruised, drained, barely standing, and Luffy in even worse shape. The Kuja immediately placed Luffy in their best medical care, treating every wound with careful urgency. Goku never left Luffy's side, sitting next to the bed, with fists resting on his knees, eyes locked on the unconscious pirate. His aura was gone, but his emotions were still storming inside him. Hancock eventually stepped into the room, the door creaking softly. "It's fine, Goku," she said gently. "The Kuja people said he'll recover in a few days. You can go rest now." But Goku didn't move. He didn't even look at her. His eyes stayed focused on Luffy, dim and heavy. "Goku!" Hancock spoke carefully. "It's my fault," he said quietly, closing his eyes. "I was toying around with the Shichibukai for too long. I didn't notice Ace being executed." "Don't say that!" Hancock snapped, her voice rising in pain. She stepped closer. "You had nothing to do with this. You chose to help Luffy save his brother, even when you didn't have to. If it wasn't for you, Luffy might have been in far worse condition. What you did was noble. And Luffy, he respects you for that." Her voice softened. "Even I respect you. For everything you do." Goku finally turned his head to look at her. "It looks like you've grown into a very wise person, Hancock," he said with a gentle smile. "Thank you."
The simple compliment sent heat rushing up Hancock's cheeks, forcing her to turn away. He called me wise. Is that his way of saying he loves me? She thought, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. In fact, Goku continued casually, you sound like a good friend of mine, Bulma.
Eh? Hancock spun around so fast, her hair whipped like a whip. Bulma? Who's Bulma? How do you know her? Is she a close friend? How close are you with her? The questions came at him like machine gun fire. She's just a close friend, Goku answered, scratching his cheek. I've known her since I was a kid. We even went on adventures together back then. It was fun. He grinned widely, thinking back to those old Dragon Ball days.
He stretched and slowly stood up. Well, I guess I'll go get some sleep then. I'll see you and Luffy tomorrow. With that, he IT'd straight into the palace, leaving the Empress staring at the empty space he once stood, her mind spiraling. Who is Bulma? And is she going to steal him away from me? The next day arrived quickly, and Goku flew down toward the medical house to check on Luffy. The Kuja woman caring for him bowed politely.
He will be fully recovered in a few more days. We'll inform you and the Empress if anything good happens. Thanks, Goku said with a bright grin and a thumbs up before hopping into the sky to train.
He headed straight for the arena and began his usual warm-up, rapid punches, sudden bursts of speed, deep breathing techniques mixed with battle instincts. His movements blended Saiyan martial arts and his own cosmic mastery. Dust kicked up with every strike. Then Marigold and Sandersonia walked into the ring.
"Oh hey, what are you two doing here?" Goku asked. Marigold stepped forward first. "We would like to have another match with you, Goku, if that's all right."
Yes, Sandersonia added. So will you accept our request?
"Sure," Goku said with a bright grin. "I'd love to take you both on again. It was fun the first time we fought." He cracked his knuckles. "But just a heads up, I've grown a bit stronger after fighting the Shichibukai, so don't hold back this time. Go all out." Marigold and Sandersonia exchanged looks and nodded, their expressions sharp with determination. They shifted into their battle stances. Marigold brandished her axe, then pulled out a second one. Flames burst around her body as she ignited herself, spinning rapidly until she became a towering fire tornado. Sandersonia released her hair, letting it unravel and twist into long serpents. She dashed across to Goku's opposite side, moving low and fast. Goku's smile widened, his heart beat faster. "Ooh, I like this already," he whispered.
He waited for them to attack, but they didn't.
What are they up to?" he wondered, narrowing his eyes.
His answer came immediately.
Sandersonia's snake hair suddenly let out a sonic boom-like shriek, a deafening blast of sound aimed right at him. At the same instant, Marigold stopped spinning and hurled her spiraling inferno toward him, merging the heat with the sonic shockwave. The combined attack collided with Goku in a blinding eruption. The island trembled.
The explosion shook Amazon Lily so hard, the trees swayed violently and the ground cracked beneath their feet. The blast was loud enough to send every nearby Kuja warrior rushing toward the stadium in panic.
When they arrived, they froze. It was Marigold and Sandersonia who created the explosion, not Goku this time. Hancock appeared seconds later, breath quick and eyes sharp. She scanned the scene and instantly understood.
Goku was fighting her sisters again, and the real battle was only just beginning.
Dust and smoke swallowed the arena, curling across the cracked stone floor until nothing could be seen clearly. Marigold and Sandersonia squinted through the haze, their senses on high alert. And then it hit them. Goku was no longer on the ground. He was above them.
That was some power! Goku called down from the sky, descending slowly through the drifting smoke like a blazing comet returning to Earth. He landed with a soft thud, his golden aura fading just enough to show his grin. But that technique of yours, that was unique. I have to ask, what was it?
Sandersonia stepped forward proudly. That was our tag team technique we learned months ago. We call it Moeru Basuda Bakudan, Flaming Buster Bomb. She smiled as she spoke. It requires perfect timing and a huge amount of power. And it seems even that wasn't enough to trouble you, Goku. Goku grinned wider, dropping back into his fighting stance with his hands up and knees bent. Excitement crackled through him. Hancock watched from the stands with a soft smile. That's my Goku. Never stops improving, always finding a way to gain the upper hand.
Marigold roared and spun into motion, her body igniting once more in swirling flames. She barreled toward Goku with enough heat to melt steel. Goku backflipped away, each flip smooth and fast, like a taijutsu master avoiding a swarm of kunai. He sensed another attack behind him, Sandersonia closing in, and vanished. Not teleported, just too fast to see. He reappeared behind Sandersonia and slammed a sharp kick into her side. The impact echoed like a cannon blast. Sandersonia flew across the arena, hitting the ground hard enough to crack the stone and scatter rocks in every direction.
Goku spun around just as Marigold's flaming axe tornado rushed him again. Her movements were wild but powerful, like a living firestorm. He ducked, flipped, sidestepped, trying to slip through her defenses, but she kept chasing him, kept spinning, kept attacking with no opening at all. After a while, Goku's eyebrow twitched. He was getting annoyed. He pulled his arm back, gathered a deep breath, and thrust his hand out. A huge burst of wind exploded from his palm, slamming into Marigold's flame spin with crushing force. The gust snuffed out the fires around her like a candle being blown out. Marigold gasped, stunned that Goku stopped her flame body so easily. But she didn't stop spinning, even without fire, charging at him with raw momentum. Goku dashed in, his foot whipped upward in a clean, powerful backflip kick, striking her mid-spin. The force sent a shockwave rippling across the arena and knocked one of her axes flying.
He vanished again.
Then again, and again. Goku blitzed around her so fast that streaks of light carved circles around the arena. Marigold spun in place, eyes wide with panic as more and more Goku figures appeared around her. Dozens, maybe more. Sandersonia forced herself up and sprinted to her sister, placing her back against Marigold's so they could defend from all sides. Their eyes darted everywhere. The Gokus all spoke at once, their voices layered like an echoing chorus. Since you showed me one of your techniques, I decided to let you see one of mine. This is called afterimage.
Afterimage? Both sisters asked in shocked unison. Yes, the Gokus replied. A technique anyone can perform, if they're fast enough. Move quicker than the eye can see, and you leave an image behind. I learned this from a fighter in my world when I was just a child, so let's see. Every Goku grinned. If you can find the real me.
The entire arena erupted in murmurs and gasps. Even Hancock leaned forward, trying to spot the real Goku, but even her sharp eyes couldn't tell. Marigold and Sandersonia circled, searching desperately for the real one. Their breathing grew heavy. Their eyes darted left, right, back, forward, until finally they made a decision. They lunged toward the afterimage standing the farthest away, convinced the real Goku would hide at the back. Their attack struck cleanly. The Goku they hit let out a shocked expression, his face twisting in a pained gasp.
Sandersonia and Marigold smirked. We got him. But that smirk shattered when Goku slowly grinned. You guessed wrong. The image faded like mist.
A voice appeared behind them. I'm right here! The real Goku shot toward them, engulfed in a swirling blue aura. He flew like a meteor, fists drawn back, eyes locked straight on them.
You lose.
He dove toward Marigold's face, his fist inches away. But the punch never landed. Marigold and Sandersonia stared in confusion as Goku suddenly froze mid-strike. His fist hovered in front of Marigold's face, but his attention was no longer on them. His gaze had snapped away, focused on the distant ocean beyond the arena. Goku, what's where... Marigold began, but he didn't let her finish. Goku blasted into the air so fast the arena floor cracked beneath him. He shot straight toward the shoreline, leaving the entire stadium shouting in confusion. He moved with purpose, scanning the sea with his senses. A cold breeze swept over the water. There was definitely a spike of energy here, Goku murmured, hovering low above the ocean. But where did it go? The presence had appeared during the sisters' tag attack, just for a split second, and then it vanished completely. He scanned left, then right, moving faster, sweeping the area like a hunting hawk. Just when he was about to give up, there it was, faint, weak, but real. He shot toward the source and soon spotted a man floating face up in the water, completely unconscious. Goku swooped down, lifted the man gently from the sea, and flew him back toward the arena. Everyone gasped when they saw the stranger's limp body. Sandersonia and Marigold rushed over, eyes wide. Goku, who is this man? Sandersonia asked cautiously. I'm not sure, Goku said, laying the man down carefully. But I sensed his Kai while we were fighting. He's barely conscious, but alive. The mysterious man was older, maybe in his late 30s, black hair with streaks of gray, tan skin, strong, sturdy build, only white pants and a small bag at his side. He looked like a wandering warrior washed ashore. Goku gently tapped his cheek. Oi, you okay?
The man groaned as his eyes opened slowly.
Where am I? He blinked at Goku and the Kuja sisters. Who are you? Sonya hissed and raised her guard instantly. We should be asking you that. She and Marigold prepared to strike, but Goku quickly stepped between them, palms raised. Hold on. He smiled gently at the man. Sorry about that. You're on Amazon Lily Island, and I'm Son Goku. He turned fully, offering a friendly handshake. The man's eyes widened. You're Goku? The one who took on the Shichibukai at the same time and survived? Goku scratched his cheek, slightly embarrassed. That's me. But before we keep talking, what's your name? And where did you come from? Oh, excuse my rudeness, the man said quickly. My name is Kuyumori Toyoshima. I came from an island out that way. He pointed beyond the horizon. I live on a small island there. I was out on my boat catching fish, like always, when a huge storm hit, knocked me right off the boat. I guess I passed out and ended up here. His voice trailed off as everyone absorbed the explanation, and the mystery surrounding him only grew. I heard you were really strong, Kuyumori said with a calm smile, brushing seawater from his hair. It must be true if you could stand up to that many Shichibukai at once. His tone shifted, turning curious. May I see your strength? Goku blinked in confusion. You want me to fight you? He tilted his head slightly, trying to figure out if this man was serious. Kuyumori definitely had energy in him. Good energy, trained energy, but nowhere near the level needed to challenge Luffy, let alone Hancock. Kuyumori laughed softly and waved his hands. Oh, heavens no, I don't want to fight you, not yet. His eyes sparkled with eagerness. I only want to see your strength. I want to understand how you were able to handle the Shichibukai so effortlessly. Oh, Goku said with a grin. That makes more sense. He jogged into the nearby jungle. Leaves rustled and branches snapped as he returned moments later carrying a massive boulder, about the size of Marigold and Sonya combined. He set it down gently, wiped his hands on his pants, and stepped back. Everyone except Kuyumori took several steps back. They knew what was coming. Goku inhaled deeply, cracked his neck, and dashed at the boulder. His movements were fast, but calculated enough for normal eyes to follow. He kicked the stone left and right with incredible force, each strike ringing out like a thunderclap. Then he mixed in sharp hand chops, slicing across the boulder with martial precision. His limbs moved with the rhythm of a master fighter, fast, smooth, and impossibly clean. He stopped abruptly and turned away from the boulder. A long, silent beat passed. Then the boulder trembled. Perfect slices began sliding apart one by one. The entire huge stone separated into flawless pieces, stacking and fanning out across the ground like a giant stone deck of cards, each cut so smooth it looked unreal. Goku turned back toward Kuyumori and flashed a grin. Is that a good example of my strength? Kuyumori didn't look surprised. If anything, he seemed deeply impressed. He smiled warmly. Yes, that was an excellent demonstration, Goku. Thank you. He looked at the sliced stone. Now I understand how you handled the Shichibukai, and I can see clearly that you've mastered martial arts. The way you moved, only elite masters can attack like that. Oh, Goku laughed. So you're a martial arts fighter too, right? Well, Kuyumori rubbed the back of his neck. You got the fighter part correct, but I learned something different from martial arts. It's called capoeira style. Capoeira? Goku asked with a raised eyebrow. Never heard of it. What kind of fighting is that? Kuyumori smirked. Why don't you find out, in our battle, if you accept the challenge? Goku stepped forward and slipped naturally into his fighting stance, feet planted, fists up. He mirrored Kuyumori's grin. Are you sure you want to fight me? I'm on a whole different level. I don't want to hurt you too badly. Hancock watched from above, eyes narrowed. Kuyumori thinks he can fight my Goku? Please, he may as well surrender now. Kuyumori paused suddenly, mid-stance. Oh, I almost forgot. He patted the small bag at his hip. Goku, would you like to see what I've been keeping inside this? Goku's interest spiked. Sure, what is it? Kuyamori reached into the bag and pulled out a strange powdered substance, letting it rest in his palm. Goku leaned closer, curious. What's that? I'll show you, Kuyamori said with an innocent smile. Then he blew the powder directly into Goku's face. Goku inhaled on instinct and immediately regretted it. His eyes widened. His lungs burned as if hot coals had been shoved into them. The world spun and blurred. His legs wobbled violently. He fell onto one knee, one hand clawing at his throat, the other gripping the ground to keep from collapsing completely. Hancock's eyes widened in horror. Marigold and Sandersonia both shouted in shock.
Goku! Quick, sisters, protect him at all costs, Hancock ordered, her voice cracking. Yes, big sister, they echoed.
Just as they prepared to leap into the arena, something unbelievable happened. Goku stood up, just like that. He rose slowly, chest heaving once, then twice. And when he turned around, he looked completely normal. No panic, no dizziness, no weakness in his stance.
He clutched his chest for a moment, then narrowed his eyes at Kuyamori. What did you do?
Kuyamori smiled calmly. Relax, I wasn't trying to kill you. I only wanted a fair fight. He lifted his empty palm. That powder I used, I created it. It's called Doran Haisui Funmatsu, Drain Powder. He said the name proudly, like a craftsman showing off a masterpiece. It lowers a person's attack, defense, speed, endurance, stamina, reaction time, basically every ability you have, for a while. Works on Devil Fruit users and non-users alike. It weakens even the strongest fighter to the state of a castrated man. The three Kuja sisters recoiled in horror.
Kuyamori continued calmly. The powder's already in your bloodstream, but don't worry, the effect is temporary. You'll return to normal soon.
I see, Goku said, rolling his shoulders as though testing his body. So this fight will be decided purely by our combat skill, huh? A spark of excitement lit in his eyes.
This will be fun. The air grew electric. Two different fighting worlds, martial arts and capoeira, were about to collide. Goku tested his body with a few practice punches. They were painfully slow for him, weak, soft. He frowned, realizing the truth.
Kuyamori wasn't lying. My punches and kicks, they're like a regular human now.
He glanced at Kuyamori, who was already in position.
Even in this weakened state, I'm still a little stronger than him, but not enough to matter. This battle will be won through pure skill. The stadium filled with tense whispers. Fighters and spectators alike wondered who would come out on top. Even Hancock, Marigold, and Sandersonia stared with wide eyes. Silence fell. Both men took their stances.
Then Goku moved.
He dashed forward, but his speed was barely above human. Kuyamori easily cartwheeled to the side, his body moving gracefully like a dancer.
He kicked off the ground, spinning sideways into a roundhouse kick aimed at Goku's ribs. Goku lifted his arms to block.
The impact shot pain through him like a jolt of electricity.
Even blocking hurts this much? That powder really drained me? He chopped toward Kuyamori, but the man countered with a flowing dance motion kick that hit Goku's arm and knocked him flat on his back.
Goku pushed up, determined, and unleashed a series of punches. But Kuyamori dodged every single one with fluid, rhythmic movements, twisting, spinning, ducking. His body moved like water, like music. Goku threw a stronger punch, but Kuyamori leaned back, then lunged forward, and headbutted Goku in the chest. The blow made Goku gasp sharply, pain flashing across his face as he hit the floor again. Whispers grew frantic. Some spectators panicked. Goku looked like he was really struggling. His reactions were slow. His defenses were weak. His body wasn't keeping up with the capoeira rhythm. Some feared he'd lose right away. But then, Goku slowly pushed himself up and smiled.
That's some fighting style, Kuyamori, he said, wiping dirt from his face.
He slipped back into his stance, a confident smirk forming. But I think I finally figured out a way to land an attack on you. Kuyomori raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? And what way is that? Goku grinned. Yup. Goku dashed toward Kuyomori again, his weakened body still moving with the instincts of a warrior who had lived his whole life fighting. He aimed a clean kick at Kuyomori's side, but Kuyomori once again flowed into a smooth cartwheel, evading it like a dancer spinning through music. But this time, Goku didn't stop. Just as Kuyomori landed from the cartwheel, Goku twisted his hips, lashed his leg backward, and slammed his heel into Kuyomori's ribs. The strike caught Kuyomori completely off guard. He flew across the arena and skidded across the stone floor, coughing as he clutched his side. Goku straightened proudly. How about that? I figured out how to counter your capoeira style. He flexed his leg with a smirk. It was tricky at first, since I can't react as fast as usual. But once I understood your rhythm, it became easier to predict your movements. You can't adjust on the fly once you commit to a position. You need too much focus to stay balanced in that one motion. Right? Cheers erupted through the arena. Kujo warriors clapped, hollered, and stomped their feet in admiration of Goku's quick thinking and adaptability. Kuyomori rose slowly, still holding his side, but smiling. Well done. You found the biggest weakness of capoeira. But... His eyes sharpened. He vanished. Before Goku could fully register the movement, Kuyomori was already at his right. Goku raised an arm on instinct, but Kuyomori wasn't there anymore. He had already flowed to the front, his body flipping into the air. His leg came crashing down in a front flip kick that hammered Goku straight into the ground. The impact shook the stadium, kicking dust into the air. And I've also found a weakness in martial arts, Kuyomori said, standing over Goku as the arena fell silent. The Kuja crowd gasped. Their empress covered her mouth. It was one shock after another, Goku learning capoeira's weakness, and Kuyomori exposing a weakness in Goku's own mastery. Goku groaned as he struggled to rise, one palm pressed against the ground, one knee shaking beneath him, trying to lift himself despite the pain and the powder draining every bit of power he had. Kuyomori raised his palm, ready to slam it down onto Goku's face. But Goku suddenly flipped forward, catching Kuyomori's arm with his legs in a tight lock. What? Kuyomori shouted, eyes wide. Ah! Goku roared. Balancing on his hands, Goku swung his entire body downward, slamming Kuyomori face first into the ground. The arena cracked loudly under the force, and a wave of dust exploded around them. Goku pushed off into a clean backflip, landing outside the cloud of debris. He stood ready, waiting. His eyes scanned the dust like a predator, waiting for its opponent to reappear. Kuyomori stepped out of the smoke with a grin on his bruised face. I'm impressed, Goku. I know you're the self-improving type, but it's amazing how high your ceiling must be when you're at full strength. Even at your weakest, you're able to shift the battle in your favor. Goku chuckled lightly. I'd say the same to you. You're really making me think in a fight for once. He cracked his neck and grew serious. But that doesn't mean we stop here. Let's go all out, no holding back. Kuyomori nodded. Before continuing, Goku began loosening his clothing. He peeled off his shirt, his wristbands, and then his shoes. The crowd watched in confusion until everything fell to the ground with a tremendous thud, heavy enough to crack the stone beneath. The Kuja women gasped in shock. Kuyomori blinked. Goku, were those weighted clothes? Oh yeah, Goku said casually, as if it were normal. I always put on about 300 pounds when I'm fighting someone. The entire stadium froze with their jaws hanging open. Even Hancock, confident as she was, stared in disbelief. 300 pounds, every single day. Once freed of the weights, Goku's speed increased noticeably, but not enough. The drain powder was still dulling everything else, keeping him far weaker than his real power. They stepped back into their stances. Desert silence filled the arena. Even the smallest breeze sounded loud. Everyone held their breath. Then, they clashed. Full power against full effort. martial discipline against rhythmic combat. Each strike shook the stone beneath them, leaving cracks wherever their blows connected. Kuyamori slapped Goku across the face with a sharp backhand, sending him stumbling. Goku retaliated with a volley of weak ki blasts, small, flickering lights compared to his usual cosmic beams. But Kuyamori dodged each one with fluid, dance-like movements, cartwheels, spins, backbends. Goku fired one last ki shot, aiming a little higher. Kuyamori jumped, forming a T-shape with his legs mid-air to dodge it. "Got you!" Goku shouted, bursting forward. His foot slammed into Kuyamori's ribs, knocking the man sideways and breaking his rhythm. The crowd erupted in gasps and cheers. The fight felt evenly matched in a way nobody expected. The arena was alive with tension. Who would win? Which fighting style would dominate? On the stands, Hancock leaned forward, her eyes locked on Goku. She wanted to scream encouragement, but she held it in. Her faith in him was unwavering. Goku and Kuyamori exchanged another series of blows. Their fists smashed against each other's faces until purple bruises swelled across their skin. The final simultaneous strike, a kick from Kuyamori and a punch from Goku, sent them both stumbling back. Then both dropped to one knee, gasping loudly for breath. Huff! 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 Each fighter was battered, exhausted, unsure what it would take to end this. Both minds raced, both hearts pounded, then they dashed toward each other again. But this time, Goku scattered into multiple copies, afterimage, surrounding Kuyamori from every angle. Kuyamori spun, startled. "I'm not falling for it this time, Goku!" He dropped into a handstand, legs spread out, and spun rapidly, like a living tornado. His rotating legs struck each image one by one, until one of them made solid contact. Goku flew back, grunting in pain. Kuyamori landed hard. That technique drained much of his stamina. Goku coughed, wiping blood from his mouth, and grimaced. But his eyes lit up. He finally understood what he needed to do. Kuyamori charged again, flipping forward with another spinning kick. But Goku raised two fingers to his forehead. He vanished, then reappeared, then vanished again, teleporting around Kuyamori faster than his weakened body should allow. Ki, me, he, me! Goku reappeared right in front of Kuyamori, face strained, teeth gritted. A sphere of blue light formed between his palms. Ah! A small but precise Kamehameha erupted from his hands, slamming into Kuyamori. The blast engulfed him in a brilliant explosion that shook the entire arena. Light swallowed everything, smoke billowed upward. Everyone gasped, searching the battlefield for Goku or Kuyamori. Hancock leapt from her throne, sprinting to the edge of the arena ledge with panic in her eyes. Goku! She frantically scanned the smoke. The smoke slowly began clearing, swirling away in drifting curls, until the arena floor became visible once more. Goku stood at the center, still locked in the stance of the Kamehameha, his hands extended forward. His chest heaved as he gasped for breath, sweat dripping down his face. And then, through the fading smoke, another silhouette appeared. Kuyamori. He was still on his feet, though barely. His body trembled. His breaths were shallow. He glanced up at Goku, and somehow managed a small, tired smile before collapsing face first onto the arena floor, finally overwhelmed by the brutal injuries he had taken. The match was over. Son Goku had won. The arena erupted with cheers, the Kuja warriors roaring in excitement. Goku, breathing hard, fell to his knees and offered a warm smile toward Kuyamori's unconscious form. "You're an incredible fighter, Kuyamori," he murmured. "I've never imagined a human could be this strong. You're better than me when it comes to pure capoeira, but I guess my drive to win pushed me to my limit today. I still have so much to learn about other fighting styles." A soft laugh escaped him before he toppled backward, unable to stay awake any longer. He collapsed with a peaceful smile on his face. "Goku!" Hancock cried. She sprinted down the steps and into the arena, dropping to her knees beside him. She gently lifted his head into her arms.
Even unconscious, he wore that same small grin. It made her heart flutter.
Even passed out, you still know how to smile, she whispered. She turned sharply toward her sisters. Marigold, take Kuyamori to the palace. Sander Sonia, bring Goku. We're treating their injuries immediately. Yes, big sister, both replied. They carried the two wounded fighters back to the palace. Goku was placed in Hancock's room so he could receive special care. Kuyamori was taken to a separate chamber. Elder Nyon examined both men thoroughly, studying their bruises, swelling, and breathing patterns. Her conclusion was firm. Both fighters had put their bodies into shock. So many punches, kicks, and heavy impacts. She couldn't tell when either of them would regain consciousness. But then,
Against all expectations,
Goku began to move.
his fingers twitched, his eyes opened halfway. He slowly pushed himself upright.
Goku, please sit back down and rest, Hancock pleaded, rushing to his side. You just fought a few minutes ago.
But Goku shook his head stubbornly. I'm fine, really. The powder's effect must have worn off. I've got my strength back. I'll manage. He looked around. Hey, how long was I fighting that guy anyway?
Elder Neon stepped forward. About an hour and a half. So that's how long the Doran Haisui Funmatsu lasts, Goku muttered. He turned toward Hancock. Where's Kuyamori? In the other room having his wounds treated, she said, puzzled. Why? I need to see him later, Goku replied. Without waiting, he stepped toward the window. I'm going out for a bit. Just need to think. And with that, he flew out into the open sky. Hancock watched him disappear. Elder Neon sighed. I wonder what's on that boy's mind. Several hours later, Kuyamori was healed enough to sit upright. Hancock informed him that Goku wished to speak with him, so he waited calmly outside the palace.
Hancock, Marigold, and Sander Sonia hid behind a column, watching curiously. Goku finally appeared, descending from the sky with a gentle smile. Hey, thanks for waiting. He offered his hand. Kuyamori shook it firmly. It's my pleasure. So, what did you want to ask me? Goku exhaled, closed his eyes, brought his palms together, and bowed deeply.
Please, teach me the capoeira style. Hancock and her sisters nearly screamed in shock. Kuyamori paused, surprised, but then smiled. I would be honored to teach you, Goku, but we'll have to train on my island. It's the only place prepared for this kind of training. Amazing! Thank you so much! Goku beamed. They headed back inside the palace to rest for the night. Goku lay down in his room, staring up at the ceiling with eager excitement. He wanted morning to come as fast as possible. His mind raced with thoughts of new techniques, new movements, new ways to grow stronger. Eventually, excitement gave way to exhaustion, and he drifted off to sleep.
When the next morning arrived, Goku and Kuyamori prepared to leave. Kuyamori stepped toward the edge of the island, and Goku followed, until Hancock came sprinting down the hill, her sisters and Elder Neon scrambling after her to hold her back.
Wait, Goku! Hancock cried, grabbing the front of his GI. Tears gathered in her eyes. Don't go. Please stay here, with us. Goku softened, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. I need to do this, Hancock. I need to learn capoeira so I can get even stronger. After several moments, Hancock released his GI, understanding she couldn't change his mind. Please, be careful, she whispered fearfully. Goku laughed lightly. Don't worry, I'm always careful. He paused. Well, most of the time. Hancock giggled softly despite herself.
I'll see you all again real soon, Goku promised, lifting Kuyamori by the arm and ascending into the sky. Hancock stood frozen, cheeks flushing.
I'll see you again? Is that his way of proposing to me? No, it's not, Neon muttered, annoyed by her Empress's hopeless romantic fantasies. Eventually, after a long flight, Kuyamori's island came into view. A small island surrounded by calm water and dense forest. Goku admired it as they landed. Kuyamori led him into a structure, a large room with white walls that reminded Goku vaguely of the Room of Spirit and Time back home. This is where we'll train, Kuyamori said as he strapped on a gas mask. He flipped a switch. Immediately, drain powder sprayed out from small vents hidden in the walls. The room filled with the shimmering dust. Goku inhaled. Ah! His lungs burned violently. His vision distorted and swayed, just like before. He dropped to one knee, gasping. But after a few minutes, he steadied himself.
He pushed up slowly, wiping sweat from his brow.
"Oh man, this is gonna be tough," he muttered. Then he grinned, eyes blazing with excitement. "But I can't wait to get started."
2 long years passed, years of intense motion, spinning kicks, inverted strikes, rhythmic dodging, fluid taijutsu footwork, and powerful Saiyan endurance. At the end of it all, Goku mastered capoeira, so well in fact that even Kuyamori admitted he had surpassed him. When their training ended, they parted ways with a respectful handshake. Goku chose to travel back slowly by boat, wanting the quiet ocean breeze instead of flying or using instant transmission. He felt exhausted in a peaceful way.
During the quiet voyage, he drifted off to sleep as the boat carried him toward the Isle of Women. When he finally arrived, word spread instantly. The Saiyan had returned. "Snake Empress! The Saiyan Goku has returned!" the Kujo women shouted. "Goku returned?" Hancock gasped, pressing a hand to her chest as joy rushed through her. "Quick! Prepare a 7-course meal for him immediately. I must see him at once." The women hurried away, shouting, "Of course, Empress Hancock." Hancock's hands trembled slightly as she clasped them together. It had been 2 long years without seeing the man she loved. "Sister, you must eat something," Marigold said gently. "You haven't eaten in hours."
Hancock turned away, blush warming her cheeks. Goku must not have eaten for a long time either. He needs the heartiest cuisine to regain his strength. Once it's ready, I'll take it to him myself.
"I forbid you to do that," Elder Neon said sharply as she stepped into the room. "Going alone to see him right now would set a bad example. This is the Isle of Women." "I don't care. I am the Empress. Don't tell me what to do." Hancock shot back, eyes narrowing. Meanwhile, back on the shore, Goku woke from his nap, stretched his arms, and stepped off the boat. "It's good to be back," he said with a big smile. "Goku!" a familiar voice called. He turned to see Luffy sprinting toward him with a huge grin, waving wildly while Jinbei walked calmly beside him. "Luffy, you're all right," Goku said as the two slapped hands in their usual greeting. "It's good to see you, Goku. Where did you go? When I woke up, you were gone," Luffy asked. "Ha ha ha, I went off to train with someone named Kuyamori on an island far away," Goku answered. "Is he still there?" Luffy asked. "Nope. He said he wanted to travel and live a peaceful life, meeting new people." "Oh, I wanted to meet him, maybe fight him," Luffy said, pouting. Goku laughed. "You and me have a lot in common, Luffy. Food, helping people, and fighting strong opponents." Luffy grinned wide at that. Meanwhile, Hancock was riding down the main road on her golden chariot, beside her sisters and Elder Neon, with a mountain of food carried in another chariot. She held her hands together dreamily. "I wonder, once we get married, will Goku stay on this island with me?" Neon groaned. "The Saiyan giving you a hug does not mean marriage, Hancock." "Then what must I do to marry him?" Hancock cried. "I am not the one to ask," Neon muttered. They arrived just in time to see Luffy and Jinbei talking excitedly with Goku about training and their next journey. "Goku!" Hancock called out, her voice ringing through the air. Goku turned around and saw the Kuja sisters, Elder Neon, and the enormous feast behind them. He waved. "Hey, great to see you all again." Hancock froze for a second, turned away bashfully, then stepped toward him with her arms full of emotion. "Goku, you're back. I was so worried. You must be hungry. I brought food for you. Please, eat as much as you want." "You can't even look him in the eyes, yet you want to talk about marriage," Neon whispered, unable to believe what she was witnessing. "Sweet. Thanks, Hancock," Goku said, already stuffing his face with food like a man who hadn't eaten in years. Luffy joined him immediately, inhaling plates like a storm. And Jinbei ate calmly, but with that same grateful smile. The scene looked almost peaceful. 3 warriors enjoying mountains of food side by side. Just as the last plates were cleared, a soft voice drifted from behind them, carried by a smooth breeze. "Goku, are you ready to go? We will be leaving soon." Everyone turned toward the sky. Floating above them was a woman with light blue skin, wearing a flowing green gown that shimmered like calm water. A black vest draped down at her sides, and a large ring circled her neck like a halo. Her hair was tied neatly behind her, and she held a staff glowing faintly at the top. She smiled, graceful and calm as she descended. It was Vados. "Oh my, I see you have guests," Vados said warmly, touching down on the sand. "Well, I suppose I can make an exception for you right now, but we must hurry before he gets angry about us being late." Goku grinned. "Vados, you came. I thought the tournament wasn't supposed to happen for another 2 weeks." Apparently, both of them grew impatient, Vados replied with a light sigh. "They decided they want the battle now. Whis is picking up your partner as we speak, so we must leave immediately." "Yeah, that sounds about right," Goku laughed. "Knowing those two, I'm not surprised at all." When he turned back, he saw everyone staring at him with wide, confused eyes. He blinked. "Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce her." He pointed to the angel with a cheerful smile. "Guys, this is Vados. She trained me while I was gone. Vados, these are my friends. Luffy, Neon, Hancock, Sandersonia, Marigold, and Jinbei." They all greeted her politely, except Hancock, who froze, her face twisted in silent horror. Goku was training with her? No, he must be trying to trick me. Is this what they call cheating? She panicked inside her mind. "It's nice to meet you all," Vados said with a nod. "But Goku, we must go now." With a smooth gesture, she lifted her staff. A shimmering cube appeared out of thin air, transparent yet solid, humming with divine energy. "Please everyone," Vados said kindly, "step into the cube so we can travel safely." She entered first, and the others followed. Just as Goku was about to step in, Hancock grabbed his arm. Tight. "Goku, who is that girl?" "Huh? Which girl?" Goku asked, honestly confused. "The flying girl." Hancock's voice trembled, eyes soft with worry. Goku chuckled gently. "Oh, Vados, didn't you hear me earlier? She's my teacher. She's been helping me get stronger than before. Kuyamori trained me for a while, but then I met Vados and her student. He's insanely strong. I trained my hardest with them. I guess it all paid off," he said with a laugh. Hancock stared down at the ground as his words sank in. She breathed out slowly. "Goku speaks of it like it's normal. So it must be true. He must be telling me the truth." Her shoulders relaxed and a tiny smile returned to her face. "Goku, we really must go now," Vados called from inside the cube, poking her head out. "Oh shoot, coming, let's go, Hancock," Goku said, jogging toward the entrance. "Oh, okay, honey," Hancock whispered, blushing as she hurried in beside him. The cube hummed and began to rise. Everyone except Goku and Vados clung to whatever they could grab. Hancock grabbed onto Goku's arm with both hands, trembling as the ground grew smaller beneath them. Goku smiled gently at her. "Don't worry, Hancock, you're safe here with us." It helped a little. She still held onto his arm tight. The cube pierced through the sky, breaking through Earth's atmosphere. Everyone looked back one last time before the stars stretched into long white lines. The cube jumped into hyperspeed, moving beyond the universe, beyond any realm they recognized, until finally, a small planet came into view. Resting near it was a massive dome-shaped arena floating between 2 universes, connected like a bridge between realities. Vados landed the cube softly on the ground outside the dome. She turned to the group. "Goku, please come with me. You must hear the rules before the battle begins. Everyone else, please remain here. I will return shortly." They nodded. Goku followed Vados into the dome. Inside stood Whis, as calm as ever, and beside him, Goku's opponents, Beerus and Champa, the gods of destruction. their energy thick like storms, trying to hide behind smiles. "It's about time, Kakarot. I thought you wouldn't show," a familiar voice said. Stepping from behind Whis was Vegeta, Goku's rival, ally, and the proud prince of all Saiyan.
Vegeta, man, good to see you again. Goku laughed. It's been forever since you wished me away and all.
"Shut up!" Vegeta snapped instantly, face turning red as he clenched his fists. "That wasn't my fault. I didn't know he was listening when I said that." Hey, it's fine," Goku said, raising both hands. "I don't mind at all." Before Vegeta could argue, another voice echoed across the dome. "Dad?" Goku turned. A young boy with his exact hair stepped forward, Goten walking beside an older man with glasses and a calm face. Gohan. "Gohan! Goten!" Goku shouted, flying toward them. "Dad!" they both cried as they ran into him. They hugged him tightly, asking 100 questions at once. How he'd been, what happened in the other world, and why he seemed taller and stronger. Goku asked them just as many questions in return, laughing happily. Soon the entire Dragon Ball crew arrived, everyone except Chi-Chi. Goku blinked. "Hey, where's Chi-Chi?"
Silence fell instantly. Gohan stepped forward slowly, eyes heavy. "Dad, Mom ran away a year after you left. She had a breakdown. She wanted to escape everything. We searched everywhere, but we couldn't find her." "It's all my fault," Goten cried, tears spilling. I taught Mom how to hide her Kai. She said she wanted to learn for safety. I didn't think she'd use it to disappear." Gohan reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded note. His voice softened. "She left this for us. I've held on to it ever since." Goku took the note and opened it quietly. The room became still. He read, "To all my friends and family, I'm sorry for everything I've done, and I'm sorry for hurting you all. I can't tell you how happy I truly am. I have 2 sons who grew into strong young men and friends who became family, supporting me again and again, even in my worst moments. But this is something I need to do. Every time I look at any of you, I'm reminded of that incident, and I can't bear it anymore. Thank you for surrounding me with love when I needed it most. I hope the best for all of you. P.S. Goku. If you ever come back and read this someday, I'm glad I was your wife. Please promise me something. Enjoy life like you used to. Meet new people. Protect others like you did for me and our sons. Knowing you, finding new challenges will give you joy. And don't worry if you find a girl who falls for you. Who wouldn't want a guy like you, my dear husband? I love you all. Goodbye. Chi-Chi." Goku stayed silent for a moment after finishing Chi-Chi's letter. The weight of those words pressed deep into his chest. Then, gently, he folded the note and handed it back to Gohan with a small nod. Slowly, he bent down in front of Goten, who was failing, not to cry again. Goku wrapped his arms around him in a soft, warm hug. "It's okay, Goten," Goku whispered, smiling against his son's cheek. "I don't hate you. Nobody blames you, and I forgive you." Goten's breath trembled as he leaned into the hug. Goku continued, his voice calm but full of quiet strength. "I accept what your mother decided. If this is what she needed to do, then I won't stop her. She supported my choices for years, so I'll honor hers too. I just wish I could see her one last time. Tell her how sorry I am for leaving her in that state." He stood up and turned to Gohan, smiling just a little. "Thank you for taking care of Goten while I was gone. While your mom was gone. You've done so much." Gohan nodded softly, trying not to tear up again. After a while, the heavy mood settled. Everyone took a breath, wiped eyes, and the space slowly filled with life again. Footsteps echoed gently behind them. "Goku, who are they?" a voice asked. Everyone turned to see Hancock standing in front, Luffy and the rest of the One Piece crew behind her. Tien, Yamcha, and Master Roshi leaned forward at the same time, eyes popping wide. "Who is that?" the 3 of them said in perfect unison as they stared at the pirate empress, Boa Hancock.
Goku brightened instantly as Hancock and the others approached. "Hancock! Luffy, you made it in!" He pointed happily. "Guys, these are my friends!" He gestured to the Dragon Ball crew: Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Bulma, Tien, Roshi, Yamcha, and the rest, as he said each of their names. Then he turned and motioned to the newcomers. "And these people are Luffy, Sandersonia, Marigold, Jinbei, Nyan, and Hancock." The moment he said her name, Hancock's face lit up like a sunrise. She cupped her cheeks with both hands. "He said my name. He said my name 6 times today. Is this a form of engagement?" she whispered dramatically. Unfortunately for her, the entire Dragon Ball crew heard it. Goku, of course, did not. "Huh." He blinked at her. "Hey, Hancock, your face is turning red like a tomato again." Master Roshi shook his head with a deep, ancient sigh. "I know Goku can be an idiot sometimes, but this is just plain ridiculous." Everyone from the Dragon Ball crew nodded in agreement. Once reunions settled and the groups mingled, it was finally time for Goku and Vegeta to hear the official rules and prepare for their match against Beerus and Champa. Vegeta crossed his arms and smirked. "Oi, Goku, just so you know, I've gone far beyond Super Saiyan 3. I've probably surpassed you altogether." A fiery red aura exploded around Vegeta, his muscles slimming, his hair glowing crimson like burning coal, his eyes sharp and godly. He lifted his chin. "I have become the most powerful being our race could ever dream of. I have become a Super Saiyan god." "Super Saiyan? God?" Hancock whispered, confused. Bulma smiled, stepping beside her. "It's a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 3 and everything before it." "Incredible," Hancock breathed. "I never knew a transformation like that was even possible." "Oh, I know," Bulma said proudly, "but it seems my husband took it to another level." Hancock glanced at Goku, curious and nervous about what he would do next. Goku stared at Vegeta for a moment. Then he smirked back. "Guess we both learned something new, huh, Vegeta?" His aura shifted, bright, burning red, matching Vegeta's. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan god as well. The power pulsed around him like divine fire, shaking the space around them. Vegeta froze. He hadn't expected Goku to match him so casually. "And we both know we've gone even higher than this," Goku added, smiling. "But looks like they don't know that yet." Vegeta glanced toward Beerus and Champa with a cold, proud grin. "You're right." The One Piece crew exploded with cheers, shouting Goku's name. Hancock cheered louder than anyone, hands over her heart. "To think I might someday be married to a god," she murmured, blushing deeper. "Enough talk!" Beerus barked. "We begin the battle now." Goku and Vegeta floated onto the ring. The match was set the Gods of Destruction versus the Super Saiyan Gods. Both sides stepped into their stances. Energy crackled, air tightened. Every spectator leaned forward, breath held. "Begin!" Vados and Whis declared. Instantly, like two meteors, Goku and Vegeta rocketed forward, splitting into two battles. Vegeta versus Champa, Goku versus Beerus. Vegeta attacked Champa with a flurry of fast, sharp punches, each one bursting with divine energy. Champa dodged effortlessly, laughing, then fired back with heavy blows that shook the ring. Every strike sent shockwaves echoing through the arena. Goku lunged at Beerus with a clean, straight punch. Beerus tilted his head aside and countered with a spinning roundhouse kick that clipped Goku's jaw. Goku flipped backward in midair, using the momentum to dive down with a powerful axe kick. Beerus vanished in a blink, reappeared behind Goku, and fired a crackling ki beam toward his back. Goku spun and slapped the beam away with the side of his arm, sending it exploding into the arena wall. Dust rained down as shards of stone tumbled. Their shockwaves cracked the arena floor, splitting stone like thin ice. Goku struck Beerus with a sharp uppercut to the cheek. Beerus retaliated with a knee to Goku's ribs. Both fighters slid apart and then blurred forward again. Goku swung a punch so hard the air boomed. Beerus caught it with one palm, and the sheer force carved a crater beneath their feet. Beerus grinned, impressed. He had seen Vegeta's god form, but Goku's strength carried a different kind of wild rhythm. "Impressive," Beerus said, still holding Goku's fist. "Tell me, Goku, how does it feel to be a god?" "It's incredible, Lord Beerus," Goku said, pulling back. "Good, very good. Now channel that power and bring it outward. Show me everything you've got."
Beerus vanished.
He moved so fast, Goku barely tracked the motion. A kick slammed into Goku's back, sending him spinning downward. Goku pushed off the ground and shot into the air, searching wildly for Beerus's energy signal. But Beerus appeared behind him again, faster, slamming both fists onto Goku's back and sending him crashing into the arena. Goku rolled, popped back onto his feet, and spun around, desperately scanning for movement. Beerus hovered behind him, arm raised, smiling like a cat playing with its prey. "Tell me, do you really think you can take me on at this speed?" He swung his hand down toward one of Goku's pressure points. "Goku!" Hancock screamed, heart jumping into her throat as she watched the blow descend. But right as Beerus's strike was about to land, Goku's arm shot backward like a whip. His hand closed around Beerus's wrist with perfect timing, sharp, clean, unshakable. The god of destruction froze, eyes widening. Goku hadn't even turned around, yet he caught the blow as if he'd been watching the entire time. Everyone in the arena, both crews, fell silent. Goku slowly looked over his shoulder, smiling calmly before turning to face Beerus fully. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Lord Beerus. After all, this is just a warm-up."
Gasps echoed across the arena. To everyone except Beerus, Vados, Whis, Vegeta, and Champa, the idea that this battle, this earth-shattering clash, was merely a warm-up was unbelievable. Goku pushed off the ground, flying back to Vegeta's side. He gave a small nod.
Vegeta returned it.
Both Saiyan warriors dropped into synchronized stances, a perfect mirror of focus and discipline. Their auras began to surge, flaring violently as they clenched their fists and shouted, "Ha!"
A blinding light swallowed the arena. A blue flame burst around them, twisting like liquid lightning. Everyone shielded their eyes until the flash eased. When the brightness faded and people finally opened their eyes, jaws dropped. Goku and Vegeta stood quietly, but now they radiated a blue, blazing aura. Hotter, sharper, calmer. Their bodies had returned to their original build. Their eyes and hair glowed a brilliant sapphire. Beerus and Champa stared in disbelief as the two Saiyan smirked back at them. Vegeta crossed his arms proudly. "This is our most powerful form. You thought Super Saiyan God was our limit, but you were mistaken." Goku grinned. "This form lets us keep insane power while staying calm, focused, with complete Kai control. We call it Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, or Super Saiyan Blue for short." Champa raised an eyebrow, impressed. "A transformation above Super Saiyan God? Impressive. Didn't think those two had it in them."
"Don't underestimate them, brother," Beerus said, eyes narrow. "Last time Vegeta and I fought, I needed 73% of my full power to beat him."
Goku cracked his knuckles. "Let's go." The two Saiyan rocketed forward, blasting toward the gods of destruction.
The next stage of the battle began.
Beerus flew upward immediately, thrusting both hands forward. Dozens upon dozens of crackling ki blasts fired at Goku like a storm of exploding comets. Goku darted and spun, weaving between the blasts with fast, flowing taijutsu footwork. Each explosion shook the arena, and chunks of stone were blown toward the audience, only to be blocked by the shimmering shield Whis and Vados formed.
Goku countered by firing his own rapid ki bursts, meeting Beerus's attacks in midair. The blasts collided with thunderous booms, kicking up clouds of dust.
Goku punched straight through the haze, flying at Beerus with a fiery blue aura trail. His fist shot forward, but Beerus blocked it with his forearm. Beerus counterpunched, aiming for Goku's jaw, but Goku, caught the blow in his palm. The impact pushed both fighters back, sliding across the air itself. They lunged forward again, hands locking in a test of strength. Blue and purple energy roared around them as their power clashed. Rocks cracked, ground lifted, the very air trembled. Ah! Goku yelled, breaking the stalemate and driving his fist into Beerus's cheek, sending the god skidding backward. Goku used the quick opening to glance sideways at Vegeta.
Vegeta wasn't faring much better.
He threw a sharp punch aimed at Champa's face, but Champa blocked it casually with an open palm. Yet even that pushed the god back an inch. Champa blinked, surprised by the raw power behind Vegeta's strike. Annoyed, Champa soared high into the air, raising a finger as dark energy crackled around it. A massive orb formed, dense, destructive, glowing like a purple sun. "I've had enough of you!" Champa roared. "Sphere of destruction!" He hurled the giant sphere downward at Vegeta. "Crap! Final shine attack!" Vegeta shouted. A blinding green beam erupted from his hand, clashing with the incoming sphere. The collision detonated in a catastrophic blast that rattled the entire planet. Shockwaves tore through the air. The arena trembled dangerously. Vegeta dropped to one knee, breathing hard. That attack had drained him. When he looked up, he saw Champa clapping. "Well done," Champa smirked. "Looks like my brother wasn't bluffing when he said not to underestimate you. I suppose we should fight seriously now. Don't you agree?" Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow and smirked back. "Good. Our training session was a bore anyway." They charged each other again, punching at full force, trading blows that cracked the arena with every strike. "Final flash!" Vegeta roared, firing an enormous blast. Champa dodged, the beam obliterating a chunk of the arena wall. Debris rained toward the audience, but the shimmering shield caught it, although it took heavy damage. Whis and Vados raised their staffs and restored the shield, reinforcing it tenfold.
Back in the battle, Champa landed lightly and opened his mouth.
A violent sonic screech ripped from his throat, so loud the air rippled. "Idiot!" Beerus shouted, covering his ears. "Warn me before you do that!" Champa laughed wildly. "Sorry, brother, I'm having too much fun. These opponents are incredible." He dashed at Vegeta, who shifted into a defensive stance. But Champa vanished, reappearing behind him. Vegeta spun, only to find himself surrounded by multiple identical Champas, each pointing a glowing fingertip at him.
"You think you can stop this?" all the Champa taunted in unison.
They fired, countless beams converging on Vegeta. "Vegeta!" Goku yelled. In a blink, Goku appeared behind him, grabbed him by the shoulder, and used instant transmission to teleport them both to the arena's edge. The explosion behind them shook the planet violently, sending tremors across its surface. When the shaking stopped, Goku and Vegeta pushed themselves up. Across from them, the two gods of destruction floated calmly, smiling. "Impressive," Champa chuckled. "You two actually escaped that." "Oh, this is just getting exciting," he added.
Beerus floated beside him, eyes gleaming. "Indeed, since you both have lasted this long against us, allow us to show you our most powerful form. I'm sure you'll be shocked."
Beerus stepped back beside Champa.
Whis and Vados lifted their staffs. Twin beams of divine energy shot toward the two gods, pushing them together. Their bodies, auras, and energies began to merge, twisting, fusing, morphing into one impossibly powerful being.
The two gods of destruction became one. As you can see, the fused being said, his voice echoing with two tones at once. "I have become the most powerful existence in both universes. This is your reward for lasting this long against us." He smirked. "You may call me Cherus."
Whis raised a brow. "They've taken that form again? It's been quite a while since we've seen them merge like that, hasn't it, Vados?"
Vados nodded calmly. "Yes, but we must keep track of their time. If they stay in that fused state too long, they will become unstable. You remember how terrible the consequences were the first time, right, Whis?" Whis gave a weary sigh, clearly remembering that disaster. "Oh yes, quite unforgettable." Vados lifted her staff. "Chaurus, You will have exactly 45 minutes before you revert back to normal." 45 minutes? Cheris laughed, his grin sharp and cruel. "Ha! That's too long, don't you think?" His eyes narrowed at Goku and Vegeta. Vegeta felt a chill run down his spine. Oh crap. 10 minutes later, both Saiyan warriors were barely standing. Their breaths were ragged, sweat and blood ran down their faces. And Cheris, towering, calm, terrifying, looked barely fazed. Vegeta lunged, only for Cheris to slam a fist deep into his stomach. Vegeta's eyes widened as blood sprayed from his mouth. He was thrown across the arena like a broken cannonball, crashing headfirst into the ground. Then, Cheris appeared before Goku in an instant. Goku tried to jump back, but something yanked him still. He looked down. A tail, Cheris's tail, was wrapped tight around his waist like an iron rope. Goku gritted his teeth. "Damn! I can't move!" Cheris extended one hand toward Goku's face, palm glowing with a brutal purple aura. "Now then, do you think you can withstand this?" Goku braced himself. "Destruction!" Cheris roared. The blast erupted like a star dying, swallowing Goku in purple fire. The explosion tore through the air, smoke blasting outward into a thick cloud that covered the fighters completely. Everyone stared in horror. As the dust slowly cleared, a shape stood in the center, motionless. Goku. His mouth hung open slightly. A thin line of blood dripped down his chin. His eyes were half vacant, as if he was barely conscious. His arms dangled. He didn't blink. He didn't breathe. "Goku!" his friends screamed. Cheris turned away, confident in his victory. But then, Goku twitched. Cheris paused, confused. And then, with a trembling breath, Goku forced his body upright. His legs shook violently, but he did not fall. His eyes regained focus, cold, sharp, alive. "What?" Cheris snapped, whipping around. "You should be unconscious." The crowd erupted with cheers and gasps, shouting Goku's name. His friend's hope surged back instantly. Goku wiped the blood from his lip and stared up at Cheris, voice low but unbroken. "Not yet." Silence fell. "I'm not going down like this. No way. I worked too hard to reach this level. I'm not falling here." His eyes burned with determination. "I push my body to its limits to protect the people I care about." His body shook, but he kept smiling. "Even if I can barely stand, even if the pain takes everything I've got, I won't stop." He smirked. "So don't count me out yet." Then, Goku looked over at the other side of the arena. Vegeta was slowly climbing back onto his feet. "Vegeta!" Goku called out with a grin. Vegeta lifted his head, confused for a moment, until realization hit him, hard, his face flushed with rage. "No way! We are not doing that, Kakarot!" "Oh, come on, Vegeta," Goku laughed. "It's our only chance to even the odds. We've got no other choice." The humiliation I'll suffer," Vegeta growled, fists shaking. "You better pray this works, or I swear, when this is over, I'll tear you apart." Goku gave him a thumbs up. "Deal. Thanks, Vegeta." He flew toward the side of the arena. Vegeta followed, grumbling like a thundercloud. Yeah, let's get this over with." And by now, everyone watching knew exactly what was coming. Both Saiyan warriors extended their arms outward in opposite directions. "No way!" Goten shouted. "You don't think they're—" Krillin whispered. "They are. They totally are." Trunks cheered, bouncing up and down with Goten. "What are they doing?" Hancock asked, staring at the two children who were nearly vibrating with excitement. "They're gonna do the fusion technique," Goten explained, throwing her a peace sign. "Fusion? What does that mean?" Hancock asked, still lost. Piccolo stepped in, arms crossed. Fusion merges two fighters into a single being. Their strength, speed, endurance, everything combines. It's like Beerus and Champa's fusion, except Goku and Vegeta perfected their version long ago. Though, we've never seen them try it in God form. Hancock stared down at the warriors below, heart racing. Goku and Vegeta slid their feet across the arena floor, arms aligned perfectly. Fusion? Their bodies glowed. "Ha! Their fingertips touched. A blinding flash swallowed the ring. Everyone shielded their eyes as a hurricane of blue energy blasted outward.
When the light faded,
a single warrior now stood where Goku and Vegeta once were. His height was tall and lean like Goku's. His facial features sharp and fierce like Vegeta's. His skin was Goku's peach tone. His hair was blue, a perfect blend of both styles, one lock falling forward. He wore a reddish-orange vest with padded shoulders and a black sash tied tightly.
blue flames radiated around him, dense, divine, powerful, the same godly energy Goku and Vegeta once held separately.
Now unified, the warrior grinned confidently. "I am not Goku. I am not Vegeta." He raised his chin proudly. "I am Gogeta, and Cherus, your time is up." Cherus eyed him with shock. Gogeta clenched his fists, fueling more energy into the ground beneath him until cracks carved outward. "It looks like I've perfected this technique," Gogeta said. "I can still access my god powers even while fused, so let's see who is truly the strongest." Gogeta roared, igniting another burst of blazing blue aura that shook the entire planet. Cherus took a step back. Where is he getting all that energy? Then the fused god sneered. "I have 30 minutes before this technique ends, so I'd better make this quick." Gogeta smirked, flames of blue energy dancing around his body. "What luck. My fusion has 30 minutes left as well. I guess we'll see who's stronger before the clock runs out." The battle reignited instantly. Gogeta and Cherus shot toward each other, colliding in a violent blur of fists and kicks. Every strike clashed with a shockwave that sent deep cracks racing through the arena floor. The air trembled under the pressure. Loose stones were shredded into dust. Even the spectators, protected behind Whis and Vados's barrier, felt the gale force winds from each blow. Soon the ground beneath them couldn't hold. The stone shattered inward, collapsing into a widening pit with each punch, each kick, echoes of godly might tearing the battlefield apart. Piccolo braced himself behind his forearm. Their power, it's on a whole new level. Gogeta ducked beneath one of Cherus's punches, spinning low with taijutsu speed. He kicked upward in a sweeping arc, a perfect roundhouse that hammered Cherus in the chest and knocked him back. Knew learning that move would pay off? Gogeta thought. Before Cherus recovered, Gogeta vanished, his blue aura streaking through the air, then reappeared behind him. He kicked Cherus's neck 3 times rapidly, each strike sharp, precise, and brutally fast. Cherus stumbled forward. Gogeta finished the sequence by flipping backward and delivering a powerful overhead kick to Cherus's face, forcing the fused god to skid across the arena. Gogeta landed lightly and raised one hand. A sphere of swirling, rainbow-colored energy began forming in his palm, dense, pure, and radiant. The energy condensed tighter and tighter, spiraling like a small star being born. Gogeta narrowed his eyes. "Time to finish this!"
He thrust his arm forward.
"Stardust Breaker!" The shimmering orb streaked across the air and struck Chorus full on. A massive explosion ignited, swallowing Cherus in a brilliant storm of color. He attempted to block it, but the attack pierced through his guard easily. The arena rocked as the explosion faded. Gogeta hovered there, panting lightly. Everyone in the crowd cheered wildly, thinking he had ended the fight. But inside, Gogeta's expression tightened. "Where's his ki? I can't sense him. I didn't mean to kill them," Gogeta thought, panic creeping in. Before he could fully react, Chorus materialized behind him. Silent, furious, deadly. A sharp jab struck Gogeta straight in the throat. His breath exploded out of him, and he grabbed at his neck, falling to one knee. Chorus refused to let him drop. He wrapped his tail around Gogeta's waist again, lifting him helplessly. Cherus's hand glowed purple as he pressed it toward Gogeta's chest, his eyes burning with rage. "I've had enough of you and your pathetic fusion," Cherus roared. "Now, die! Destruction!" The blast tore through Gogeta, shaking him violently. A massive explosion burst outward from his body, engulfing him in purple destruction energy. Gogeta remained suspended, barely conscious.
You, he croaked weakly, smirking through blood. You'll have to do better than that.
Chorus snapped.
Destruction!
The next blast erupted. Destruction! Another explosion. Destruction! 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 Over and over, Karis unleashed godly blasts into Gogeta, each one a nuclear burst of purple fire. The arena shook to its core. The entire world quivered. No! Luffy shouted, terrified, watching his friend being relentlessly torn apart. Finally, Charis released Gogeta. The fused warrior fell from his grip like a doll, unmoving. His mouth hung open. Blood dripped steadily down his chin and onto his vest. His eyes were blank, lifeless, glassy. Then his body collapsed face first onto the arena floor. Charis exhaled calmly, closing his eyes as though bored. He placed his hands behind his back and casually walked to the far end of the arena. Oi, Vados, Whis, one of you count to 5 before calling it a KO. Hurry up. Vados floated down like an elegant referee.
1, she announced.
Gogeta didn't move. He didn't flinch. To anyone unable to sense his faint godly K, he seemed gone. 2. The spectators rose, panic creeping in. Their hearts pounded. 3. The anxiety turned into fear. They weren't screaming for him to fight, just to move, to breathe, to prove he was alive. 4. The panic exploded. Tears welled. Hands covered mouths. Children sobbed. Friends clenched the barrier desperately. Vados inhaled softly, ready to declare the KO. Gogeta's fingers twitched. Every muscle in his body shook violently as he forced himself onto one knee, gasping for breath. His aura flickered like a dying flame. Vados raised her voice. Gogeta has risen before the 5-second count. The match will continue. The entire crowd roared in shock and relief. Charis spun around, furious. Impossible! Those blasts, even at half power, they should have knocked you out. You should be unconscious or dead.
Gogeta trembled as he stood, but he smiled anyway. Pretty sure. That stubbornness is the Goku side of me. He wiped his mouth, looking Charis dead in the eye.
But I'm glad I got to go toe-to-toe with you, Lord Charis. His voice deepened. And I haven't even gone full power yet. A red aura began forming around his blue one, layering, warping, intensifying. Charis instinctively stepped back, sensing danger. This technique, Goku alone couldn't handle it in his condition. But fused with Vegeta, while in Super Saiyan God, I can use it. Maybe not perfectly, but enough. The blue and red aura around Gogeta twisted violently around his body, like two storms clashing.
This technique is incomplete, Gogeta admitted. Only a 10% chance of success. If I mess up, my body collapses. I die.
His eyes hardened. But still! He clenched his fists. The arena trembled. The ground cracked. Air exploded outward from Gogeta in spiraling waves of energy. Krillin stood frozen, shaking. He's really doing it! After all that damage, he's using Kaioken on top of Super Saiyan Blue? Hancock turned sharply. Kaioken! Krillin nodded quickly, terrified. Yeah, Goku used it back at Amazon Lily, but if he messes this up, his body will tear itself apart. Hancock's eyes widened with fear. She clasped her hands tightly and bowed her head in silent prayer, trembling as she begged whatever power listened for Gogeta, her Goku's fused form, to survive the impossible. Gogeta's aura flickered and steadied as he stopped powering up. He gave Charis a small, confident smile. Kaioken! The words triggered a violent reaction across the battlefield. His godly blue aura suddenly swirled with a crimson blaze, the two energies twisting together like colliding storms. The power spiked instantly, dense, crushing, explosive. It worked, Gogeta said with a grin. A fusion of Super Saiyan Blue and Kaioken. If I'd messed this up, I definitely would have been killed. Hancock let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Thank goodness. My Goku is safe, even in this form. But Gogeta wasn't done.
His aura flared again, this time more intensely.
Kaioken! Times 20! The red and blue fused aura exploded outward, roaring like a cosmic wildfire. The entire dome lit up in blue-red light as the fused warrior's power skyrocketed to monstrous levels. Cheris grinned wickedly. He began powering up as well, purple destruction energy tearing at the air around him. Their clash resumed, fierce, violent, godlike.
For a moment, Gogeta pushed Charis back through sheer overwhelming force. His movements were a cross between martial art discipline and Saiyan ferocity, fists blurring, kicks splitting the air.
He was already at Kaioken times 50 when he cupped his hands together. The air trembled.
Ka, me, ha, me, ha!
A colossal blue beam surged forward, tearing through the sky like a comet. Cheris braced, but the blast slammed straight into him, overwhelming his guard and launching him downward into the arena with bone-shaking force. Smoke billowed. Gogeta smirked. Then felt the pain. His body convulsed, Kaioken screaming through his muscles. His knees buckled and he crashed onto all fours, gasping for breath. Not now! Please, not now! Gogeta thought desperately. Across the room, Sonia gasped. Is he all right? The DBZ crew fell silent. They knew exactly what was happening. The Kaioken was shredding him apart. Gogeta struggled to stand, trembling violently. Cheris also staggered back to his feet.
The two locked eyes.
Both roared and charged again. Their fists streaked through the air. And then something unexpected happened. As their punches connected, there were 4 fists instead of 2. A flash of light erupted as the fusion split apart. Goku and Vegeta reappeared in their separate forms, and Beerus and Champa split apart as well, yet none of them seemed to notice. They were locked in pure instinct, teeth clenched, pushing forward. Goku, still in Super Saiyan Blue, Kaioken times 50, strained against Beerus with one fist while raising another for a finishing blow. Beerus did the same.
Vegeta and Champa mirrored them exactly.
Right as the 4 gods and Saiyan warriors were about to deliver their final strikes, 2 staffs appeared between their faces like divine stop signs. Stop! That's enough, Whis said gently. This match is officially over, Vados added. All 4 fighters froze. Their fists hovered inches from their opponents' noses, so close they were grazing the skin.
Beerus growled without looking away from Goku. How dare you interrupt our match?
Champa nodded sharply. Yeah, it's rude to ruin an exciting battle like ours.
Whis and Vados didn't flinch.
The 4 of you are at maximum power, Vados said firmly. If even one more punch landed, the shockwave would tear holes in both universes. To prevent catastrophic damage, the match must end, and the winner has already been decided. The fighters lowered their arms, stepping back. Whis and Vados floated forward, turning to address the entire crowd. We have witnessed a glorious battle, Vados announced. A fusion technique against a fusion technique. But the fighters who displayed superior technique, greater skill, and more refined combat mastery. She pointed her staff toward the Saiyan warriors. Were Goku and Vegeta. The dome erupted. The One Piece crew and the DBZ crew cheered wildly. Goku, still in his Kaioken blue form, grinned with his eyes shut, while Vegeta crossed his arms and smirked proudly. Beerus and Champa simply returned to Whis and Vados' sides, silent but clearly impressed. Finally, Goku released the Kaioken. His aura faded, but then, his body twitched violently. Everyone gasped. His muscles bulged unnaturally, straining under invisible pressure. The pain hit him like a tidal wave, and Goku crashed backward onto the arena floor, writhing and groaning. Goku! Hancock screamed, rushing forward in panic. Vegeta caught him before he hit the ground fully. Always pushing yourself too far, Kakarot. Goku forced a weak smile. Yeah, maybe I should stop doing that. Another wave of pain made him grit his teeth. Vegeta lifted him easily and flew him back to the stadium seats, placing him gently on the floor. Luffy and Hancock immediately knelt beside him. "Are you okay, Goku?" Hancock whispered, a tear slipping free.
"No, not really," he admitted with a weak laugh. Vegeta approached again, holding a small brown sack. He reached inside and pulled out a single bean.
"Here, Kakarot, eat this." Goku smiled softly. "Thanks, Vegeta." He swallowed the bean. Instantly, his muscles bulked, then shrank back to normal. His wounds vanished completely. His breathing steadied. Within seconds, he was standing again, throwing quick punches and kicks to test his restored body. "Much better," he said, grinning. The One Piece crew stared in disbelief. He was dying moments ago. Now he was fine.
Goku noticed their shock and scratched his head. "Oh, the thing I ate is called a senzu bean. It instantly heals you to full strength."
They nodded slowly, amazed. Hancock rushed in again, clutching his arm. "Are you sure you're all right?" Goku flashed his classic grin. "Hancock, I'm fine, really. I've been in way worse shape." He stretched lightly. "Anyway, how is everyone else? I tried to finish the fight early when I saw our attacks getting close to the stands." Hancock's breath caught in her chest. She saw it again. Goku's heart. He loved fighting strong opponents. But first and always, he was a protector. Even in a battle of gods, he was thinking of others' safety. That kindness made her feelings for him even stronger.
Soon the groups began preparing to leave.
Goten walked up to Goku. "Dad, are you coming home now?" But before Goku could answer, Whis stepped forward. "I'm afraid not. Goku cannot return to Universe 7. "What?" the DBZ crew shouted. Whis nodded solemnly. When Goku was wished away, the wish rewrote his cosmic origin. He is now considered a being born and raised in Universe 6. To bring him back to Universe 7 would violate cosmic law. Goku sighed, but smiled gently when he saw the sadness on his friends' faces. "Hey, don't worry, guys," he said softly. "I'll be fine. I know it's hard to see me go, but this was always going to happen someday. Don't think of this as sadness. Think of it as a new chapter." He turned toward Luffy. "And besides, I wouldn't leave yet anyway. I want to help my friend become king of the pirates." Luffy brightened instantly. "Thanks, bud." Piccolo was the first to step forward. "It seems you've grown wiser, Son Goku." Goku chuckled proudly. The goodbyes were emotional, but filled with warmth instead of sorrow. Once the farewells ended, Goku and the others stepped back into the cube and began returning to their Earth. "So, Goku," Luffy asked with a grin, "were you serious about helping me become the Pirate King?" Goku grinned right back. "Of course! I don't say things I don't mean. The real question is, will you accept me into your crew?" "Of course!" Luffy yelled, thrilled. Hancock wrapped her arm around Goku's, smiling proudly. "But before you two leave, you'll spend one more night with us. Deal?"
Luffy agreed immediately.
Goku blinked. Hancock? Why are you grabbing my arm?" She only squeezed tighter, smiling. Their cube traveled back toward their world, gliding through space, ready for the sun to rise on their next journey, reuniting Luffy with his crew and marching forward toward the dream of becoming Pirate King. Last time on the story of the Dragon Pirate, Goku stared Vegeta down with a playful smirk. "I guess we both learned something new then, huh, Vegeta?" he said as his aura erupted, transforming him into a Super Saiyan god as well. Vegeta froze, eyes wide for a moment. "But I know we both ascended past this form, didn't we?" Goku added with a grin.
Vegeta smirked back. "Tch, yeah, you got that right. And it looks like they don't know it yet."
He flicked his eyes toward Beerus and Champa, who looked annoyed but intrigued. The One Piece crew burst into cheers, amazed that their friend had transformed into a god. Hancock cheered the loudest, her heart racing. "I wonder what it's like to be married to a god," she whispered dreamily, blushing harder at the thought.
"Enough talk. We will start our battle now." Beerus snapped as he and Champa flew onto the ring. The Saiyan warriors followed, ready for the showdown of the millennium.
Gods of destruction versus Super Saiyan gods.
Later, the four fighters stepped back as Vados and Whis floated forward. They exchanged a glance, nodded, then turned to the crowd. "We have watched a truly glorious battle," Vados said, her voice ringing throughout the dome. "Fusion against fusion, skill against skill. But the fighters who displayed the greatest mastery were Son Goku and Vegeta." The two angels clapped.
The crowd erupted into absolute chaos, screaming, cheering, applauding their victory. After final goodbyes, Goku and the others re-entered the cube and began the journey back to Earth.
"So, Goku?" Luffy asked with bright eyes. "Were you serious about helping me become Pirate King?" Goku grinned. "Of course! I never say anything I don't mean. The real question is, will you accept me into your crew?"
Of course! Luffy shouted, bursting with excitement. With Goku at his side, becoming Pirate King felt closer than ever. Hancock, never missing her chance, wrapped her arm around Goku's. "But before the two of you leave, you'll stay one more night. Deal?" Luffy nodded instantly. Goku blinked. Hancock? Why are you grabbing my arm again?" She only smiled sweetly, holding him tighter. The cube soared homeward, the group waiting for sunrise to begin their next adventure, finding the Straw Hat crew and helping Luffy claim his destiny. The next day, golden sunlight washed over Amazon Lily as Goku walked to the arena. Before setting sail with Luffy, he wanted one final training session. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small capsule. Bulma had given it to him right before he left. Goku remembered the scene clearly. Back at the tournament, Bulma held the capsule out proudly. "This isn't normal training gear, Goku. Weiss designed it, and I made a few upgrades." She pointed to it confidently. "This gear has adjustable gravity pressure. It works like the gravity chamber, but portable, only for your arms and legs. If 10 times Earth's gravity isn't enough, just increase it." Goku scratched his cheek. "Thanks, Bulma. But won't Vegeta get mad if he finds out you're helping me get stronger and not him?" Bulma burst into laughter. "Goku, you realize this was his gear, right?" Goku's eyes went wide. "Vegeta's? He'll kill me. Remember when I tripped over his dumbbell and he tried to blow up the whole room?" Bulma waved him off. "Relax, I'll handle Vegeta. Now go help your friend achieve his dream. I'm sure you two will be best friends for life." Goku gave her a thumbs up. "Thanks, Bulma." Back to the present.
Goku pressed the capsule's button and tossed it onto the floor. Poof! 4 red training tubes appeared.
He strapped them onto his arms and legs. Then, he set the gravity to 150 times Earth's gravity.
He flipped into a handstand and began doing push-ups.
They weren't enough pressure to truly challenge him. But today, he wanted a light training, just enough to keep his blood flowing.
302, 885, 1,500.
Goku kept pushing, never breaking his rhythm, never losing breath. By the time he reached 2,000, the Kuja women started noticing. By 8,000, a whole crowd formed around him, staring in awe. Many whispered and giggled.
"No wonder our Empress loves this man," one Kuja woman said.
The others laughed behind their hands.
9,997, 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. Goku flipped upright, landing lightly on his feet as if gravity meant nothing. He placed the weight tubes down gently, wiped his forehead, and finally noticed the entire group of women watching him.
"Oh, hey everyone," Goku said brightly.
The women giggled even harder.
From a distance, Luffy watched with amusement before walking over. "Hey Goku," he called. Goku turned and grinned. "Luffy, how long were you standing there?" "Long enough to see you do 10,000 handstand push-ups," Luffy laughed. "What are those things?" Goku tapped one of the weights. "Training gear. A friend gave them to me. Want to try?" Luffy immediately nodded. Goku lowered the gravity setting so Luffy could test them. "They're not bad," Luffy said, stretching his arms. "If I can use them, they must be too easy for you." Goku chuckled. That's because I lowered the pressure for you.
He tapped the button.
The gravity increased to 3 times Earth's gravity. Luffy's arms slammed into the ground. What the heck? I can barely move. Luffy gritted out, trying and failing to lift the gear past his knees. Don't worry, Goku said, lowering the pressure so Luffy could free his arms. It took me a while to get used to it too.
Luffy stretched out his shoulders with a groan. How much weight did you have to overcome at first?
Goku smiled like it was nothing. Around 100 times Earth's gravity. Both of them burst into loud laughter, shaking their heads at how insane that sounded. After Goku's light training, the two headed back to the palace for food. As always, Goku devoured enough for 10 men, and after eating, Luffy immediately went to take a nap. Goku, feeling a bit restless, walked down to the foot of the island where the roses grew. He sat among them, legs crossed, hands resting gently on his knees, and closed his eyes. For the first time in a long while, he felt truly at peace. The roses swayed together in a soft breeze, their petals dancing like tiny flames. The sound of rustling leaves soothed him, clearing his mind. Goku smiled. He liked this. Quiet moments, gentle wind, warm sunlight, and the feeling of being alive without any pressure to fight. He stayed a little longer, just enjoying the world. Soon, the time came for Goku and Luffy to set sail from Amazon Lily and begin the search for the Straw Hat crew. Luffy, Hancock, Sandersonia, Marigold, and Elder Neon waited at the docks, but Goku wasn't there. I wonder where Goku went, Neon said, raising an eyebrow. A voice echoed overhead. Hey, sorry I'm late. They looked up to see Goku descending from the sky. He landed with a tremendous thud, cracking the stone beneath his feet. He smiled proudly. Sandersonia rolled her eyes. Show off. Goku shrugged, guilty as charged. Hancock stepped forward, her expression soft and warm. I prepared all your favorite foods for the journey. You know, someone as thoughtful as me would make a wonderful wife.
She blushed, waiting, hoping for Goku to catch on. Thanks for the food, Hancock, Goku grinned. And yeah, you would. Any guy would be lucky to marry you.
Hancock's face went scarlet. She fainted backward in a flurry of sparkles as her sisters rushed to catch her. Are you okay? Goku asked, genuinely confused. Hancock stared up at him dreamily. Yes, I'm all right. Luffy placed his hat firmly on his head. All right, let's go. Goku and Luffy hopped onto the ship as the Kuja villagers gathered along the shore, waving. Goku and Luffy waved back enthusiastically.
See ya, Luffy called out.
I hope to see you again soon, Goku added, smiling brightly. Hancock turned away, cheeks burning. He said he wants to see me again. Is this his proposal? For the last time, no, Elder Neon shouted, nearly losing her balance from how dramatic Hancock was being. Back with Goku and Luffy? They sailed toward Sabaody Archipelago, where they would reunite with Luffy's crew after 2 long years apart. Their next destination would be Fishman Island, deep beneath the sea. While they traveled, Goku asked Luffy about his crewmates.
Well, Luffy began with a proud grin. There's Zoro, our swordsman, Sanji, our cook, Chopper, our doctor, Nami, our navigator, Robin, our archaeologist, Brook, our musician who's also a skeleton, Usopp, our best sniper, and Frankie, our shipwright who's also kind of a robot. They're all super cool.
It wasn't the clearest explanation, but Goku didn't mind. They sound amazing. I wish I could see them now. I bet they're really strong. They're not as strong as you, Luffy said with a laugh, but they're seriously strong-willed.
Night fell fast.
Goku couldn't sleep at first. His mind kept racing, wondering what Luffy's crew would be like, how they'd react to him, and what challenges lay ahead. Eventually, he drifted off. Morning arrived. Their ship reached the island where the Straw Hat reunion was planned. Goku and Luffy pulled on cloaks with hoods to hide their identities, since the world still believed Luffy was dead, and Goku didn't want to draw attention after destroying Marineford. They split up to search faster. Goku wandered into a bar, scanning for familiar faces. Nothing. He turned to leave, until a poster on the wall grabbed his attention. An all-you-can-eat buffet challenge!
Goku froze.
His eyes sparkled. Waiter, sign me up! He shouted, rushing to an open table. If he had stepped outside just a second later and entered the bar next door, he would have seen Nami and Usopp chatting together. But fate had Goku headed straight into a food competition. 3, 2, 1, go! The waiter yelled, blowing a horn. Goku instantly launched into a whirlwind of eating. Plates disappeared like magic. The crowd stared in stunned silence as the stranger devoured mountains of food at impossible speed. Meanwhile, Luffy faced a very different situation. A man impersonating him swaggered toward him with fake confidence. You bumped into me on purpose, didn't you? The imposter said, pointing a gun. Do you know who I am? I'm one of the pirate elite worth 400 million. Beg for mercy and I might let you live. Luffy tilted his head. I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry. The imposter blinked, confused. Oh, okay, I understand, he said. Behind him, one of his own crew whispered, He's so gonna get it now? The imposter didn't hesitate. He pointed the gun straight at Luffy's head and fired. Bang! But Luffy tilted his head lazily, letting the bullet whistle past his cheek. His fist stretched back like rubber, snapping forward with lightning speed. Crack! The imposter flew backward, spinning through the air before smashing into the ground, completely knocked out. His crew charged in next, but Luffy, barely even trying, knocked each one down with quick blows, sending them sprawling across the street. With the trouble handled, he dusted off his vest and continued searching for his real crew. Meanwhile, Goku walked out of the bar with a huge smile and an even bigger stomach. Too bad they ran out of food, he said, rubbing his belly. I could have gone for eighths. He strolled along the street until a small floating boat caught his eye. 3 people riding together. Huh? They look familiar. Goku squinted. But where have I seen them before? He didn't know it was Nami, Usopp, and Chopper drifting past. If he'd taken just one more step, he would have seen them. But fate had other plans. A loud explosion echoed across the island. Goku's head snapped up. That's Luffy! He took off running and then flying toward the smoke. When he reached the scene, he saw Luffy in the middle of a chaotic fight between pirates and marines. Luffy's disguise was gone, and Goku knew there was no point hiding himself anymore. He pulled off his coat and soared toward his friend. You started a fight without me, Luffy? I'm hurt. Goku laughed as he landed beside him. Luffy grinned back. You took too long? Every pirate and marine froze when they saw who had joined the battle. It's him! The man with 390 million on his head, Son Goku, they screamed in fear. Goku blinked. Huh? 390 million? What does that mean? That's your bounty, Luffy explained. Really? Only 390 million? Goku crossed his arms and smirked. I thought I'd be considered more of a threat. Luffy burst out laughing. A rough voice growled from below. Don't like your bounty? Get used to it. At the end of the day, you're still criminals. They looked down to see a bloated marine officer with a scar running across his face. PX5! Take them down! A huge robotic pacifista stepped forward, mouth opening as it began charging a laser. A pacifista! They'll be wiped out for sure, the pirates shouted. The robot fired a rapid series of beams, explosions lighting up the battlefield. Luffy sighed, grabbed his hat, and casually avoided every shot. Goku dodged with ease, then slapped one of the beams away with the back of his hand, sending it into the ground. Boom! A huge explosion shook the street. The Marines stared in horror. Our turn, Goku and Luffy said together, sharing a grin. Second gear! Luffy shouted as steam burst from his body, tinting his skin light pink. Jet pistol! His fist rocketed forward at the same moment Goku spun in and slammed a powerful kick into the pacifista's head. The combined attack sent the robot crashing into the ground, before exploding into a million burning pieces. "They took it out in one hit!" everyone screamed. "Sorry, but we gotta go," Luffy yelled and took off running with Goku. "Wait, come back!" the Marine officer yelled, but they were long gone. Goku and Luffy sprinted through the streets until two figures raced toward them. Luffy's eyes lit up. "Zoro, Sanji, it's been too long." A pacifista appeared between Sanji and Zoro, but the two straw hats destroyed it instantly. "Get out of our way!" Sanji shouted, kicking its head off. Zoro sliced the body clean in half. The robot exploded behind them as if it were made of paper. "Luffy, you're number 9 to make it back," Zoro said calmly. "Then my friend here is number 10. Luffy grinned, jabbing a thumb toward Goku. Zoro and Sanji looked at him. Goku saluted with 2 fingers from his forehead. "Nice to finally meet some of Luffy's crew." They raced forward together. Soon, they reached the man Luffy had told Goku about, Rayleigh. "Rayleigh, you're here!" Luffy called out with a bright smile. Rayleigh nodded proudly. "Yes, and it seems you've grown stronger since the day I last saw you." He turned toward the ship. "Now go. It's time for you and your friends to rejoin your crew." Luffy clenched his fist, raised it high, and yelled with everything he had. "I'm gonna do it! I'm gonna become Pirate King!" Tears glimmered in Rayleigh's eyes as he raised his own fist. "Yes, go straight for the top." Then he jumped down, drawing his sword to block a wave of Marines charging toward the group. "D Dark King Rayleigh!" they shouted, trembling. Rayleigh smiled calmly. "My pupil is about to set off. Do not interfere." Back on the Thousand Sunny, the crew had gathered. Brook, Nami, Usopp, Robin, Chopper, and Frankie all stood together, excitedly sharing stories about their 2 years apart. "Hey!" a familiar voice yelled from a distance. They turned toward the sound, eyes widening. "Luffy!" they screamed, joy bursting out of all of them at once. Luffy waved back happily as he, Zoro, Sanji, and Goku reached the ship. Everyone rushed to greet them. Brook pointed toward Goku. "Who is this man, Luffy?" "Oh, he's my friend. His name is..." But Nami tugged on Luffy's arm, panic on her face. "Luffy, no time. Marine vessels are surrounding us. They'll block our escape." Luffy snapped back to focus. "Let's go." Everyone scrambled to set sail, but the Marines were already there, cannons aimed directly at the Thousand Sunny. "Oh no, they're here," Nami yelled. The cannons fired. Goku stepped forward instantly, planting himself between the crew and the incoming blasts. He cupped his hands. Me, ha! Before he could finish, dozens of glowing pink arrows shot across the battlefield, piercing the cannonballs and knocking them into the sea. Slave arrows! Every head turned. A small ship glided between the 2 larger ones. Goku and Luffy smiled wide. Standing proudly on deck, surrounded by Kuja warriors, were Sander Sonia, Marigold, and Boa Hancock. One of the Marines shouted across the waves toward the Kuja ship. "Hancock, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to interfere with our mission?" Hancock replied with a bored, almost irritated tone. "Who placed a battleship in the middle of my path?" Back on the Thousand Sunny, Nico Robin's eyes widened first. "That's the Kuja mark." "Kuja?" Nami repeated, confused. Robin explained calmly. "A strong, all-female pirate crew led by a warlord of the sea, the Pirate Empress." Every man on the Sunny, except Goku, Luffy, and Zoro, froze stiff. "Warlord? She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen," Usopp gasped, eyes turning to hearts. Sanji didn't even get to speak. He stiffened, turned to stone instantly, and fell backward with his legs still in the air. "This beauty knows no limits," Brook cried before dropping to the deck, clutching his skull dramatically. Frankie adjusted his sunglasses, mouth hanging open. Why is a warlord even here? "It's Hancock and the others," Luffy said casually. Everyone, except Goku, whipped around and stared at their captain in total disbelief. "You know them!" they all shouted. Luffy explained how he and Goku had spent time on Amazon Lily, and as their shock settled, they glanced back at the sea.
The Marines were still distracted by the Kuja warriors. Hancock slowly turned toward Luffy's ship. Her eyes softened.
Luffy, Goku, now's your chance. She winked directly at Goku, but of course, he didn't notice it was meant for him. Luffy gave a big thumbs up. All right, we're saved. Let's set off now.
Everyone leaped into action.
The ship became covered in a shimmering jelly-like coating. Goku immediately crouched into a fighting stance, ready to blast the dome apart, until Nami smacked him on the shoulder. It's the coating. It lets us go under the sea. Don't break it. Oh, got it! Goku said, relaxing again. With that, their ship began sinking beneath the waves, going deeper and deeper into the next adventure. Yeah, let's go to Fishman Island, Luffy yelled, his voice full of excitement as they dropped into the blue abyss. Once the ship stabilized underwater, everyone returned to the middle of the deck to finally enjoy a real reunion. It's so good to see you all again, Luffy said, grinning. 2 years felt fast. It almost feels like we never left. His crew smiled with warm hearts.
And you all got stronger, Luffy added proudly.
They nodded.
Frankie pushed through the group and pointed. Luffy, before we go any further, who is that man?
Goku stood at the railing, leaning casually, watching fish swim past outside the bubble. Everyone locked their eyes onto him. Zoro drew one sword.
Sanji raised a leg.
Usopp pulled back his slingshot. Weapons aimed, eyes narrowed, the pressure spiked.
Goku didn't move. He blinked once, then continued to stare back calmly.
Luffy rushed in front of them. Lower your weapons. He's a new crewmate, and he's strong, stronger than me. Goku smiled and stood upright. Oi, he said brightly. It's nice to finally meet the rest of Luffy's crew. I'm Son Goku, but just call me Goku. He saluted with 2 fingers to his forehead. Zoro didn't lower his sword. What's so special about you?
Goku took a moment to think. Well, I fought 5 warlords at once and beat them. I've apparently got a 390 million bounty, and there's a lot more, but I'll let them explain.
Nico Robin's eyes widened. She stepped back, stunned. You're him, the man who defeated 5 of the world's strongest fighters and destroyed the Marine headquarters?
Yup, Goku said cheerfully.
Everyone stared in awe. Zoro slowly lowered his sword. If Robin, normally unshaken, was this stunned, then Goku wasn't someone to test lightly. He stepped closer, looking Goku in the eyes. So you think you're stronger than all of us combined? Goku smirked back. You'll never know unless I try. Zoro grinned, nodding. Then, in a rare gesture, he extended his hand. Welcome to the Straw Hat Pirate Crew, Goku.
Goku shook his hand. Everyone else was shocked. Zoro almost never accepted anyone like that. After Zoro walked off toward his room, Nami approached Goku with a straight, serious face.
If you want to join this crew, she said, hand extended, you need to pay the new member entrance fee. How much? Goku asked. 50 million. Goku jumped back. 50 million? I don't have that kind of money. Then we'll just have to throw you off the ship, Nami said casually, turning away. 2 years and she's still the same, Usopp muttered. Goku smirked suddenly. Quick question, Nami. What does FREEOFCHARGE spell?
Nami opened her mouth. Free of char?
Her eyes widened as she realized she walked straight into his trap. Goku smiled triumphantly. Really? Free of charge? Wow, I thought you were serious before. I guess you're a really nice person after all.
Everyone burst out laughing. Even Nami cracked up, realizing she'd been outdone by someone even more simple-minded than Luffy.
Goku leaned back with a big grin as laughter eased into casual conversation. Then, Fish swam past the bubble. Food! Luffy yelled, stretching his arm toward the bubble. Whack! Usopp and Chopper slammed their fists into Luffy's head. Are you trying to get us all killed? Usopp screamed. Don't ever do that again, Chopper shouted. Sanji lit a cigarette and turned to Nami. Nami-swan, maybe you should explain the bubble before Luffy does something reckless again. Nami beamed at him. Of course, Sanji. Sanji flew, literally flew, backward as blood sprayed from his nose so violently that it launched him into the air. "What the heck?" Goku yelled, watching Sanji soar like a rocket. "He's just like Master Roshi, but younger." Sanji smacked into the inner bubble wall, stretching the coating outward like thin jelly. "At this rate, he'll break the bubble," Nami shouted. Sanji didn't just hit the bubble, he went clean through it. He shot out into the open sea, drifting away unconscious, hearts in his eyes, smiling like he'd just met an angel.
"Crap, I got him!" Goku shouted.
Before anyone could blink, Goku pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, inhaled deeply. Zoom! He vanished from the deck. The crew gasped in shock. Then, zoom! Goku reappeared underwater next to Sanji, grabbed hold of him, and in the blink of an eye, eyed them both back aboard the Sunny. Sanji collapsed on the deck while everyone gathered around him. Minutes later, Sanji groaned awake, blinking slowly. "I'm alive?" he muttered. Luffy sighed in relief. "I'm not sure what you did, but thanks, Goku. Really." Goku gave him a thumbs up and grinned. "No problem."
After things calmed down, the crew sat together for lunch. They ate the food Goku and Luffy had brought from the Isle of Women. While they ate, Goku told his story.
Usopp nearly fell backward. "So you're from another universe? That's insane." "I know it sounds weird," Goku said, rubbing the back of his head. "But yeah, it's all true." Chopper stepped closer. "Goku, may I examine your body? I'm the doctor on this ship. I should know if there's anything different about your biology so I can treat you properly if you're ever injured. If that's okay?" "Oh, sure," Goku said cheerfully. He took off his gi, letting Chopper inspect him. Nami and Robin froze, their eyes widened as Goku's perfectly sculpted muscles gleamed under the lantern light. They stared like they'd been hypnotized. Chopper finished his examination as the 2 women blinked rapidly, returning to reality the moment Goku slipped his gi back on. "Well," Chopper said thoughtfully, "Goku's body is almost the same as a normal human's, except his cells get stronger every time he's injured, and then they heal completely afterward." "Yeah," Goku laughed. "Really helps protect the people I care about."
The crew continued chatting, unaware that far behind them, a small ship was tailing them.
A wet-haired pirate, Caribou, grinned with his crew. They believed they could capture the Straw Hats, sink their ship, and present their heads to the world. Unfortunately for them, Sanji instantly knocked Caribou out with a single kick, and Luffy tied him up like a piece of luggage. Moments later, the crew looked up as a giant sea cow swam by, dragging Caribou's whole ship like it weighed nothing. "Momu!" Nami shouted, remembering the creature from earlier adventures. Momu mooed proudly and swam off. Once the danger passed, Robin approached Goku with a warm smile and a folded coat. "Here," she said gently. "It will get colder as we go deeper. This should keep you warm." Goku waved a hand. "I appreciate it, but I think you'll need that coat more than I will."
He raised his kai. Blue flames surged around him in a calm, steady glow, giving off heat.
Robin's eyes widened in surprise.
"See?" Goku smiled. "This'll keep me warm at the bottom of the ocean. But thank you for worrying about me." Robin shrugged softly, wrapped the coat around herself, and walked away. Boom! A massive explosion echoed below the ship. Everyone rushed to the railing and froze.
A giant kraken towered beneath them, massive tentacles rising like walls of flesh.
Nami trembled.
"If that thing grabs the ship, we're done." Goku snapped into a fighting stance, but Luffy only grinned. "I'm gonna tame that thing, then it'll take us to Fishman Island." The crew screamed at him that this was insane, then realized it was pointless. Luffy's mind was set. They encased Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji in bubble suits so they could fight outside the ship. The 3 dove out and charged at the Kraken, while Luffy inflated his fist for gear 3rd. The Kraken lunged at the Sunny, but Frankie fired rockets at its face, knocking it back. It attacked again, but Chopper inflated into guard point, becoming a giant cotton ball shield. The Kraken's strike bounced off him, though it pushed the Sunny dangerously close to a rock outcrop that could burst the coating. Robin crossed her arms. Dos fleur. 2 giant hands sprouted out of the ship's sides and held it away from the rocks. Goku watched in awe. These people are awesome. Meanwhile, outside, Luffy finished charging.
Gomu Gomu no Gigant Pistol!
His colossal fist hammered into the Kraken's face, sending the beast plunging downward into the deep, dragging Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji with it. The Sunny turned sharply as Nami screamed for everyone to help find them. Brook stared into the deep, trembling. At this depth, we may never find them. Frankie turned on the Sunny's front lights. Goku closed his eyes, trying to sense their energy. I got them, he said quietly. Barely. Keep going down. The water darkened. Shapes moved in the shadows. An enormous anglerfish swam toward them, but suddenly, a massive seaman with thick facial hair grabbed it. No, you know we do not eat ships, he scolded. But from another ship, the Flying Dutchman, a voice shouted, ordering him to attack the Sunny. The seaman obeyed reluctantly. Goku prepared to IT out of the ship.
But before he could even move, a giant tentacle punched the seaman straight in the face. Everyone gasped. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji floated upward, riding atop the Kraken proudly.
They slipped back onto the Sunny. We tamed him, Luffy grinned. And his name is Tsurume.
Goku laughed, shaking his head. Luffy, you can survive just about anything, huh? Luffy grinned wider.
The ocean around them darkened as Luffy leaned forward inside the bubble and pointed downward. His voice was steady, fearless as always. He told the Kraken to dive deeper and pull them away from the Dutchman, and the creature obeyed without hesitation. Its massive tentacles curled as it dragged the bubble ship lower into the deep sea, where the light slowly faded into a soft blue gloom.
As they descended, a sudden roar echoed through the water, an explosion so loud it shook the entire bubble. Everyone snapped their heads upward. A massive shadow dropped from above, growing larger by the second until they realized it wasn't a shadow at all, but a huge boulder ripping through the water straight toward them.
Zoro's hand instantly went to his sword, his eyes blazing. I'll cut it apart, he said, already leaning toward the edge of the bubble, as if he planned to jump out there and then. But Robin's hands spread gently across his chest, stopping him. Don't even think about it, she warned, her voice calm but firm. The pressure this deep would crush your body before you even touched your blade. Zoro clicked his tongue but froze.
Usopp panicked, grabbing his slingshot. I got it! I got it! He shouted, firing a small round ball upward. It popped in front of the boulder, exploding into a huge mass of tangled seaweed that wrapped around the rock, slowing it for a moment. Nice one, Luffy said, grinning, but the relief didn't last. The boulder ripped free from the seaweed and surged toward them again.
We'll be crushed for sure if we don't stop it, Usopp cried, shaking. Goku stepped forward with a light smile, almost casual. My turn, he said, as if he were simply stretching before a warm-up. He moved to the very front of the bubble, planted his feet, and cupped his hands at his side. Energy began swirling between his palms, bright and warm, even through the ocean's cold. His voice deepened. Ka. Me? Ha. Me? Brook's jaw practically fell off. What is he about to... Ha! Goku unleashed the blast. The Kamehameha wave burst forward like a beam of pure blue sunlight tearing through the sea. It slammed into the boulder and erased it instantly, turning the rock into glowing particles that faded away. The force of the blast sent the entire bubble ship rocketing downward at incredible speed, everyone inside rolling or tumbling from the impact. For a moment, no one spoke. Everyone except Luffy stared at Goku with wide eyes and hanging jaws. Luffy just laughed like it was the coolest thing he'd ever seen. Goku clasped his hands behind his head and walked away like nothing happened. But Nami wasn't letting him off that easily. She rushed forward, grabbed him by the GI, and spun him around. Her eyes were blazing with anger and confusion. "Oh, no, you don't. You're not just going to fire some weird attack and then walk away, mister. Explain yourself."
Goku smiled sheepishly. "Well, most of your friends have weird attacks too, and I didn't ask any questions."
The whole crew except Nami snickered at that. She sighed, rubbing her forehead. Goku finally explained that the attack was called the Kamehameha Wave, a technique that turns inner energy into a powerful energy blast.
They continued on until they ran into another pirate crew. That enemy ship aimed to attack immediately, but the Straw Hats wanted no part of a long fight underwater. Frankie activated Coup de Burst, blasting air from the ship's vents and propelling them away, though each blast shrank their bubble and made their situation riskier.
Eventually, the bubble burst entirely. The force of the currents ripped them away from the ship, spinning them through the water. Their vision darkened as they lost consciousness. Sometime later, Goku awoke along with Luffy, Usopp, and a few others, though Nami, Robin, Frankie, Brook, and Zoro were nowhere in sight. A soft voice greeted them. It was familiar to everyone, except Goku. "Kami, long time no see," Luffy shouted, grinning wide as she helped them. "It's great to see you all again," Kimi replied warmly. She then turned to the one person she didn't recognize. Her eyes sparkled. "Oh, and who is this handsome fellow? A new crewmate?" Goku smiled and gave a polite bow. "Hi, my name is Son Goku. I'm new to Luffy's crew." "A gentleman too? I'm surprised," Kimi laughed, happy at his respectful greeting. She led the group into a bubble-encased elevator perched on top of a giant turtle, lifting them upward. As they rose into the light, dozens of mermaids appeared, swimming gracefully around the platform. Their beauty made Sanji tremble, and then tears streamed down his face like waterfalls. "What happened to you these past 2 years?" Usopp asked, shocked as he watched his friend melt into a puddle of emotion. This is where I'm going to die," Sanji whispered dramatically, overwhelmed by how many smiling mermaids surrounded them.
Goku greeted them just as politely as he had greeted Kami, bowing with a warm smile. The mermaids giggled.
"A real gentleman, but a fierce pirate too. What a perfect mix," they said in unison, making Goku tilt his head in confusion as he smiled softly. Luffy asked Kimi where Jinbei was, since they promised to meet at Fishman Island. Kimi broke the news gently. "He's not here at the moment." "That's too bad. I really wanted to see him," Luffy said, disappointed, but trying to hide it with a grin.
A royal ride then arrived, carrying 3 men searching the area. They questioned the mermaids about any illegal arrivals, but the mermaids denied seeing anyone, hiding the crew. Just as the men turned to leave, Sanji saw another mermaid and erupted in a huge spray of blood, losing half his supply and alerting the guards instantly.
The Straw Hats rushed out, begging the 3 men for blood to save Sanji, but the guards refused due to their strict rules. Kimi quickly hijacked their royal ride and yelled for Luffy to load Sanji onto it so they could reach a port with human donors. Goku stepped forward. "Go! I'll deal with them, Luffy," he said, planting himself in the guard's way. The ride rushed off with Sanji while Goku turned to face the 3 men as they prepared to chase the others. He appeared before them in a blink. "I can't let you pass," he said calmly. "Not while my friend's life is at stake." One of the men lunged in anger. Goku met him with a single punch, fast, sharp, and filled with controlled power. The guard flew backward and crashed into the other 2, knocking all 3 down at once. The watching mermaids gasped. "He took out all 3 with one punch." A sea monster acknowledged defeat before even fighting him. "What power?" another whispered. A massive sea beast suddenly charged toward Goku with its jaws wide open, but Goku simply glared at it. The creature froze mid-charge, whimpered like a frightened pup, and backed away in surrender. Goku turned toward the mermaids with a gentle smile. "They shouldn't bother you anytime soon, but if they do, let me know. I'll help out." They blushed lightly, though Goku didn't seem to notice at all. He tapped 2 fingers to his forehead and waved goodbye before disappearing using instant transmission. As he vanished, the 3 guards struggled awake. "Damn, we never even got to give them Jinbei's message," one muttered sadly. Goku reappeared inside a small room with Luffy, Chopper, Kimi, Usopp, and Sanji lying on a bed. Relief washed over him when he learned that humans had already donated enough blood, and Sanji would recover. He, Luffy, Usopp, and Kimi decided to grab something to eat, while Chopper stayed behind to care for Sanji. They headed toward the Mermaid Cafe, their stomachs growling. Inside, to their shock, they found Brook lounging comfortably, held in the arms of 2 mermaids as he told stories like a world-class musician. "Brook, you're okay," Usopp shouted, rushing over. Brook lifted his skull face and grinned. "I'm so glad to see you that I could die. Oh wait, I'm already dead." He burst out laughing, making the others chuckle. After reuniting, the group left the Mermaid Cafe and headed toward a fish taxi. But before they climbed on, Brook's eyes landed on a poster plastered to a wall. A wanted notice of Vanderdecken, the pirate who had tried to kill them earlier with the giant sea creature. And the moment froze there. The mermaids gathered close and began explaining how Vander's descendants had terrorized them for years. They spoke softly, fear still tucked behind every word. These bandits would force marriage proposals onto mermaids, threatening them nonstop. The stories made the younger mermaids tremble, and even the older ones looked shaken as they remembered. That was why King Neptune had sent his 3 sons, the very same men from before, to hunt down every last one of those criminals. The king didn't want his youngest child, his daughter, to ever deal with monsters like that, Kimi said gently. So he asked his sons to keep searching without stopping.
The group fell quiet for a moment before shifting to a new topic. Someone pointed upward at a tall building with a pirate flag fluttering proudly on the roof. Luffy tilted his head. "Why is there a pirate flag up there?" Kimi answered, "That's Big Mom's flag. She's our protector." "Protector?" Usopp echoed, confused. Kimi nodded. "Yes, she promised to protect the island from threats if we paid her with a huge supply of candy. So we agreed. That's why we have this candy factory right here." She pointed at the towering building filled with machines and sweet smells. Luffy's eyes sparkled. "I want to meet her someday," he said with a big grin. They continued along the coral pathways until a mermaid swam toward them in a panic. Her long fins fluttered out behind her as she shouted, trying to get everyone's attention. It was Madame Shirley, the fortune-teller mermaid, someone who knew Luffy, Goku, and the crew. "Everyone, listen," she cried. "Get Luffy and his crew out of the country, now." Her voice trembled. "I looked into the future, and I hope I'm wrong, but I saw Straw Hat Luffy destroying Fishman Island." "What?" the bystanders gasped. Back with the Straw Hat crew, Goku and the others had finally caught up with Nami, who was happily negotiating what she called a discount at a fancy designer store. As they stepped outside with her new items, the ground shook with a deep rumble. A giant whale drifted down from above, carrying a huge figure on its back, King Neptune himself. The king halted the whale and spoke in a booming voice that echoed through every corner of the plaza. "Straw Hat humans, I invite you to the Ryugu Palace." His words sent a wave of shock through every mermaid and merman nearby. The crew was soon escorted toward the palace, but before they even reached the gates, high-ranking mermaid guards surrounded them. Their eyes were sharp and suspicious. "The Straw Hat pirates," one guard whispered. "They're strong enough to kidnap mermaids without breaking a sweat." Goku stepped forward, raising both hands slowly and calmly. "I promise we wouldn't do anything like that," he said earnestly. "After how kind your people were to us, no way we would ever hurt you." Another guard crossed her arms. "We understand your words, but we can never be certain. A pirate can seem innocent one day and a kidnapper the next." The suspicion hung thick in the water, but eventually the conversation faded,
and the group continued toward the kingdom.
King Neptune spoke again as they traveled. He had found one of their missing members, Zoro, inside the palace already. Luffy's shoulders relaxed with relief. So everyone's gonna be brought back safe? Awesome!
They entered the massive castle, its towering coral pillars glowing with soft blue light. King Neptune was ready to invite them to a feast, but first he needed to ask where his daughter was. His subjects shifted nervously. "Your daughter left the palace right after you went to find the Straw Hat Pirates," one said. "What? I told you to guard her. Didn't you listen?" King Neptune roared. His subjects snapped right back. "Do you not understand that you suddenly disappearing during such an important time also sends the castle into panic, King? Think a little."
The king froze, stared down at the floor, and sighed heavily. "I'll take better care of things from now on," he murmured.
The crew exchanged looks of disbelief. They had never seen a king get scolded like that. "Wait, where's Goku?" Brook asked. Everyone turned and noticed not only Goku, but Luffy had vanished. "Ugh, that idiot!" Nami groaned. "He probably went off looking for food, and I bet Goku followed him to drag him back." Meanwhile, Goku had seen Luffy wander off earlier and tried to follow him, but the palace hallways twisted endlessly. He couldn't keep up and soon found himself alone. "Oh boy, I'm so dead," he muttered, knowing the crew would give him an earful later. He decided to explore a bit while trying to find his way back. That was when he spotted a massive door covered in axes and swords wedged deep into the wood, their handles still shaking slightly. Curiosity took over. He stepped inside the pitch-black room. "Man, why is it so dark in here?" he whispered. As his eyes adjusted, a soft smell drifted through the air. Food, a lot of food. His stomach growled loudly, reminding him that he hadn't eaten anything at the Mermaid Cafe. "Maybe the king won't mind if I grab a little bite before the banquet," Goku thought, floating forward. But suddenly, he tripped over something in the dark and crashed loudly onto the floor. A frightened female voice echoed through the room. "Who's there?" The light snapped on, and Goku shielded his eyes. "Ah, too bright." When he lowered his hands, he found himself staring up at a giant mermaid, almost the size of King Neptune, but a little smaller. Her long pink hair draped over her shoulders, her blue eyes wide with fear. It was Princess Shirahoshi. She trembled. "Who are you, and what are you doing in my room?" Goku stood slowly, raising both hands in the air to show he meant no harm. "Have you come to kidnap me as well?" she cried, trying to sound brave, though her tears gave her away. "Because it won't work. I'm the king's daughter, and I'm not—" She looked like she might scream. Hey, it's okay," Goku said gently. "I'm not here to hurt you, I promise. Look." He got on his knees with his palms on the floor. "See, I'm not a threat. I'm really sorry I scared you. I was looking for my friend. He wandered off and I couldn't keep up. Then I saw all this food and, well, my stomach kinda decided for me." He scratched his cheek nervously. "If you want me to go, I'll go right now." He bowed politely and turned toward the door. But before he could take a step, he sensed danger. An axe suddenly came slicing through the doorway, headed straight for the princess. "Watch out!" Goku shouted. In a burst of golden light, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The room flashed with radiant energy as he lunged toward the incoming weapon, catching it in his glowing hands. He dug his heels into the floor, stopping its deadly spin just inches from Shirahoshi. He threw the axe aside, panting softly. Huff, huff. "Are you okay?" The princess stared at him in awe. A tiny human, glowing like the sun, had saved her without hesitation. Before she could thank him, voices echoed down the hallway. Panicking, the princess quickly scooped Goku up in her hands. "Shh, please be quiet," she whispered, hiding him behind her massive body, just as her guards burst through the doors. "Princess, we heard you scream," one guard said. "Are you in danger?" "Oh, I'm fine," Shirahoshi said quickly. I had a bad dream, that's all." One of the guards cleared his throat and spoke carefully, though the weight in his voice made the whole room feel colder. "If that is all, Then we're relieved, Princess. But we must inform you of something. The Straw Hat Pirate who saved Megalo, your shark friend, is being held in cages down in the castle's prison. It is sad, truly, but they are suspected of kidnapping the missing mermaids, and we fear your life may be in danger. I wish it didn't have to happen, but we must take precautions. 2 of their members escaped already, and we assume they realized what was happening and are hiding somewhere.
Oh, I see. That is terrible news, the princess said softly, pressing a hand to her chest.
Well, it's been 5 minutes already. We will take our leave now, the guard said as they bowed and exited the room. The princess slowly exhaled, relaxing just enough to release Goku from behind her. She looked at him with a mix of embarrassment and relief. Then she explained everything, how a man named Vander had constantly sent her threatening marriage proposals, and when she rejected him, he swore to kill her. That was why the axe had flown into her room earlier, and why her father had locked her away for 10 whole years. 10 years? Goku shouted. You must feel super bored being stuck here. He glanced again at the huge piles of food stacked neatly in the room, but the princess shook her head with a soft smile. No, I'm all right. Not anymore. I have Megalo back. She reached forward and gently rubbed the shark's nose as he swam closer, happy to see her smiling. Goku's eyes drifted back toward the food. Can I... He didn't even finish the question. Princess Shirahoshi giggled. Go ahead. In an instant, Goku blurred forward, rushing over to the food and devouring it like a man who hadn't eaten in years. Shirahoshi watched in awe as he plowed through the feast. For someone so small, you eat as much as we do, she said, laughing shyly. Goku smiled, cheeks full. Yeah, I get really hungry sometimes. Well, most of the time. Okay, all the time. He kept eating until the piles were noticeably thinner. The princess tilted her head. What's your name, anyway? Oh, Goku paused long enough to swallow and say, My name's Goku. The princess smiled warmly. My name is Shirahoshi. Once Goku finished eating, she asked him dozens of questions. What did the sun look like? What flowers grew on land? Were there many forests? What kinds of animals did he see? Goku answered every question happily. Finally, he stretched, letting out a satisfied sigh. Whew, I'm stuffed, he laughed, patting his stomach. He flew up toward the door, then spun around with his usual cheerful grin. Let's go on an adventure, Shirahoshi. His golden hair faded back to black as he dropped out of his Super Saiyan state. But Shirahoshi's eyes widened in horror. What? I can't do that. My father will be furious. And with that madman still out there? She covered her face, tears already forming, as the fear of Vander rushed back into her heart. Goku floated closer until he was right in front of her face. Hey, don't worry, I'll protect you. If anything else tries to hit you, I'll just bounce it away, he said with a bright, confident smile. Shirahoshi stared at him in disbelief, unsure whether he was brave or just unbelievably reckless. Meanwhile, Usopp, Nami, and Brook had taken King Neptune and everyone else hostage. Zoro had broken out of his cage earlier and confronted the king's 3 sons. He demanded that they escort the Straw Hats off Fishman Island. The brothers agreed, but before they left, one of them delivered a message. Please, tell your captain, don't fight with Hody and meet me in the Sea Forest. It's from Jinbei. Zoro nodded. I'll tell him.
Back with Goku.
So where do you want to go, Shirahoshi? Goku asked, smiling like this was all a simple joyride. She hesitated, looking down with a small sniffle. I want to go to the Sea Forest, but that would be selfish of me. Tears rolled down her cheeks again. Boom! A massive sound echoed through the castle. Shirahoshi froze. Is there another intruder inside? Her voice quivered. Meanwhile, with Goku's friends, King Neptune begged the Straw Hat Pirates to go protect Shirahoshi. He explained that someone was after her life, someone trying to kill her. Brooke was the first to bolt down the hallway. "Oh great, I bet he's got some perverted intentions." Nami sighed, pinching her nose. They rushed toward the princess's room just in time to see the door explode outward. Megalo burst through with the princess hiding inside his mouth, while Goku sat proudly on top of the shark's head, pointing forward. "Let's go to the sea forest," Goku shouted as Megalo shot forward like a living submarine torpedo. Brooke skidded to a stop. Everyone else froze as well. One of the royal guards behind them gasped. "The princess has escaped! We must inform the king." Back with Goku. "So, how does it feel to be outside after 10 whole years?" Goku asked as Megalo swam at high speed. Shirahoshi peeked out from the shark's mouth, her eyes shining with wonder. "My heart is beating so fast, Goku. I haven't seen a sight this beautiful in such a long time."
Goku grinned. "Well then, next stop, the sea forest, your majesty."
Megalo swam faster, his tail carving waves through the water. None of them knew that Vander was already on his way, flying toward them using a weapon he'd thrown, guided by his devil fruit ability that let any object fly straight to his target no matter the distance. They landed at Coral Hill Beach, where Goku spotted Chopper and Sanji. He hopped off Megalo and ran over to them. Meanwhile, a crowd of mermaids gathered around Megalo, confused by his painful expression. The shark couldn't hold it in anymore. He opened his mouth and spit out the princess. "Princess Shirahoshi!" The mermaid screamed in shock as she gently rose to her full height. Without hesitation, the mermaids and mermen tied up Goku and the Straw Hats. They assumed the worst, that the pirates had tried to kidnap the king's daughter. "No, you've got it all wrong. They weren't trying to kidnap me," Shirahoshi pleaded. Goku didn't fight the ropes. He let them tie him up because he knew breaking free would only cause more trouble. Besides, he could snap the ropes whenever he wanted, but he wasn't sure Sanji and Chopper could. So he stayed still and waited.
But then Goku noticed something. He squinted up into the blue glow of the water. "Hey, what's that? Something's coming toward us." Everyone turned and gasped in horror.
It was Vander. "I have found you, my beloved," he shouted with a wicked grin, drifting forward on the object he'd launched across the sea. The princess froze, terror gluing her in place. "Princess, run!" a merman shouted. But Shirahoshi couldn't move. Her fear was too heavy. Vander cackled loudly. "You can escape this fate, my love. If you accept my proposal, marry me." "I'm sorry, but you're not my type," Shirahoshi cried, tears spilling down her face. Vander's expression twisted from heartbreak to rage. "How dare you? I've held these feelings for 10 long years, and you've trampled all over them. Tell me, who do you plan on being with instead?" He raised his axe high. "Know this, what happens next is not my sin, but yours." Vander lunged at her, swinging the axe straight at her face. Goku had seen enough. In a burst of motion, he shattered the ropes, vanished from sight, and reappeared right as the deadly blade came down.
Vander swung the axe with full force, expecting to see the princess's blood spill.
But it never did, and that's exactly where your script ends.
Vander's eyes widened as he felt resistance. Real, unmovable resistance. He looked up and saw a man standing between him and Princess Shirahoshi, gripping the axe handle near the blade with just one hand. The golden aura still flickered faintly around him. Goku stared back at Vander with an icy calm that made the villain freeze.
"Don't you dare touch my friend," Goku said, his voice dropping into a cold, dangerous tone that barely sounded like the gentle warrior everyone knew. Vander tried to force the axe down harder, veins bulging on his forehead, but the weapon didn't move an inch. Goku didn't even flinch. The strength behind that single hand was enough to stop the blow completely. With one clean movement, Goku shifted his stance and lashed out with a swift kick, fast, precise, and backed by deep power. His foot crashed right into Vander's stomach. The impact exploded with a shockwave underwater, sending Vander flying backward like a rag doll. He slammed into the ground so hard the sand cracked beneath him. Goku didn't wait. He turned immediately and rushed toward his tied-up friends. "We gotta get on Megalo, now!"
Everyone understood instantly. The situation had gone from bad to deadly. Shirahoshi was helped onto Megalo first, followed by Sanji, Chopper, Hachi, the injured fishman who had warned them, and finally, Goku. The shark kicked into motion with a powerful thrust of his tail.
"Megalo, head for the sea forest," Goku ordered. Megalo groaned in response and surged forward, slicing through the water like a torpedo. Time blurred. Their hearts raced, and finally, the 6 of them, including poor injured Hachi, reached the glowing, breathtaking sea forest. "See?" Goku said, grinning proudly. "Told you I'd help you get here." Shirahoshi's eyes brimmed with tears, happy ones. "Thank you, son Goku. I could have never reached this place without your help." Goku was about to respond when his eyes caught sight of the sunny ship in the distance, and Frankie waving. "Megalo, slow down!" Megalo obeyed, easing through the glowing coral. Goku waved his arms. "Yo, Frankie!" Frankie turned, sunglasses glinting. "Goku! Chopper! Sanji, you're back! Super!" He hurried over and quickly explained the situation. Robin, Luffy, and Jinbei were already here, waiting for the others. Another man stood with Frankie, someone who would help coat the Sunny with another protective bubble, so the crew could continue traveling underwater. Frankie also explained how Luffy got here. Apparently, he had been in the kitchen when he overheard Zoro and the 3 brothers on the loudspeaker. As soon as he heard Jinbei was in the sea forest, he zoomed down here without thinking twice. Sanji rubbed his forehead. Of course he'd be in the kitchen. Before anyone could speak again, whoosh! An axe spun out of nowhere. Goku's instincts kicked in. He shot his foot out and kicked the weapon away with such force that it tore through a chunk of coral. That was Vander's for sure. He's nearby. He floated downward toward Shirahoshi. "Are you all right, princess?" She nodded nervously. "Yes, thank you." Shirahoshi then drifted toward the very center of the forest. She came to a halt in front of a large grave carved into beautiful coral. She clasped her hands together and closed her eyes. Goku landed gently beside her. "Whose grave is this?" "My mother's," Shirahoshi whispered. Goku's face softened. He knew immediately. She hadn't been able to visit it for 10 years because she'd been locked away. He rose gently into the water and sat on her shoulder, resting one hand near her hair. "I'm sorry for your loss, princess," he said quietly, not taking his eyes off the grave.
She didn't open her eyes. "Don't be. I wish I had time to say some things to her."
Goku didn't say anything else. He gave her respectful space and drifted back toward the Sunny.
As he approached, he saw Nami and Kami running over. They looked out of breath and shaken. They explained that King Neptune had been captured during a sudden attack by the enemy pirates. The rest of the Straw Hats stayed behind to fight them off.
Shirahoshi returned as they spoke, overhearing everything. Her eyes widened like 2 giant blue pearls. "My father, will he be all right?" Nami looked away. I don't know." Soon Jinbei gathered everyone together and began telling his long, painful history. He spoke of the pirates he once knew, Arlong, whose memory still cut Nami deeply, and also of Vander, the same man hunting Shirahoshi even now. Everyone listened closely. His words dug into the sea around them, revealing truths none of them expected. He explained everything leading to the death of Shirahoshi's mother, and how Arlong ended up released to terrorize Nami's homeland. When Jinbei paused, Nami finally spoke. Her voice shook at first. "I don't hate you. I hate Arlong. You didn't know what he'd do. I forgive you." Shirahoshi looked at Nami with soft surprise. Nami then shared their similarities, how both had lived through fear, loss, and loneliness. Then she asked the princess about her powers, the ability to call sea kings. Shirahoshi nodded shyly, admitting she possessed that gift.
Before anyone else could speak, a giant floating screen appeared with an ugly crackle. The face that appeared on it made the entire forest grow cold.
"Hody, white-haired, crazed, grinning. He began ranting about his new era. He claimed he would reshape Fishman Island, destroy the dream of uniting humans and fishmen, and crush anyone who stood in the way. Then the screen flickered and revealed a bloody, beaten King Neptune chained down for all to see. "Father!" Shirahoshi screamed, tears streaming down her face. Goku's expression darkened, his fists clenched hard enough to crack the water around them. He remembered the king risking himself so the Straw Hats could escape earlier. Seeing him beaten now made a hot fury burn deep in his chest. Hody kept talking, pleased with the horror he caused. "Today I will cut off the head of this incompetent king." But he wasn't done. The image then shifted to a small cage containing 3 barely conscious figures: Zoro, Usopp, and Brook. "They got caught!" Luffy shouted, eyes wide. Goku clenched his fist so hard, the muscles in his arm burst with blue energy. Hody laughed. "After this king is executed, the Straw Hats will be sealed in a water-filled room and drowned. And then," he held up a picture of Luffy, "I will take this boy's head to the surface to show the humans how easily he was defeated." Luffy trembled with rage. He wasn't angry for himself. He was furious for his crew, for the king, for everyone suffering under Hody's cruelty. The broadcast ended, leaving a heavy silence. Then Luffy snapped. He smashed his fists together. "We got no choice but to fight back." But before he could take a step, the entire sea forest started to tremble violently. Coral shook, sand split. Even the Sunny quivered in its anchor. Everyone fell to the ground, everyone except Goku. Their eyes widened when they realized Goku was the cause. "Hody!" Goku roared, his voice echoing like a storm through the sea. Blue ki exploded around him, swirling into a massive flare that pushed the water back in rippling waves. His aura grew and grew, filling the entire forest with blinding power. Then Goku stopped. The shaking faded. He turned toward Luffy, eyes burning with fury. "Luffy, let's go beat Hody to pieces, for our crew and for the princess." But Jinbei stepped in front of them. "No, you must not. If humans strike first, it will worsen the hate between our people." Luffy didn't care. He took a step forward, only to be attacked by Jinbei. "I can't let you do this, Luffy," Jinbei shouted. "Then I'll beat you up to get past you," Luffy yelled, his arm snapping back for a punch. Before the two could clash, Robin emerged from the shadows of the forest. Her hands sprouted across the ground, grabbing both fighters and restraining them. Goku gritted his teeth. He understood Jinbei's point, but all he wanted was to tear Hody apart. Still, he forced himself to calm down. He knew they needed a smarter approach. Goku, acting reasonably, who would have imagined? Soon, Jinbei and Shirahoshi left on Megalo, heading out to search for the king and her brothers, who were captured and beaten. But Hody intercepted them. He captured Jinbei, Megalo, and Shirahoshi, and broadcasted his cruelty to everyone. He boasted that he was the one who killed the queen, Shirahoshi's mother. But Shirahoshi shocked everyone. She revealed that she already knew. Megalo had seen everything that day and told her. She kept the truth hidden because of her mother's final request, to never hate her killer. She had carried that burden alone for 10 long years. Hody only laughed. Then he grabbed King Neptune's head and smashed it into the ground. "This is the end for you, King. Your precious Straw Hat crew isn't here to save the day." He lifted his fist, aiming it at the king's skull. "This letter your queen signed, this dream of peace, I will destroy it." He waved the document filled with signatures supporting unity. "Goku, Luffy, please save my father," Shirahoshi screamed. Hody sneered and swung down. But suddenly, his face twisted in pain. Blood burst from his mouth as his body folded around 2 fists, one from Goku, one from Luffy. The 2 warriors had arrived faster than anyone could blink. Their combined strike sent Hody flying across the battlefield, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous impact. They had saved the king, and the battle to restore peace was about to begin. "It's them! It's Goku and Luffy! They're here!" The Neptune soldiers cheered. "Back them up!" shouted a rebel. and in the blink of an eye, thousands of Neptune's people surged forward to join the fight, surrounding Goku and Luffy as the enemy army closed in. Goku and Luffy were hiding in Megalo's mouth the entire time, including the rest of the crew. Nami appeared out of nowhere, and she was smiling as was holding a piece of paper in her hand. "Is this important to you?" Nami said, smiling as she was waving the document with the signature in the air. She took it out Hodi's hand when he was sent flying by Goku and Luffy. Robin swiped the keys to the chains to the captured royal families. She unlocked the chains, and the royal family, including Jinbei and Megalo, were set free. As Robin did this, a ship came flying towards them. It was the Straw Hats' pirate ship, and Frankie was in it. Gaon cannon fire. Immediately, the ship sent a blast towards the battlefield, and a large explosion occurred, causing the place to rumble a little. Then, immediately, a large whale, the whale that carries the king around, came down and grabbed the brothers and the king and swam them up to safety. Shirahoshi decided to stay back with her friends in the battlefield. All the Straw Hats pirate members got together, except Frankie at the time. The rebels had a look of fear as to what they saw. They saw destruction from one pirate crew as they stood together boldly. One of the rebels ran up and started to yell at them. "Oi, tell us now, our friend or foe to the Fishman Island?" The rebel yelled at the Straw Hat pirates. Luffy just held onto his hat before he spoke. "Are we friends or are we foes? That kind of thing is for you to decide for yourselves," Luffy said as the entire crew looked forwards onto the battlefield. There will be no tomorrow if there is no today. The stakes couldn't get any higher than this. Goku, Luffy, and the Straw Hat Pirates versus Hody and his army. "Time to settle the score," Goku said as he smirked and slammed his fist into his palm, looking at the enemies ahead. He was ready for a fight and couldn't wait to get started. The battle begins. Straw Hat Pirates versus Hody and his army. Last time in the story of the Dragon Pirate, the air was thick with fear and rage. Hody laughed, a cold and ugly sound, as he grabbed the king by the head and slammed it into the stone ground. The impact echoed across the plaza. "This is the end for you, King," Hody snarled. "Your precious Straw Hat crew isn't here to save the day." He pulled his arm back, muscles swelling, ready to crush the king's skull with a single blow. "Goku, Luffy, please save my father," Shirahoshi screamed, her voice breaking as tears streamed down her face. Hody smiled wider, his fist only inches away from ending everything. Then pain exploded through his body. Hody's eyes bulged as he coughed up blood. Before he could even understand what happened, his massive frame was launched backward, skidding across the ground before slamming hard into the floor. Standing where he once towered were two figures, Goku and Luffy. Both had driven their fists straight into Hody's gut at full force. "It's them!" someone shouted from the army. "It's really Goku and Luffy. They're here!" The Fishman soldiers froze, staring in shock at the two fighters who calmly faced the entire army ahead of them. They hadn't just arrived now. Goku, Luffy, and the rest of the crew had been hiding inside Megalo's mouth the entire time. While all eyes were on the battlefield, Robin moved like a shadow. With a smooth motion, she swiped the keys hanging from a guard's belt. In seconds, the chains around the captured royal family fell open. Jinbei stepped forward, free at last, and Megalo let out a relieved cry as his restraints dropped away. At that moment, something massive flew through the air. A ship. The Straw Hat Pirate's ship came soaring into view, and Frankie stood proudly at the helm. "Gaon cannon fire!" A blinding blast erupted from the ship, slamming into the battlefield. The explosion shook the ground, sending shockwaves through the plaza as debris and smoke filled the air. Before the dust could settle, a gigantic whale descended from above, the whale that carried the king. It carefully scooped up the king along with Goku and Luffy, then swam them swiftly to safety. Shirahoshi stayed behind. She wiped her tears, standing firm with her friends on the battlefield. One by one, the Straw Hat Pirates gathered together, forming a solid line. Frankie was still on the ship. but everyone else stood ready.
The rebels felt it.
Fear. They stared at the pirates before them, at the destruction caused by a single crew standing together without hesitation. One rebel rushed forward, shaking but determined. "Oh, oi!" he shouted. "Tell us right now, are you friends or foes of Fishman Island?" Luffy reached up and held on to the brim of his straw hat. His voice was calm but carried weight. "Are we friends or are we foes?" he said slowly. "That kind of thing is for you to decide for yourselves." The entire crew stared forward, eyes locked on the battlefield ahead. "Time to settle the score," Goku said with a grin. He slammed his fist into his palm, energy crackling faintly around him. He was more than ready. The crowds watching from nearby had seen everything. Cheers erupted as people realized their king and royal family had been saved from certain death. But Hody was moving again. He pushed himself up from the ground, his body shaking with fury. His eyes burned as he stared at the two who had struck him down. "Those damn humans!" he growled.
The Straw Hats weren't even looking at him anymore. They were talking among themselves, completely unfazed.
Nami walked over to Shirahoshi and gently placed a letter into her hands. The letter meant to unite humans and fishmen.
"Here you are, Princess," Nami said softly.
Thank you very much, Nami," Shirahoshi said through tears. She turned toward Luffy and Goku. "And thank you, Luffy. Goku, for saving my family. I don't think I'll be able to..." Her words failed her as she broke down crying. Goku smiled warmly and gave her a thumbs up. "Don't worry about it," he said. "Just think of it as a friendly act from us humans." Shirahoshi smiled through her tears.
Hody roared, his voice cutting through the moment.
"Well played, Jinbei. I knew I shouldn't have let my guard down when I captured you and the princess so easily." He pointed at the crew, shaking with rage. "You people despise me the most, accepting humans as comrades." His fist clenched tighter. "You're just as naive as that fool of a king. If I were king, I'd shower the human kings of the world in a rain of blood. The legend of the dreaded kingdom under the sea would begin." He threw his head back and laughed. "There are 100,000 of us, and only a few of you. Soon I'll take over the world and become the Pirate King." "Pirate King," Luffy repeated quietly. The Fishman army began charging forward. "Bad move," Goku thought, sensing something terrifying surge from beside him. Power exploded from Luffy. Invisible pressure crushed the battlefield. Half of the Fishman army froze in place, their bodies trembling violently before they collapsed unconscious onto the ground. "Incredible," Jinbei muttered. "He increased his conqueror's haki this much in just 2 years?"
Luffy stared at Hody, his face empty of emotion.
"I don't care who you are," he said calmly. "There only needs to be one Pirate King." Hody instinctively stepped back. Luffy leapt into the air, his fist swelling to massive size. He brought it crashing down, smashing into the ground with overwhelming force. Thousands of fishmen were launched into the air like toys before slamming back down. "Bring 1,000,000 people, it doesn't matter," Luffy shouted. "I'll defeat every single one of you."
The crew moved instantly.
Nami, Usopp, and Chopper rushed onto the ship to prepare support. Sanji, Zoro, Robin, Brook, and Jinbei spread out across the battlefield. Goku began gathering energy, more than before. The ground trembled violently, rocks shattered, boulders collapsed as raw power poured out of him. "Ah!" Goku roared as he shot into the sky, then rocketed back down, slamming his fist into the battlefield. The impact triggered a massive earthquake. Shockwaves blasted outward, throwing huge portions of the army backward under the sheer force of his strength. Hody snarled and pointed toward Shirahoshi. "How can you save the princess when she's wide open?"
Shirahoshi gasped and covered her eyes as Hody charged his attack.
"Water shot!" A deadly burst of pressurized water ripped through the air, only to be met head-on.
Water shot.
Jinbei's own technique collided with Hody's, canceling it out completely. Hody barked orders for the army to fire cannons at Shirahoshi, but the soldiers never got the chance.
Brook flashed forward, blade singing as he cut through fishmen with chilling speed. Zoro spun into motion, 3 swords blazing.
Kokujo o Tatsumaki! A violent tornado tore across the battlefield, shredding everything in its path. Still, the army didn't stop. Fishmen launched themselves into the air, aiming straight for Shirahoshi from above. A blur intercepted them. Sanji soared upward, planting himself between the attackers and the princess. "If you want to get to the princess," he said coolly, "then I'll gladly let you, if you beat me first." Flames ignited around his leg.
Diable Jambe!
His kicks struck so fast they looked like dozens at once. Boire a freer spectrum.
Fishmen were sent flying in all directions.
When it was over, Sanji landed gracefully. He turned to Shirahoshi, hearts glowing in his eyes. "I am your knight, ma'am." Robin stepped forward the moment more fishmen rushed toward the princess. Her eyes were calm, almost cold. She crossed her arms in a perfect X. In an instant, the ground behind the charging army cracked open. Two massive legs burst out of the stone itself, towering over the fishmen like living pillars. Stomp! The legs slammed down without mercy. The shockwave rippled across the battlefield as rows of fishmen were crushed into the ground. Their advance stopped completely. Metal engines roared. "Super!" Frankie shouted as he leapt from the ship. "Channel 4, Black Rhino FRU Unit 4. He landed inside a roaring Psybike shaped like a steel beast. The Black Rhino charged forward, plowing through enemies as cannon fire and metal fists tore the army apart. Another voice joined in. "Channel 5, Brachio Tank Unit 5, launch." Panels opened as Nami, Usopp, and Chopper rolled out inside a massive tank. Energy beams fired non-stop, blasting huge holes through the fishman ranks. Luffy's eyes sparkled like stars. He bounced in place, laughing. "Awesome!" he yelled. "Keep fighting, idiot!" Zoro snapped, annoyed that his captain had stopped mid-battle just to stare.
Frankie didn't slow down. He skidded both machines together, ejecting Nami, Usopp, and Chopper in one smooth motion.
"Time for the main event!" Metal screamed as parts locked together. Arms, legs, and armor fused into something enormous. Iron Pirate, Frankie Shogun. The giant robot stood tall, sword drawn. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper stared in pure awe as the Shogun cleaved through the army like paper. Cannons burst open, firing blast after blast, explosions lighting the battlefield.
Nami, Usopp, and Chopper rushed back in, attacking from every angle. "They're not even tired," someone in the crowd whispered.
"Against 100,000? Another said, shaking their head. Hody snarled, veins bulging. "Fight better, be better soldiers." His words were cut short. A fist slammed straight into his face. Hody flew across the ground like a rag doll.
Goku hovered calmly where he stood. "How about you be a better leader?" Goku said casually. The punch had been light. To Goku, it felt like nothing. To Hody, it felt like being hit by a speeding train.
Hody crashed hard, coughing blood despite the energy steroids pumping through his veins. He staggered back up, screaming, unleashing attack after attack. But Goku wasn't even there. Every strike missed. Every blast passed through empty air. Hody swung again in desperation. Goku caught his fist. The smile was gone. "I won't let you get away with this," Goku said quietly. "I'll never forgive you." The tone alone made Hody tremble. Goku held his arm tight and struck. "This is for King Neptune." A punch to the jaw. Blood sprayed. "This is for Shirahoshi's brothers." Another punch. Bone cracked. Hody screamed. "This is for Shirahoshi." A blow to the nose. It shattered instantly. "And this?" Golden light exploded outward. Goku's hair flared upward, glowing like fire as his power surged. He crushed Hody's hand as the aura intensified. "Is for Shirahoshi's mother." Now, a Super Saiyan, Goku drove his fist straight into Hody's face and let go. Hody vanished. A thunderous boom echoed as his body smashed into a distant mountain, stone exploding outward on impact. "Captain Hody!" the fishman screamed in horror. Shirahoshi stared, frozen. "Amazing! Goku, He's so strong. Goku turned and floated back toward his friends. Every Straw Hat stared in stunned silence. Even Zoro couldn't hide his shock.
He's getting back up,
Goku muttered. I barely used any power.
Barely?
Usopp shouted. It looked like you used everything. Goku laughed. If I had, this island wouldn't exist anymore. He glanced at Zoro and smirked. Still think I can't beat you all combined? Zoro smirked back. You'll never know until we try. The ground shook again. Hody burst from the rubble, barely standing, teeth clenched in pure hatred. Before anyone could react, the sky darkened. A shadow covered the island. Everyone looked up. A ship, larger than the island itself, hovered near the massive bubble that protected Fishman Island. Vander loomed above, laughing as he explained his plan to crush everything. The island, the royal family, and Shirahoshi herself. He placed his hand on the ship and aimed it downward. Shirahoshi gasped, then moved. Without hesitation, she swam forward, grabbing the ship and pulling it away from the island. She would not let anyone die because of her. Hody and Luffy shot upward at the same time, bursting into the open sea, using the bubble coating around them as they raced to stop the massive ship from crashing into the island and the princess. Below them, even the civilians tried to move, shouting and reaching out in desperation, but a violent shockwave blasted them back. Idiots! Hody roared, turning his fury on the fallen crowd. It's because of worthless scum like you that all fishmen are looked down upon. Luffy's teeth clenched as he climbed higher, his fists shaking. Damn bastard, he thought. Above them, Shirahoshi had already shot into one of the giant corridor tubes. The massive ship shifted course, turning to follow her instead of slamming directly into Fishman Island. Goku watched it all unfold and couldn't stay still. He moved to launch himself upward, but Robin stepped directly in front of him, arms raised. Stop, she said firmly. I know what you're trying to do. Even in that transformation, the pressure will crush you. Goku didn't even hesitate. Then I'll transform again. He clenched his fists. The ground trembled. His golden aura exploded outward, brighter and sharper than before. Lightning crackled around his body as his power spiked violently. His frame tightened, energy roaring through every muscle. He had ascended again. A Super Saiyan 2. Robin, Chopper, and the rest of the crew stared in stunned silence. The air itself felt heavier. Goku! What did you... Chopper started. No time. Goku cut him off. I'll explain later. I need to hurry. He blasted upward, tearing straight through the bubble, encasing and into the crushing depths of the sea. I'm really glad he's on our side, Nami whispered nervously as she watched him vanish into the pressured water like it was nothing. Far above, Goku saw chaos unfolding. Vander had been stabbed straight through the chest. Hody stood behind him. The massive ship began to fall once again, descending toward the island, slowly but unstoppably. At the same time, Luffy and Shirahoshi's three brothers arrived. Luffy's arm stretched forward and slammed into Hody before he could reach the princess. Hody roared in pain. Even weakened by the water, the punch hurt badly. His injuries from Goku's earlier attack made it unbearable. Fool! Hody snarled. You have no chance of winning. Not you, not Shirahoshi, not your crew on Fishman Island. I'd say otherwise. Goku rocketed in, lightning flashing around him. Hody stumbled backward, eyes wide. How are you breathing? Hody shouted. Under this pressure? Goku didn't answer. Every time he dashed through the water, small air bubbles formed, and he swallowed them as he moved. It tasted awful, but it kept him alive. Goku! Luffy called out. Take this instead. He tossed a fresh bubble coating toward him. Goku wrapped it around his head, instantly breathing freely again. Thanks, he said, giving a quick thumbs up before turning coldly toward Hody. You talk big, Straw Hat, Hody sneered. Trying to save everyone, but you're too late. When that ship hits the island, I'll crush everyone. Humans, fishmen, all of you. Luffy! Goku shouted. I'll handle the ship. He's yours. He dashed away. Oh no you don't! Hody screamed, lunging after him. only for Luffy's fist to slam into his face. "Your opponent is me!" Luffy roared. Shirahoshi's brothers glanced toward the Saiyan, speeding toward the falling ship.
"Please don't destroy it," one of them shouted. Goku nodded without looking back. That ship mattered. He reached the underside of the massive vessel and planted both hands against it, muscles screaming as he pushed upward. To do so, he had to break his own bubble coating. Water crushed in on him instantly. The ship slowed, but the currents were overwhelming.
"Damn it, I'll lose my breath before I stop this thing," Goku thought, teeth grinding as he forced it upward inch by inch.
"No way," Hody muttered, staring in disbelief. "A human pushing that ship back up?"
"Water shot," Hody screamed.
A deadly blast tore through the sea toward Goku.
"Goku, look out," Luffy shouted. Goku released the ship, cupping his hands together. "Ka! Me! Ha! Me! Ha!" A weakened energy wave erupted, colliding with the water attack and vaporizing it instantly. The underwater shockwave rippled outward violently, but it cost him dearly. Air burned from his lungs. Goku dropped back to the ship, catching it again before it could fall further. His vision blurred. His body shook violently. At this point, I'll drown, he thought, fighting to stay conscious.
Nearby, Luffy and Shirahoshi attacked Hody relentlessly, pounding him with everything they had. Goku's strength faded fast.
"Goku, can you hear me?" one of the brothers shouted. Goku slowly turned, barely able to focus.
"Push it! Into that air bubble!" the brother yelled, pointing toward a massive pocket of air nearby.
Goku nodded weakly. Summoning the last of his strength, he shoved the ship sideways with a burst of force, guiding it toward the air pocket. He clung to the hull as both he and the ship drifted inside. The moment he hit the air, Goku gasped violently, lungs burning as oxygen rushed back into his body. His strength returned, just enough. He steadied himself and continued holding the ship in place. One of Shirahoshi's brothers shouted with tears in his eyes, "Straw Hat, please, bring everything back to normal." His voice cracked. "Our mother wasn't killed by Hody alone. She was killed by the island's grudge. If we don't stop this, Fishman Island will be destroyed by its own hatred." The sea trembled as the battle raged on. Luffy went quiet for a moment. The chaos around him seemed to fade as he looked at Shirahoshi's brother, who was still trembling, tears clinging to his face. "Bro Hoshi," Luffy said calmly. He called him that because he was Shirahoshi's brother, and to Luffy, that already made him family. "Let me take care of this. Just sit back and relax." Luffy's grin widened, full of confidence. "From the moment we came down into that plaza, we decided, me, my crew, and Jinbei, that we wouldn't let anyone lay a finger on Fishman Island."
He pointed his thumb at his chest. "We're friends after all." That single sentence hit harder than any punch. Goku smiled. The crew smiled. Even through exhaustion and pain, their spirits burned brighter. They were more fired up than ever to protect this island.
Hody finally snapped. He lunged at Luffy at full speed, rage twisting his face. "I'll tear your arm off," Hody screamed. "I'll break every bone in your body." "I'll end this with one shot," Luffy said quietly. He pulled his arm back. It stretched far behind him, turning dark and heavy as power flowed into it. Armament haki wrapped around his fist, dense and deadly. "Gomu, Gomu, no! Red Hawk!" Luffy's punch exploded forward. Fire burst from his fist as it smashed straight into Hody's chest. The impact sent Hody flying like a cannonball, launching him backward and slamming him into the massive ship that Goku was barely holding back inside the air bubble. "Shirahoshi!" Luffy shouted. "Get me inside the bubble!" She nodded instantly and guided him in. Hody twitched on the ship's surface, barely managing to rise. That's when he saw it. Luffy's arm was growing, swelling larger and larger. "Gear third!
Gomu Gomu no elephant gun."
Luffy brought his massive haki-coated fist crashing down again and again. Each blow nearly crushed Hody flat, while the ship itself groaned and cracked under the overwhelming force. Goku finally released his grip on the ship, staring in pure shock. He had never seen Luffy like this. So focused, so serious, so relentless. Luffy didn't stop. Each strike shattered more of the ship, piece by piece. Down on the island, the Straw Hats finished clearing the last of the army and regrouped. They all looked up at the sea above them, watching the ship being destroyed little by little. "The only way to save this island now," Usopp said quietly, "is if Luffy and Goku destroy that ship before it reaches us." "Then they better hurry," Nami said, gripping her staff tightly. Up above, just as Luffy prepared another blow, Shirahoshi swam in front of him. "Please, stop!" she cried. "If there's any way to save the ship, please! Move!" Luffy shouted. "I can finish this!" But she wouldn't move.
Then it happened.
A deep, ancient sound echoed through the sea. Massive shadows rose from the depths. "The Sea Kings?" Luffy gasped as enormous sea monsters appeared, surrounding the ship and stopping it completely. Goku stared in disbelief.
Sea Kings? I thought King Neptune was the king of the sea, he muttered. Luffy smiled faintly. The ship had stopped. Hody was beaten. The fight was over.
That was when his strength finally gave out.
Blood poured from his reopened wounds, and his body went limp.
"Luffy!" Shirahoshi screamed, reaching for him. But Goku moved faster, catching Luffy before he could fall. "It's okay," Goku said gently. "I've got him." Below them, the entire island saw it. Cheers erupted.
Fishman Island is saved! Goku glided down with Luffy and rejoined the crew. He laid Luffy down carefully, and everyone let out a breath of relief.
"I can barely move," Chopper groaned. "After fighting that many soldiers. But does anyone need medical?" He collapsed. Robin smiled softly and rested Chopper on her lap. "I think you've done enough, Chopper." "Robin-chan," Sanji sighed, hearts in his eyes. "I can barely move too. Let me rest on your lap as well." Goku chuckled. "Don't worry, I'll help." He stretched out his hand.
Ha!
Golden energy flowed outward, wrapping around the crew. Warm light filled their bodies, easing pain and exhaustion.
I'm on fire! Brook screamed, running in circles, before realizing it didn't hurt at all.
Everyone felt better. Everyone except Luffy. Chopper looked down, panicked. "He's losing too much blood. Does anyone here have blood type F?" No one answered. Shirahoshi burst into tears. "Is Luffy going to be all right?"
Jinbei stepped forward without hesitation, extending his arm.
"I'm type F," he said calmly. "Take as much as you need." The transfusion began.
Goku placed his hand over Luffy again, sending a gentle glow into his body.
"This should help speed things up."
Slowly, Luffy smiled.
His eyes stayed closed.
Jinbei, he murmured.
Jinbei smiled. "You're awake."
Luffy! Everyone shouted in relief. Luffy grinned wide.
"Jinbei, be my nakama!"
Cheers erupted across the island.
Hody was captured. His army was finished. The war was over.
Later, King Neptune looked around the plaza, confused. Where did the Straw Hats go? He wondered.
Not long after, Shirahoshi, Jinbei, and the crew quietly ran away from the spotlight. They didn't want to be heroes, especially Luffy. The idea of being praised, thanked, and worshipped scared him more than any enemy ever could. Heroes had to share meat. Heroes had to be responsible. Heroes had to stand still and smile. Luffy was a pirate.
Even if he thought heroes were cool, he never wanted to be one. Hody and his army were thrown into prison, sealed away for good. Fishman Island slowly returned to peace, and for the first time in a long while, the air felt light. As everyone settled aboard the ship, Goku, no longer in his Super Saiyan 2 form, noticed raised voices. He turned and saw Luffy arguing with Jinbei.
"Jinbei," Luffy said firmly, hands on his hips. "You're gonna join my crew."
Jinbei smiled calmly. Not yet. I still have things I must do here, but I'm honored you asked. Someday, I might join. And when that day comes, I hope you ask me again.
Luffy crossed his arms with a wide grin. "Damn right I will." Luffy then turned to the crew and announced they should head toward the new world. Shirahoshi's eyes shimmered, a small tear slipping down her cheek. "You're all leaving already?" she said softly. "At least, let me thank you properly. Please accept a reward."
As the crew hesitated, King Neptune swam up alongside the ship, clearing his throat.
"All charges against you have been dropped," he announced proudly, "and I insist on holding the banquet I promised you the first time we met." "Food!" Luffy shouted instantly. Laughter exploded across the deck. The crew returned to the palace, and the celebration was unlike anything they'd ever seen. Music echoed through the halls. Singers filled the air with joy. Mermaids danced gracefully under glowing lights. Sanji nearly died on the spot. His nose gushed blood as his eyes turned to hearts, and Chopper had to drag him away before he collapsed. Meanwhile, Goku sat at a long table, locked in an arm wrestling match against Zoro, King Neptune, Usopp, and Luffy, all at once. "How are you still not moving?" Zoro growled as everyone strained. Goku laughed. "Sorry, looks like I win again." His arm glowed as he casually turned into a Super Saiyan, slowly pressing all their hands down until they slammed into the table. Victory.
Later, the guys returned to partying, drinking barrel after barrel of alcohol. Goku chose not to drink. He just leaned back, smiling, watching his friends somehow stay standing after what should have knocked them out cold.
Shirahoshi, who had never tasted alcohol before, grew dizzy after only a few drinks. She giggled nervously and excused herself, floating up to her room above the dining hall to lie down. Robin quietly followed King Neptune, wanting answers to questions she had held onto for a long time. Then, Goku froze. His smile vanished. His eyes widened as he felt a presence drop sharply. A familiar, disgusting key, Caribou.
The wet-haired pirate had returned.
He had escaped earlier, crept back into Fishman Island, and after failing to kidnap mermaids, snuck into the palace. He had overheard Robin and King Neptune talking about Shirahoshi, about her power.
Now, black mud crept across the floor as Caribou wrapped his body around the princess, slowly absorbing her.
"Don't worry," he whispered with a sick grin. "Once I sell you for the highest price, I'll be out of your way." Shirahoshi tried to scream. Caribou gagged her mouth. Let's not ruin the surprise." Tears streamed down her face. Boom! The floor shattered. Dust exploded upward as a figure burst through. Goku landed, eyes blazing with fury. "I knew it!" he shouted. "I felt your key dropping, and it was the princess." The doors burst open as the crew rushed in. "Goku! Luffy! Please help me!" Shirahoshi cried in her mind. Caribou lunged. Goku's eyes flashed blue. An invisible force slammed into Caribou, hurling him backward. In a blink, Goku was there. A brutal kick sent Caribou flying straight through the ceiling and out of the palace entirely. Silence. Then chaos.
Everyone rushed to Shirahoshi. She was shaking, sobbing uncontrollably, fear pouring out of her now that it was over.
Goku floated down and gently spoke, trying to sound cheerful. "Hey, don't worry. You're safe now. That's all that matters." Shirahoshi looked up and wrapped Goku in a massive hug.
Too massive.
She squeezed him so tightly, his ribs creaked. "Thank you. I was so scared," she cried. Goku gasped for air when she finally let go. "You lucky bastard!" Sanji screamed, grabbing Goku by the collar and shaking him violently. "I should have kicked him!" King Neptune rushed in, flustered. "There was an intruder in the palace." "Oh, you already know." His face turned red. "That man Goku sent flying may be connected to the stolen treasure," Neptune added. Nami's eyes instantly turned into money signs. "If we find it," she said sweetly, "can we keep it?" King Neptune nodded. "After everything you've done, it's the least I can offer." Nami slowly turned her head toward Goku. He already knew. She was pissed. "Why did you have to kick him?" Nami shouted, smacking Goku on the head. Pain shot through her hand instead. "Ow! Why does that always happen?" she hissed, shaking her fist. Goku blinked. "Don't worry, I'll just teleport us to where he landed and ask him where the treasure is. Problem solved, he said with a confident smile.
Nami let out a long sigh. Fine, but if you don't bring back any treasure, I'm making Sanji ban you from food for a whole week.
That did it.
Okay, let's go, Goku said instantly. Moments later, Goku, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji appeared on a nearby island. Caribou lay unconscious in a crater, sprawled out like a sack of mud. Right beside him, almost like a gift from fate, were piles of stolen treasure.
Goku grinned and pointed. Guess my kick was just a little too strong.
They wasted no time. Gold and jewels were stuffed into bags, each of them carrying 2 heavy sacks as they headed toward the candy factory.
That's when they heard shouting. A catfish lion man was yelling angrily at the workers. We had an agreement. Every month you give sweets to Big Mom for protection. You don't want to see her angry. The workers bowed nervously, trying to explain that the sweets were all used for the banquet after Fishman Island was saved.
They turned and froze. Luffy, one worker gasped. How was the banquet?
It was great, Luffy said happily. Thanks for the sweets.
The catfish lion narrowed his eyes. So, these are the Straw Hat Pirates.
Hey, kid, he roared at Luffy. What was that about sweets? Please, Mr. Pecoms, the workers begged. Yeah, we ate a ton, Luffy said cheerfully, completely missing the murderous glare. Pecoms, a calm voice said from behind. Threatening people won't help. They turned.
A tall man sat on a boulder, sipping tea like nothing was wrong. Excuse his behavior, the man said politely. Let's settle this peacefully. The tea party is in a few days. If we send the candy tomorrow, we'll arrive on time. He stood. Ah, where are my manners? Baron Tamago Soir. Something about his blank stare made Goku uneasy. Then we'll wait, Baron said smoothly.
I'm sorry, a worker said, panicking. The cooking machines are destroyed. Repairs will take at least 2 weeks.
Impossible, Baron replied flatly. Sanji snapped. Why can't you just wait? Zoro nodded. Yeah, I thought one of the 4 emperors could handle that. Baron blinked. Mama is not male. She is a great pirate, female.
Sanji froze, face burning red. A lady? He cleared his throat. So what happens if the sweets are late? Baron's eyes turned cold. Then our protection ends, and Big Mom's beasts will destroy Fishman Island. Luffy exploded. Destroy a country over candy? Are you insane? We just saved this place. Goku stared, stunned. Destroying an island over sweets felt insane. Even worse than Chi-Chi banning him from fishing forever if he skipped Goten's playdate. And she meant it. Brrring, a snail phone rang. It must be Mama, Pecoms said nervously. Before he could grab it, Luffy snatched it up. Hello? No answer. Hey, are you Big Mom?
The voice finally came, slow and heavy. This isn't Tamago or Pecoms. Who is this?
I'm Monkey D. Luffy, Luffy shouted. The man who's gonna be Pirate King.
Goku grinned.
Garp's grandson, the boy who caused that war 2 years ago, the voice chuckled. And the other one, Gofu?
It's Goku, Goku yelled. And there's no more candy, Luffy added. I ate it all. Silence.
So, you have nothing to offer? The voice said darkly. Goku stepped forward. Wait, what if we give you all this treasure instead? Yeah, Luffy said, a huge pile of treasure for the candy.
Baron advised Big Mom quietly. Money was tight, and candy could be remade.
Everyone waited.
Are you insane? Big Mom screamed. Who suggested this idiotic deal?
Goku did! Baron and Pecoms yelled at the same time. Huh! Goku! Big Mom laughed. Now I'm interested. Her voice sharpened. Fine, but hear this well, Goku, Luffy, Straw Hat crew. I'm changing my target.
From Fishman Island to you.
The workers gasped in horror. Straw Hat Pirates! Big Mom roared. I know your names now. Come to the new world. The line went dead. Goku calmly brushed past Luffy, and stepped forward, his expression serious as he reached out and took the snail phone. "I don't care who you are," he said firmly, his voice steady but heavy with promise, "or what you represent, but if you threaten my friends, then you'll be personally greeted by me." The air around him felt tense. "Remember this," Goku continued. "The Straw Hat Pirates accept your challenge. When we reach the new world, we'll defeat you, and Fishman Island will become Straw Hat territory." He snapped the snail phone shut.
Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all cracked wide smiles. "That was awesome," Luffy said, grinning ear to ear. Without another word, the crew handed over every single bag of treasure to Baron and Pecans, then turned and began heading back toward the castle. When Goku, Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro returned, they were immediately met by the rest of the crew, along with King Neptune, Jinbei, Shirahoshi, and one of the king's servants. Nami stepped forward slowly. "Where's," she said sharply, "the treasure?" Sanji froze, then smiled nervously with hearts in his eyes. "We gave it to Big Mama, Nami-chuan." The room went dead silent.
"You what?" Nami and King Neptune shouted at the same time. "Yeah," Luffy said casually. "She was crazy. She said she'd destroy Fishman Island if she didn't get candy. I mean, I get it if it was meat, that's my favorite. But still, Goku was amazing. He straight up accepted her challenge and even threatened her back." Goku scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. "Aw, come on, Luffy. Now you're embarrassing me." Everyone stared at him in horror. Everyone except Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Robin. "So you accepted a challenge from one of the four emperors?" Everyone yelled. "Yup," Goku said brightly. "And if she's stronger than my normal form, I can always turn into Super Saiyan 1, 2, or 3. Honestly, it'd be shocking if she could handle my god form."
He laughed lightly.
The room went silent again. "I'm sorry," Usopp said slowly. "Did you just say Super Saiyan 3? Before Goku could answer, Chopper rushed over, eyes sparkling. "You're a god!" Chopper shouted excitedly. Goku chuckled. "Not exactly, but I do have a form that uses power close to a god, and I combine it with my Super Saiyan strength." They were still staring. "Here," Goku said, "I'll just show you." His aura flared. He shifted into Super Saiyan 2, lightning snapping around him. Then he pushed further. Power surged violently as his hair grew longer and wilder, electricity roaring louder than before. A golden flash filled the hall.
"This," Goku said calmly, "is Super Saiyan 3, an ascended Saiyan form that reaches a whole new level."
Everyone nodded slowly, overwhelmed. "And now," Goku continued, clenching his fists, "my first god form." A red aura burst out, similar to his old Kaioken energy. His body slimmed slightly, his hair returned to its normal shape, but now it was red. "This is the original Super Saiyan God," he explained. "Normally, it only lasts 30 minutes, but thanks to Kai control training from my teacher Whis, I learned how to stabilize it." The palace began to shake.
Ha-ah!
The red aura exploded into blazing blue flames. His hair spiked upward again, now bright blue, his eyes matching the color. His presence felt calm, yet terrifying. "This is my ultimate Super Saiyan form," Goku said with a confident smile. "God power infused into my Saiyan strength. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. Or Super Saiyan Blue." Frankie dashed over instantly. "So, this is your strongest form? Super!" Goku nodded. "Mostly. I also have a technique called Kaioken that boosts my power even more, but it's dangerous. If I mess it up, it could kill me. Even when I use it right, the strain would kill a normal human. So far, I've only gone up to times 50. Then, his smile faded. "But like I told Big Mama, I don't care who she is. If she threatens my friends, she'll answer to me." He raised his clenched fist.
Shirahoshi blushed deeply. "Oh my! You're so strong, Goku-san!"
"That's not the problem," Usopp shouted. Shirahoshi gasped and started to tear up. You're scary, Usopp-san." "I'm sorry!" Usopp yelled immediately. Luffy laughed. "I'm totally joining Goku when we fight Big Mama." That was when Nami snapped. She stormed forward and punched Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji straight into the ground. She didn't touch Goku. She remembered last time. "I can't believe you idiots!" she screamed. "That treasure was ours!" The crew groaned from the floor as Nami stood over them, furious. King Neptune and his servant stood off to the side, whispering urgently to one another. Both of them looked pale. If Big Mama opened those treasure chests, she would be in for a very nasty surprise. One of the chests contained a bomb. It had been placed there long ago as a trap, meant to catch thieves bold enough to steal from the royal treasury. The guards had assumed any thief would be captured before escaping. They never imagined the Straw Hat Pirates would be the ones taking the treasure. They had tried to warn them, but now it was too late. The realization hit hard. Big Mama was the one who would receive that chest instead. An hour later, after some well-earned leisure and laughter, it was finally time. Time to head for the new world. Fishmen and mermaids gathered in huge numbers, lining the area as the Straw Hat ship prepared to depart. Cheers echoed through the water, mixed with tears and smiles. Shirahoshi hovered above the dock, looking down at Goku and Luffy as her eyes filled once more. "You're really leaving, Goku, Luffy-sama," she cried. "But we just became friends. Please, just one more day, 1 week, no, 1 year." Goku smiled warmly up at her. "Don't worry, Shirahoshi. I'm sure we'll visit again someday." Really? She asked, trying to hold herself together. "Of course," Goku said with a grin. "Anytime we pass by, we'll come straight to the palace." The ship began moving, then suddenly stopped. "Wait!" Shirahoshi called out, swimming toward them. "Princess!" Sanji yelled, hearts instantly forming in his eyes. Goku laughed. "Oh, what happened? We just saw you a minute ago." Shirahoshi floated closer, hands clasped tightly. "Goku-san, if we ever meet again, I promise I'll be braver. I want to explore the world, go farther than my mother's grave. Maybe even see the surface, a real forest." She smiled through her tears. "So, please, take me on another fun walk someday." Goku closed his eyes, smiling, and held out his hand. "Sure, I'd be happy to show you the surface and a forest. It's a promise." Shirahoshi wiped her tears and gently pressed her finger against Goku's hand, tiny compared to hers. The crew waved as the ship finally moved away. Mermaids and fishmen waved back, cheering them on. "Let's go!" Luffy shouted, raising his fist. "To the new world!" The ship rose upward through the sea, toward the surface, and their next adventure. After reaching the surface, the crew stopped at a small town to restock supplies. Robin soon returned to the ship holding a newspaper, her eyes shining with interest. "Look at this," she said. "If we take a short detour, we can reach Battle Island. The 87th Dragon Tournament is about to begin." Everyone except Goku lit up instantly. "The Dragon Tournament?" Frankie gasped. "Does that mean the Dragon King and Queen are gone?" "We have to go," Luffy shouted. "Imagine being Pirate King and Dragon King." Goku tilted his head. What's the Dragon Tournament?" Robin smiled and explained. "It's legendary. Fighters from all over the world gather on one island, one-on-one battles. The winner becomes Dragon King or Queen for life, unless they step down or pass away." Goku's eyes sparkled. "Awesome! Strong fighters? Then I have to go." Robin frowned slightly. "The women's division already started, so you can't enter, Nami." "No!" Nami cried. "All that gold?" "Still the same," Usopp chuckled, then instantly regretted it as Nami punched him flat. "I was joking," he muttered. "So," Nami asked Robin, "what happened to the previous Dragon King and Queen?" Robin looked down at the paper. "The Queen passed away from a stroke. The King stepped down voluntarily. He said he met someone during his travels and wanted a peaceful life." Goku suddenly perked up. "Wait, I think I know him?" Everyone froze. "Kuyamori Toyoshima," Goku said casually. "That was his name, right?" The deck exploded. "You met the Dragon King?" Everyone shouted. "Yeah," Goku said, grinning. He was really nice. I can't believe I thought he was weak. He beat some really strong people. Fire lit his eyes. All right, if I'm entering this tournament, I'm training to the max. As the Straw Hats prepared for Battle Island,
Far away.
space twisted. A massive portal formed, growing larger and larger until it stabilized. A tall figure stepped through, laughing darkly. Ha ha ha, at last, free from that wretched place. He looked down at a peaceful village below and descended. The looks the villagers gave him were priceless. Fear, shock, awe. The tall figure drank it all in, savoring every stare as he slowly walked through the village streets. Whispers spread like wildfire. Mothers pulled their children close. Men froze where they stood. After a moment, the figure sighed. This is boring.
He raised his hand slightly, power gathering at his fingertips.
I suppose I have enough time to blow this place up. Just then, his eyes stopped.
A poster board stood near the town square, flapping gently in the breeze. On it was a familiar face.
Son Goku.
The figure's expression twisted.
Incredible, he muttered. No matter where I go, you're always there, aren't you, Son Goku? He walked over, ripped the poster clean off the board, and crushed it in his hand. Turning sharply, he grabbed the nearest villager by the collar and lifted him off the ground. You! He growled. Where is this man? I don't know, the villager cried.
The next instant, the man was slammed into the dirt.
Lie again, the figure hissed, power leaking from his body, and I'll reduce you and this entire island to dust. The villager trembled, tears streaming down his face. I swear, I don't know where he is, but Battle Island, the Dragon Tournament, that's where he's heading. That's where Goku and his crew should be.
The figure stared at him for a long moment.
Then he smiled.
He released the villager, who collapsed to the ground, gasping for air.
See? The figure said calmly. That wasn't so hard. If only you'd said that sooner.
He turned away, glancing toward a clothing shop nearby. Without another word, he stepped inside. Moments later, he emerged, draped in a dark cloak that concealed his face and presence.
Perfect, he murmured. Now, all that's left is patience. He lifted off the ground, soaring into the sky. I'll be waiting for you, Goku, the cloaked man said, laughter echoing as he flew toward Battle Island.
And when I crush you with my own hands, this entire world will be mine. Last time, on the continuing legend of the Dragon Pirate.
As the crew finally reached the surface, the warm air and open sky greeted them after their long journey below. They docked near a small seaside town, planning to restock supplies, food, materials, anything they might need before setting sail again. The town was lively, full of chatter and excitement, though most of it blended into the background as the crew split up to handle their tasks. Not long after, Robin returned to the ship, a folded newspaper in her hands and a calm smile on her face. Her eyes held that familiar spark, the look she always had when she found something important. Hey, she said smoothly, holding up the paper. Look what I discovered. If we take a short detour from this island, we can make it to Battle Island in time for the 87th Dragon Tournament. The reaction was instant. Every member of the crew, except one, leaned in with wide eyes and excited expressions. The name alone carried weight, history, power. The Dragon Tournament? Frankie shouted, his jaw dropping as stars practically sparkled in his eyes. Wait, does that mean the Dragon King and Queen passed away, or did they finally step down? The buzz of excitement grew louder. We have to go, Luffy declared without hesitation, grinning from ear to ear. It'd be awesome to become Pirate King and Dragon King at the same time.
Amid all the excitement, a confused voice cut through. What's the Dragon Tournament?
The crew turned around almost in sync, their eyes landing on Goku, who scratched the back of his head with an innocent smile. Robin was the first to answer, her voice calm but full of meaning. Goku, the Dragon Tournament is legendary. Fighters from all over the world gather on one island to face each other in pure one-on-one combat. No tricks, no armies, just strength, skill, and will. She unfolded the newspaper a bit more as she spoke. The winner earns the title of Dragon King or Dragon Queen for life, unless they choose to step down. It's just as symbolic as the Pirate King, maybe even more. The whole world knows its name. Goku's eyes lit up instantly.
Awesome, he said, fists clenching with excitement. Then we have to go. If there are strong people there, I really want to meet them. His energy was contagious, even by his standards. Sup, guys? Before we dive in, I'ma plug my original web novel called Curse of Shadows. It's about a kid who can't cultivate in a Dark Souls-like world infested with monsters. It's completely free to read. Link in description. Please check it out, add it to your library, and leave a rating. It takes 30 seconds, but means everything to me. Now, onto today's video.
Robin glanced back at the paper. It looks like the women's division has already started, she added. So that means you won't be able to participate this time, Nami. Nami crossed her arms with a sigh, then looked back at Robin. So, what happened to the previous Dragon King and Queen? Robin lowered the newspaper slightly, her expression turning more serious. The Dragon Queen passed away due to a stroke. As for the Dragon King, she paused. He returned to the island himself and asked to step down. He said he met someone during his travels and decided he wanted to live the rest of his life in peace. Before anyone could respond, Goku suddenly perked up. Wait, I think I know him. Every head snapped toward Goku. His name was Kuyumori Toyoshima, right? Goku asked casually. The silence that followed was deafening. Oh wait, someone finally said, you actually met the Dragon King?
After Goku explained how he had crossed paths with him, and even trained with him, the crew could barely believe what they were hearing.
Yeah, Goku said with a laugh. He was really nice. I still can't believe I thought he was weak back then, especially if he beat all those strong fighters.
His smile slowly shifted into something sharper, focused, determined. All right, Goku said, fire burning in his eyes. If I'm getting ready for this tournament, I'm training harder than ever.
As the Straw Hats prepared to set their course for Battle Island, unaware of what else was moving in the shadows, fate had already begun to twist. Far away from the crew, far beyond the sea and sky, a dark portal began to form. It grew rapidly, warping the air around it, stretching wider and wider until the space itself seemed to scream. Then it stopped. A tall figure stepped through. Ha ha ha! The man laughed, his voice echoing with madness. At last, I'm free from that wretched place. His eyes scanned the land below as he descended toward a quiet village. The fear on the villagers' faces was immediate and delicious. The figure savored every stare, every gasp, every step backward. But soon, boredom crept in. He raised his hand slightly, considering wiping the village off the map, until something else caught his attention. A poster, a familiar face. Incredible, the figure muttered, ripping the poster from the board. No matter where I go, you're always there, aren't you? Son Goku? His glare burned into the paper before he turned sharply toward a nearby villager. You there, he barked. Where is this man? I don't know, the villager cried.
The next moment, the man was slammed into the ground, the impact cracking stone beneath him.
Tell me, the figure growled, or I'll blow this island and everyone on it to pieces. To the dragon tournament, the villager shouted in terror. It's on Battle Island. That's where everyone strong is going. I'm sure Goku and his crew are headed there too. The figure paused, then smiled. See? He said calmly, stepping back. That wasn't so hard. This would have gone much easier if you'd said that sooner.
He released the trembling villager and glanced toward a nearby clothing shop. Moments later, he emerged, wearing a long cloak, its hood shadowing his face.
Perfect, he murmured. Now all I have to do is wait.
With a burst of energy, he launched into the sky, flying straight toward Battle Island.
I'll be waiting for you, Goku, the cloaked man laughed, his voice echoing through the clouds. And when I destroy you with my own hands, I'll conquer this entire world for myself. His laughter followed him all the way to Battle Island as destiny closed in on everyone involved. The crew sailed steadily toward Battle Island, the wind full in their sails, as the 87th Dragon Tournament drew closer with every passing hour. Excitement sat thick in the air, mixed with the calm rhythm of the sea. At the front of the ship, Nami and Robin were taking it easy, enjoying the breeze and the gentle rocking of the waves. They looked relaxed, far removed from thoughts of battle and chaos, for the moment at least.
That piece shattered in an instant.
Nami-chan! Robin-san! Sanji came rushing toward them at full speed, balancing an impressive amount of food in his arms. His eyes were replaced with hearts, and he slid to a stop in front of them, bowing deeply as if presenting treasure. "Please enjoy the food I prepared just for you," he said proudly, holding the plates out with shaking hands of pure devotion. Nami and Robin accepted the meals, both smiling warmly. "Thank you for the meal, Sanji," Robin said gently. "Yeah, thanks," Nami added, already eyeing the food with approval. Before Sanji could melt into a puddle of happiness, a familiar blur rushed in. "Can I have some?" Luffy asked, drool practically pouring from his mouth.
A loud crack echoed across the deck.
Luffy went flying. "This is for Nami and Robin," Sanji shouted, his legs still extended from the kick. "You already ate, like, a whole week's worth of food." Luffy crashed across the deck, groaning as Sanji turned away with a proud huff and returned to the ladies. Nearby, Zoro was asleep near the front of the ship, arms crossed, snoring without a care in the world. That peace did not last long. Chopper, Frankie, Brook, and Usopp were gathered close, whispering and laughing quietly as they finalized their plan. Chopper carefully stepped forward and gently shook Zoro. "Zoro, wake up." As Zoro shifted, Usopp charged in with a plate stacked high with pie, ready to smash it right into Zoro's face.
At the last second, Zoro stretched his leg out without even opening his eyes. Usopp tripped.
Face first. SPLAT. Silence followed. Then laughter exploded. Pie filled Usopp's face, stuffing his nose and hair as crumbs fell everywhere. Zoro, Chopper, Frankie, and Brook burst out laughing so hard they could barely stand. "Hey!" Usopp yelled, his face red as he wiped pie from his eyes. "You're all dead!" He chased after them across the deck, while their laughter echoed behind him. Off to the side, away from the chaos, Goku sat calmly with his legs crossed and eyes closed. His breathing was slow and steady as he meditated, practicing the lessons his old teacher, Kami, had taught him long ago. His mind felt peaceful, but his heart burned with excitement. Battle Island, strong fighters, real challenges. He couldn't wait.
Robin quietly walked over, stopping a few steps away. She watched him closely, curious and thoughtful. She was sure she hadn't made a sound. Then Goku smiled.
"Is something wrong, Robin?" Her eyes widened slightly. "How did you know it was me?" she asked. Goku opened his eyes and stood up, rubbing the back of his head. "I can sense your ki energy. Everyone's feels different. I could tell it was you as soon as you got close." Luffy dashed over instantly, stars shining in his eyes. "So you can fight without even looking?" Goku nodded. "Yeah. When I was little, I used my eyes like everyone else, but my teacher taught me how to fight without them. I trained until I could sense people's ki instead." The crew looked at him with awe. Zoro smirked. "Then you won't mind if we spar a bit, right?" Sanji and Luffy grinned wide. "Sure," Goku said happily. "That sounds fun."
The others backed away as the four took their stances.
In a flash, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy rushed forward together. Goku raised his hands just in time. Zoro's blades came down fast, but Goku pushed his wrist aside with perfect timing and stepped away. Sanji followed immediately, unleashing a barrage of powerful kicks. Goku crossed his arms and blocked them head-on, each impact thundering through the deck. Sanji growled, teeth clenched. His legs burst into flames. The heat surged as he attacked again, faster and harder. Goku flipped backward, sensing the increase in power. The moment he landed, Luffy was already there, his arm pulled back, coated in dark energy. Goku leapt into the air, dodging the punch, then landed on Luffy's stretched arm. Luffy blinked in shock. Before he could react, Goku kicked his head to the side, slamming him into the deck. Luffy sprang back up, eyes burning, his fist expanded. "Third gear!" He leapt high and slammed his massive fist downward. Goku jumped to meet it, his own fist crashing into Luffy's. The impact sent a violent gust of wind blasting across the ship. Luffy landed on the top sail. Goku landed on the lower deck. As Goku stood, he felt it, Zoro and Sanji charging in again. Zoro raised his sword high and swung. Goku's body flared with blue energy as he caught the blade barehanded. Zoro's eyes went wide. Goku kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him crashing into stacked crates. Sanji attacked next, landing several clean hits this time. He brought his foot down on Goku's head, slamming him downward, but before he hit the ground, Goku flipped, spinning into a kick that smashed into Sanji's face. Sanji flew straight into Zoro, knocking them both back into the wreckage. Goku relaxed slightly, until he felt it. Luffy. Second gear. Steam burst from Luffy's body as he rushed in, fists flying wildly. Goku blocked each strike with ease. "You're holding yourself back," Goku said calmly. "You're fighting with emotions." "Shut up!" Luffy yelled, punching faster. "Clear your mind," Goku said, catching Luffy's hands. "Only then can you fight at your best." He spun and kicked Luffy square in the face, sending him crashing into Zoro and Sanji again. The three burst from the wreckage together, leaping into the air. Luffy coated his fist. Zoro spun rapidly with his three swords. Sanji's legs burned bright as he began a blazing flame wheel. All three charged at once. Goku flew upward to meet them, raising his arms into a firm blocking stance, ready to take everything head on. Zoro's spinning attack reached its peak. The violent tornado of blades swallowed Goku whole, the air screaming as sharp winds tore at him from every direction. Thin red lines appeared across Goku's arms, shoulders, and chest as the spinning pressure sliced his skin again and again. It didn't truly hurt, but the constant stinging sensation spread across his body like fire ants biting all at once. Goku clenched his teeth, steadying his breath. Before the tornado could fade, Sanji burst through it like a flaming comet. His body spun rapidly, one leg fully extended as flames roared around it. He aimed straight for Goku's face. Goku reacted instantly, raising both hands and catching Sanji's leg mid-spin. Hissy! The flames burned hot, scorching Goku's palms. Smoke curled upward as Goku felt the heat bite into his skin. Still, he held firm and swung Sanji's leg upward with brute force. But Sanji wasn't done. Using the momentum, Sanji twisted his body midair and snapped his second leg out, slamming it hard into the side of Goku's head. The impact sent Goku flying downward. Wind rushed past his ears as he dropped fast toward the ship. Just before crashing, Goku slowed himself, flipping forward. He thrust his hands down, pushed off the deck, and cleanly backflipped onto his feet. The moment he landed, his senses screamed. Behind him, Goku spun just in time to see Luffy's fist rushing straight for his face. BAM! The punch connected, but instead of being blown away, Goku only slid back a few inches across the deck. He blinked, surprised, then grinned. Before Luffy could react, Goku twisted his hips and drove a powerful uppercut straight into Luffy's chin. Luffy shot upward like a cannonball. Goku laughed, genuine joy in his voice. "This is great! I'm really glad I'm part of the Straw Hat crew." With that, Goku launched himself back into the air, flying up to meet them again. Off to the side, the rest of the crew watched in awe. Brook leaned forward, eyes wide. "Yo ho ho ho! I haven't seen a fight this amazing in a long time." Frankie pumped his fist. "Super intense!" Usopp gulped, trembling slightly. I'm just glad that's not us getting hit." Robin watched quietly, a small, amused smile on her face, while Nami sighed and rubbed her temple. "Those idiots are going to get themselves seriously hurt before we even reach Battle Island," Nami muttered, as she walked closer to the others. Then, boom! The sea itself roared. The ship shook violently as Goku and Luffy clashed midair, their fists slamming into each other again and again. Each impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, pounding down into the deck and making the sails snap wildly. Earlier, Goku had already knocked Sanji and Zoro back down onto the ship. They tried to stand, pain flashing across their faces, but their legs gave out, and they collapsed back onto the deck with groans. Now it was just Goku and Luffy, punch after punch. Neither gave an inch. Luffy suddenly roared and twisted his body, driving his fist straight into Goku's stomach. Thud. Goku's face tightened for a brief moment. Then he smiled. Luffy froze. Goku's body faded. "No! After image!" Luffy shouted. "That's right!" Goku's voice rang out from above. Goku appeared overhead and slammed his fist down into Luffy's cheek. Luffy crashed straight into the ship, skidding across the deck. The air finally settled. Goku slowly descended back down, landing lightly on the deck. He looked around to see Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji struggling to stand, bruised and breathing hard. Luffy laughed, wiping his face. "All right, Goku, you win. That was one hell of a match." He held out his hand. Goku smiled warmly and shook it. The rest of the crew rushed over. "Are you all okay?" Robin asked. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy were covered in bruises and dirt. Goku had several shallow cuts from Zoro's tornado and a clear burn mark on his palm from Sanji's flames. "We're mostly fine," Luffy said with a grin. Chopper rushed in, eyes serious as he examined them. "Sanji, you've got a fractured rib and a broken femur. You won't be able to participate in the 87th Dragon Tournament at this rate." Sanji's expression fell. "Damn it." "Wait," Goku said suddenly. "I've got something for that." He sprinted into the ship, then returned moments later, holding a small capsule. He clicked the top and tossed it onto the deck. Poof! With a small boom, the capsule expanded into a tiny bottle. Goku opened it and reached inside, pulling out several small green beans. Sanji stared. "You really think eating a damn bean is gonna fix me?" Goku smiled. "It's not just any bean, it's called a senzu bean." Sanji blinked. "That explains nothing." "It heals injuries instantly and restores your strength," Goku said, holding out 4 beans. After a moment, Sanji sighed and ate one. His eyes widened. The pain vanished. He stood up straight, testing his leg, completely healed. He looked at Goku and smiled. "All right, that really is one amazing bean." Zoro and Luffy ate theirs next, their bruises disappearing instantly. Goku ate the last one, and the cuts and burn on his body vanished as well. Chopper stepped forward, clearly overwhelmed. "Goku! What was that thing?" Goku clicked the bottle, turning it back into a capsule. "A mystical bean. In my world, a friend of mine named Korin grows them. They saved us a lot when bad guys tried to destroy everything." "And how many more do you have?" Chopper asked. Goku smiled. "As many as we need. This bottle was made by my friend Bulma. It copies whatever's inside it." Chopper nearly fainted. Suddenly, Goku pointed forward. "Hey, look! That's gotta be Battle Island." Everyone turned. In the distance, a massive island shimmered with colorful lights. A giant sign glowed at its entrance. "Welcome, challengers." Cheers erupted as the ship sped forward. "Full steam ahead," Luffy shouted, fist raised high. They docked moments later, greeted by neatly dressed butlers who guided the ship safely into the harbor. Maids rushed forward, holding warm towels on silver trays, offering them politely. The crew accepted, wiping their faces as they stepped onto Battle Island, ready for whatever awaited them next. The moment the maids stepped closer, Sanji completely lost it. His eyes turned into giant hearts as they gently wiped the dirt and sweat from his face with warm towels, their soft smiles nearly knocking his soul out of his body. "Oh, angels," Sanji muttered, swaying on his feet. Chopper rushed in immediately, grabbing him by the shoulders. "Sanji, don't lose too much blood again." Sanji barely heard him. One of the butlers stepped forward, clearing his throat politely. "Welcome to Battle Island, Straw Hat Pirates. We will escort you to your rooms and then guide you to the sign-up area for the men's division teams." He paused and glanced toward Zoro's side. "I'm afraid weapons are not allowed during registration." Zoro looked down at his 3 swords, then sighed. "Guess I'm out," he muttered, resting them on his shoulder as the butler continued. "If there is anything you need," the butler said with a warm smile, "please do not hesitate to ask." Behind them, more maids and butlers boarded the ship and carefully began carrying the crew's belongings. "We will take your personal items to your rooms. Please follow me." As the crew walked forward, none of them noticed the tall balcony above, except one figure. High above, hidden in shadow, a man peeked out over the railing. His eyes locked onto Goku. A slow, twisted smile spread across his face. "So, you finally came," he thought. "Our time will come, Son Goku. Just wait." He turned and vanished from the balcony. Back below, the crew could barely believe their eyes. Battle Island was alive. Jazz music blasted through the air as thousands of people danced together, laughing and spinning in celebration. Confetti rained down from above, filling the streets with color. Brook couldn't help himself. His head bobbed along to the rhythm as a wide smile stretched across his skull. Couples danced wildly, partners twirling each other under glowing lights. Drinks were passed around freely as the entire island felt like one massive festival. Near the harbor, the crew spotted a beach stretching for miles, packed with people. The sand was spotless, almost glowing, as if it had been freshly cleaned that very morning. Waves crashed gently onto shore as surfers rode them with ease, while others walked barefoot along the beach or lay back in the sand, laughing and reminiscing with friends. The crew continued deeper into the island and suddenly stopped. Before them stood the largest shopping mall they had ever seen. Even Goku stared in disbelief. The building was massive, easily 3 times larger than anything he had ever seen back in his own world. Nami's eyes sparkled like stars as she took in the endless rows of dresses, jewelry, and clothes, many marked with huge discounts. "We have to come back here," she shouted happily. Everyone chuckled. "Yes," the butler said proudly. "This island is very special to us. We hope you enjoy everything it has to offer." They soon reached the Grand Palace. While it wasn't as massive as King Neptune's, it was still breathtaking. The group was led to their rooms, each handed a key, and given time to settle in before registration. Eventually, the crew regrouped and headed out to find the sign-up sheet. Goku walked ahead of everyone, excitement pushing his steps faster, until he turned a corner. He froze, then he backed up quickly. His face had gone pale. "Goku, what's Usopp started. "Shh," Goku whispered urgently. "Some of the Shichibukai are here." Everyone stiffened. Luffy just grinned. "Relax," he said. "Watch this." He walked around the corner and stopped in front of the group standing there. Bartholomew Kuma, Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, Marshall D. Teach. "Well, this is funny," Luffy said with a grin. "Didn't expect to see you guys here." Goku tensed, ready to move at the slightest sign of danger. But instead, the Shichibukai smiled. Hands were shaken. Goku stared in disbelief. "Trying to be Pirate King isn't enough for you?" One of them smirked. "You're greedy, Luffy." The rest of the crew joined them briefly, exchanging calm words before the Shichibukai moved on. Goku stood there, stunned. The crew explained it to him as they walked. When the Dragon Tournament begins, a law is enforced across the island. No arrests, no fights, no grudges. Everyone, pirates, Shichibukai, anyone, is treated as a guest. Break the rule and you're thrown off the island and fined heavily. Even pirates obey. Marine soldiers aren't allowed anywhere near the island either. They can only make arrests once pirates are at least a mile away. "So, anyone can become Dragon King or Queen?" Goku said slowly. "Even Shichibukai?" Everyone nodded. Goku grinned. "Sweet. That means rematches are fair game." They soon reached the dining hall, where all participants were required to attend a meeting. Thousands filled the massive hall, taking their seats as a choir stepped forward. Their voices rose together in perfect harmony, filling the room with the most beautiful song many had ever heard. Then, at last, the speaker stepped onto the stage. "Welcome to the 87th Dragon Tournament."
The hall erupted with cheers and thunderous applause.
"This year will definitely be one to remember," the speaker continued, his voice echoing across the massive hall, as many well-known pirates and even Shichibukai have arrived to take part in this tournament. The crowd buzzed louder, excitement rolling through the seats like a living wave. "But before the tournament itself can begin," the speaker said, raising a hand, "all participants must pass our first and final test."
The hall grew quiet. "The fitness test," murmurs spread instantly.
"You will begin from the far side of Battle Island," he explained. "Your goal is to return to the finish line, right here, in this very hall."
He paused, letting the tension sink in. The women's division has already concluded, so this test will apply only to the men's division. Anyone who makes it back successfully will earn the right to participate in the Dragon Tournament.
Cheers erupted. Once again, the speaker said with a smile, "We hope you enjoy our island. Good luck to all of you, and we'll see you tomorrow." With that, he stepped off the stage. Later that night, the crew returned to their rooms, only to be greeted by tables overflowing with food. Mountains of meat, fruits, sweets, and dishes from all over the world waited for them. From opposite sides of the palace, two identical reactions echoed. Goku and Luffy both froze, then smiled wide.
Everyone relaxed, eating, laughing, and enjoying the night.
But not everyone on the island was celebrating. Under the cover of darkness, several figures slipped past the guards, moving silently toward the control room. On their arms was a familiar symbol, a skull with two crossed swords beneath it, flanked by purple wings. Baroque works, the lowest ranks, the billions. They moved with purpose. "The Straw Hat Pirates are here," one of them whispered, "and Shichibukai too." "Then they all need to die," another replied coldly. They disabled turret systems, sabotaged defenses, and destroyed hidden weapons across the island. When their work was finished, they vanished back into the night, already planning their assault. Morning came.
Goku woke early, energy already burning inside him. With the fitness test coming up, he headed straight for the training area near the palace. He pulled out a capsule, clicked it, and tossed it to the floor. Poof!
4 heavy red training tubes appeared. Goku strapped them to his arms and legs.
"Gravity, 500 times Earth," he muttered.
The air slammed down on him instantly.
Sup, guys? Before we dive in, I'ma plug my original web novel called Curse of Shadows. It's about a kid who can't cultivate in a Dark Souls-like world infested with monsters. It's completely free to read. Link in description. Please check it out, add it to your library, and leave a rating. It takes 30 seconds, but means everything to me. Now, onto today's video.
Goku grit his teeth and started training. Punches, kicks, movements, pushing through the crushing weight until sweat poured down his face and his muscles screamed. Then, without hesitation, he powered up. Golden light exploded around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, continuing his training with even more intensity. From a distant rooftop, a cloaked figure watched silently. "Impressive, Goku," the voice muttered. "You've grown much stronger since the last time, but it changes nothing."
The figure's eyes narrowed. "I will have my vengeance."
Goku suddenly paused. He felt it. A presence. Familiar. Deeply familiar. He turned sharply, but there was nothing there. The presence vanished. Goku frowned, then shrugged it off. "Guess I imagined it." He continued training for 2 more hours before hunger finally took over. He packed the equipment back into its capsule and headed to the buffet hall. Inside, Luffy was already there, surrounded by empty plates. "Hey, Goku!" Luffy said through a mouthful of food. "Where were you? I thought you'd be here eating already?" "I was training," Goku said with a smile. "Now I'm starving. Anything good?"
Luffy pointed toward a food court stacked higher than ever.
Goku looked, then sighed happily. "Excuse me, Luffy," he said politely. "I have very important business to take care of." Luffy burst out laughing as Goku rushed off. That night, Goku wandered into the town area, where jazz music filled the air. The rhythm felt hypnotic, soothing, and alive. He ate, listened, and enjoyed himself, something rare even for him. Before long, several women approached him, smiling brightly. "You're from the Straw Hat crew, right?"
"Will you dance with us?"
Goku hesitated, then smiled and nodded.
Soon, he was dancing under the lights, laughter and music carrying on deep into the night.
Morning came fast. It was time. On the far side of Battle Island, all participants lined up at the starting point. The same speaker from the hall stepped forward onto a raised platform. "Welcome to the fitness test," he announced. "Each of you will race from here back to the dining hall." Cheers erupted from the massive stadium screens, showing every runner.
"But it won't be easy," the speaker continued. "There will be challenges all across the island. Anything is allowed. Use whatever it takes." He raised his hand high. "Good luck, and begin." From the stadium, Nami, Robin, Usopp, Chopper, and Zoro watched closely.
"I wonder who'll make it back first," Robin said with a soft smile. "Probably Goku, Luffy, or Sanji," Nami replied. "Brook might get lucky." The race and chaos was about to begin. "Well, I want to know," Usopp said, scratching the back of his head as he looked around at the others. "Who's the Dragon Queen anyway?"
Nami, Robin, and Chopper all glanced at one another, then shook their heads. "No idea," Nami said. Robin smiled lightly. "The records I've seen don't say much." "Huh," Usopp muttered. "So nobody knows?" "Oh? You really don't know who the Dragon Queen is?" The sudden voice from behind them made all of them jump. They turned around to see a man standing there with a relaxed smile on his face, his hands tucked into his pockets, like he was enjoying a casual stroll.
"You know who she is?" Chopper asked, eyes wide.
The man nodded slowly. "Yeah, it's..."
Back on the far side of the island, Goku, Luffy, Sanji, and Brook stood at the starting line along with thousands of other fighters. The air was thick with tension, excitement, and raw ambition. Luffy crouched slightly, then slammed his fist into the ground. His body began to glow faintly pink as steam poured off him. "Second gear!" Luffy said, his voice sharp with focus. The countdown echoed across the island.
3.
Sanji exhaled slowly, adjusting his stance. 2. Brook tilted his head. Yo-ho-ho. This brings back memories.
1.
Go! The moment the signal was given, Luffy exploded forward like a cannonball. The shockwave from his speed alone knocked dozens of fighters off their feet. In seconds, he was far ahead of the pack. As he ran, the road split into multiple paths. Luffy barely hesitated. "I'll take this one," he shouted, charging down the far right path. Goku sprinted forward and chose the middle route without breaking stride. Sanji veered left, with Brook gliding after him. Goku's path led him straight into a massive doorway. The moment he crossed the threshold, darkness swallowed him whole. Pitch black, Goku slowed his steps, his senses sharp. He could feel the space around him, but something was wrong. There was no Kai, no presence, nothing.
"Dad?" The voice echoed through the darkness, sending a chill through the air. Goku's eyes widened slightly. He turned, scanning the room. "Who's there?"
"I'm right here. Dad, it's me, your son." The voice bounced off the walls, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Goku frowned. He reached out with his senses again, but still, nothing. Slowly, he raised his hand. A soft blue glow formed in his palm as a thin beam of energy lit the room. Instantly, the walls began to shake violently. Cracks spread like spiderwebs.
"No light!"
The scream was deafening. A chair flew out of the darkness straight at Goku's head. He chopped it cleanly in half with one swift motion. The light vanished, and the room fell back into darkness. Goku remained calm. Who are you? He asked evenly. At the far end of the room, a faint glow appeared. Goku ran toward it. The moment he stepped out, his breath caught. Before him was a world completely destroyed. Buildings lay in ruins, collapsing under their own weight. Ash fell from the sky like snow. The air smelled of smoke, metal, and loss. Goku clenched his fists. He moved through the wreckage, searching desperately. Help, please! The weak voice reached his ears.
Goku rushed toward a collapsed building, lifting massive chunks of debris with ease and tossing them aside. Beneath it all was a little girl, covered in blood, her body shaking as she cried softly with her face turned away.
It's okay, Goku said gently, kneeling down. I've got you. You're safe now.
He reached out
and froze. The girl's crying twisted into a sharp, broken laugh. Slowly, her head turned all the way around with a loud, sickening crack. Her body collapsed to the ground as her eyes stared lifelessly upward. You could have saved them.
The words sent a cold spike straight through Goku's spine.
The girl's eyes closed. Silence followed. Goku stood there, unmoving. He didn't understand what he was seeing, but he knew he couldn't stop. The scenery shifted. In a blink, the city was gone. Now it was a forest, burning endlessly. Flames devoured the trees, the fire refusing to die no matter how far it spread. Goku clenched his teeth. He wanted to stop it, to save something, but his body kept moving. Near a scorched tree stood a boy, his head lowered, shoulders shaking as he cried. Goku approached slowly. Hey, it's okay, I'm here. The boy suddenly looked up. In an instant, he leapt forward and slammed into Goku, knocking him to the ground. The child's face twisted into a chilling smile, one that would have frozen anyone else in fear. Why did you abandon us? The boy asked softly. Then he flew backward, smashing headfirst into the tree. Blood streamed down as his body went limp and slid to the ground. Goku lay still, staring upward.
What is this? He whispered.
He stood and walked forward again. The fire vanished. A deep, echoing voice filled the space. Incredible. No one has ever come this far.
Darkness gathered in front of Goku, forming into a towering, shadowy figure. Its eyes were empty, lifeless. What makes you so special? The voice asked.
Goku looked straight at it. Who are you? The shadow tilted its head slightly. I am the nightmare no one wishes to meet, the feeling that chills your spine when it arrives. Its arm extended outward. I am what you call death. A massive energy blade formed from its hand, humming with silent power. They stood face to face. Death smiled faintly. Most men say they are not afraid, but fear eats at them for their entire lives. I wonder, are you the same?
Goku relaxed his stance. His shoulders dropped.
That's right, Goku said calmly. People fear death. You can't escape it, but you can learn to accept it. Death's eyes widened slightly. In an instant, it lunged forward, blade raised high. Goku didn't move. The blade stopped, less than a millimeter from his neck. Death stared at him, stunned. You didn't dodge, Death said slowly. Why? Aren't you afraid of dying? The blade hovered there, unmoving, as Goku calmly met Death's gaze. Goku let out a soft chuckle, the sound calm and almost warm in the face of the shadow before him.
Afraid? Goku said gently. No, I'm not afraid of dying. I've already died many times. So many, in fact, that I kinda see death as an old friend. He smiled faintly.
Death took a step back, clearly caught off guard. But you're still a man, Death replied, its voice lower now. And man fears death. That is your nature. That's true, Goku answered, his voice steady and proud. I am a man. But like I said before, you learn to accept it. And once you accept it, you can conquer that fear. For a moment, there was silence. Then, Death laughed softly. You truly are one of a kind, Goku, Death said. An honorable soul, if I may say so. I wish more people were like you.
Death bowed deeply. Goku blinked, then raised his thumb with a grin. Thanks.
Death stepped forward and suddenly raised its hand. A bright light flashed directly into Goku's eyes, blinding him instantly. Goodbye, Goku, Death said, its voice echoing as it faded. I hope we meet again someday. The light vanished. Darkness swallowed everything. Goku's eyes snapped open. He was lying flat on the floor.
Huh? Goku muttered as he slowly sat up. He looked around, breathing steadily. Guess it was a dream.
He scratched his head. Whatever that was, it felt like it took a while. Ahead of him, a large door stood wide open. The next challenge, Goku said with a grin.
He took off running.
The moment he exited the room, he found himself in a massive maze. Tall walls stretched endlessly in every direction. At the center, he spotted familiar faces. Hey, Goku shouted, you guys are here too. Sanji turned around, relief written all over his face. Goku, you made it! We're stuck. No matter which path we take, we end up right back here.
Brook rushed past them in a blur, smoke trailing behind him. Yo ho ho ho! It's impossible. Every path leads nowhere.
Goku tried it himself. Left, right, straight ahead. Every path led him right back to the center.
Weird, Goku said, rubbing his chin. I don't get how this maze works.
Far away, inside the stadium, the speaker's voice echoed loudly. Incredible! Only 4 contestants have made it this far. The crowd erupted. Next up is the spinning maze. This maze shifts based on time. Fail to reach the exit before the timer ends, and the maze will reverse, sending you straight back to the beginning. Chopper leaned forward nervously. How are they supposed to beat that?
I guess they just keep trying until something works, Nami said, arms crossed. Back in the maze, Goku snapped his fingers.
I've got an idea, he said. Anything's legal, right?
Everyone looked at him.
How about this? Goku continued. I throw Luffy into the maze. He stretches to the exit with his rubber powers. Once he's there, I'll IT. The rest of us to his location. Sanji's grin spread wide. It's crazy, which means it'll work. Luffy planted his feet. All right, let's do it. Goku grabbed Luffy by the shirt and spun around rapidly. You ready? Brook asked. Luffy gave a big thumbs up. Yup. Throw him! Brook shouted.
Goku released.
Luffy flew like a missile through the air. I see it! Luffy yelled. His arm stretched forward, stretching farther and farther until it grabbed the far side of the maze. He landed with a roll and jumped to his feet. I made it!
Goku placed 2 fingers to his forehead. Everyone, grab my shoulder.
In an instant, IT. They vanished and reappeared beside Luffy. Nice! Sanji laughed. Yo ho ho ho, that was brilliant, Brook said. All right, Luffy grinned. Let's keep moving.
Challenge after challenge followed. Traps, puzzles, endurance tests.
Physical, mental, emotional, psychological.
Nothing stopped them.
At last, the dining hall came into view.
They slowed to a stop, staring at it.
We made it, Sanji said quietly.
They all looked at each other and grinned.
The test had tried to break them in every way imaginable, but they overcame it all. They were in.
So? Luffy said, cracking his knuckles. Want a race?
Everyone nodded. They lined up. 3, Luffy said, steam beginning to rise as he activated second gear. 2, Sanji said. 1, Brook added.
Go! Goku shouted.
They exploded forward. Luffy surged ahead, but Goku smiled.
Not this time, Luffy.
Goku vanished in a blur, blasting past him with overwhelming speed. I'll see you at the finish line, Goku shouted over his shoulder. Moments later, Goku crossed the line first.
Then Luffy, then Sanji.
Brook came in last, panting.
A nearby reporter shouted excitedly. An incredible finish. Goku takes first place, followed by Luffy, Sanji, and Brook. The Dragon Tournament awaited. Second place? Goku asked, blinking in surprise as he walked up to the reporter. Then, who was first?
The reporter adjusted his hat, still clearly excited from what he had just witnessed. That would be a cloaked man, who called himself Anonymous. The moment the race began, he took off and flew straight from the starting point all the way here. He shook his head in disbelief. When we said anything was legal, we didn't expect someone to take it that literally. Goku looked back toward the course, his expression thoughtful. A cloaked man, he thought. So it was him. He couldn't help but wonder who that fighter really was, and whether their paths would cross again.
Soon after, more powerful figures arrived. Several Shichibukai finished the test as well, earning their right to participate. In the end, fewer than 100 fighters stood tall, having passed the brutal fitness test. The speaker stepped forward once more. Now that the fitness test has concluded, he announced, you will all be given 2 days to rest before the Dragon Tournament officially begins.
A wave of relief swept through the group. Use this time well, the speaker continued. Prepare yourselves.
The fighters nodded and dispersed, returning to their rooms.
Back at the palace, Goku was greeted by yet another surprise. Tables overflowing with food, and a well-dressed man waiting patiently inside his room. A tailor? Goku said, scratching his head. For a tournament? The tailor smiled politely. This is not for combat, sir. It is tradition. All final contestants gather together in formal wear as a show of sportsmanship. He adjusted his glasses. It is also during this event that the Dragon Queen will be revealed, to those who seek the title of Dragon King.
Goku's eyes widened slightly. Oh, that makes sense. He nodded and allowed the tailor to begin measuring him.
Now then, the tailor said thoughtfully, would you prefer a lean look or a more fitted build?
Goku tilted his head, then suddenly powered up.
Golden light burst around him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his muscles growing slightly larger in an instant. The tailor nearly fell over backward. What? Goku laughed and powered down. Probably the fitted look.
The tailor swallowed hard, nodded quickly, and began measuring Goku again, this time much more carefully.
And that's it for today's episode, guys. If you watched to the end, then that could be an indication that you enjoy the series. So please leave a like on the video. Thank you and take care.